Chapter 121. I haven't lost any weight, it seems like I've gained some. Alright, let's get in the car first. The chairman and the others are still waiting for us in the imperial capital. After Wang Xiaoye finished speaking, he helped Su Luli get into the Rolls-Royce in the middle, and Gu Feng followed closely behind the two of them and got into the car together. Except that he was sitting in the passenger seat. The two young ladies in charge of carrying the luggage sat in the front and back cars, each carrying something. Let's go. After saying a few words to the driver in the driver's seat, the car started up and set off towards the airport in the demon capital. Along the way, Wang Xiaoye took the initiative to chat with Su Liuli in a low voice, and Gu Feng had nothing to do, so he had to look out the window. The vehicle was moving very slowly, and it took quite a while to get to the airport in the demon capital. Fortunately, there was no need to do any check-in, and after passing through airport security, they went directly to the special boarding gate to board the plane. 10 minutes later, the private jet took off from the Devil City Airport and flew directly to the Imperial City. Liuli, it will take a while on the road, so if you get tired, just take a nap. Here is a clean blanket, put it on so you don't catch a cold. Wang Xiaoye found a blanket from somewhere and put it in front of Su Liuli. Thank you, Xiaoye. You're welcome. Her eyes narrowed into slits as she turned her head to look at Gu Feng next to her. Feng, do you want a blanket too? I don't need one, I feel the temperature is just right. The temperature on the plane is not low at the moment, and he is not a person who is afraid of the cold. He might even feel too hot if he sleeps under a blanket. Okay, then you guys rest. I'll be right in front, so if you need anything, just let me know. Bye, Liuli. With a slight flick of her slender eyebrows, Wang Xiaoye turned and walked towards the front of the plane. As someone who has been there, she didn't want to be the third wheel here. The interior of the plane was very spacious, and she would be more comfortable sitting in the front. I'm going to sleep. Are you sure you don't need a blanket? Don't catch a cold. With both hands, she picked up the blanket in her arms and slowly spread it open, and Su Liuli turned her head and whispered softly to Gu Feng. Go to sleep. The blanket is so big, if I feel cold later, I'll share it with you. I don't want to share it with you. She turned her head, her face radiant with beauty, and gave a soft grunt, while quickly wrapping the blanket around her, lest she really be pulled over by Gu Feng and share the blanket with her. She was always being unfaithful at home, and now on the plane, she was really worried that Gu Feng would make a move. You have to understand that there are more than just the two of them here. If they are seen by others, she will be ashamed to show her face in the future. Watching Su Liuli wrap the blanket tightly around herself, Gu Feng didn't say a word, and as he turned his head slightly, he was only left with a side view of her angelic face. Is that it? Fine, I'll sleep too. Su Liuli closed her eyes and slept with her head tilted to the side, and Gu Feng folded his arms in front of him and also closed his eyes. As the flight continued, the temperature in the plane continued to drop. After an unknown period of time, he suddenly felt something unusual in front of him, and his body suddenly became much warmer. Gu Feng opened his eyes dazedly and was surprised to find that Su Liuli had, at some point, taken half of the blanket on her and put it over herself. Still lying on her side, her graceful and delicate body unconsciously revealed a kind of natural charm. The other person was sleeping soundly, so Gu Feng did not dare to disturb her. Holding the blanket with one hand, he slowly closed his eyes again. He was half asleep and half awake, not knowing how long it had been. A familiar voice faintly sounded in his ears. Xiaofeng, Liuli, wake up, we will arrive in the imperial capital in 10 minutes. Opening his eyes, Wang Xiaoye didn't know when she had come to his side, calling out to the two of them earnestly. Almost there? How did the time pass so quickly? Lifting his hands to stretch, Gu Feng turned his head to look at Su Liuli next to him. The other party obviously still hadn't woken up, her pure and fair face full of confusion. You slept so soundly, but time didn't pass quickly. Gu Feng got a cold look, and Wang Xiaoye walked straight up to Su Liuli. Liuli, are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of warm water. Sister Xiaoye, I'm not thirsty. I just woke up, I should drink some water and sit here and wait obediently. Sister Xiaoye, please get me one too. Okay, got it. With a simple reply, Wang Xiaoye turned around and left, and in a short while, she came back with 2 glasses of water. Drink some water first, the plane is about to land soon, we need to sit tight. 2 glasses of water were handed to the two of them, and Wang Xiaoye sat on the empty chair next to her while fastening her seatbelt. 5 or 6 minutes later, the plane began to land slowly. Once the plane had landed smoothly, the cabin crew opened the cabin door as soon as possible. Let's get off the plane. The chairman and the others should already be waiting outside. Taking care of Gu Feng and Su Luli getting off the plane, the group walked towards the outside of the Daidu International Airport. Just as Wang Xiaoye had said, outside the airport, Song Huilang and Gu Feng's grandmother had been waiting by the car for a long time. As for Gu Jinghua, he really couldn't get away due to work, so he didn't come to greet them. Huilang, Liuli, and Xiaofeng, why haven't they come out yet? By the time, they should have arrived already. The kind eyes of the elderly woman revealed a little expectation. She heard that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law were coming back again, and she couldn't tell you how happy she was. Mom, don't worry, they should be here soon. As soon as Song Huilan finished speaking, her phone rang in her hand. She picked up the phone and saw that it was Xiaoye Wang calling. Xiaoye was calling, so they should have arrived. While saying this, Song Huilan looked up into the distance, and sure enough, she saw Gu Feng and the others at the airport exit at a glance. It really was these two children. At the same time Song Huilan and her grandmother saw Gu Feng and the others, they happened to notice them as well. They hurriedly came to their grandmother and her mother-in-law. Su Luli's face flushed slightly as she said, "Grandma. Girl, you've finally arrived. Let Grandma see if you've lost any weight." She gave a kind smile, gently took Su Luli's wrist, and looked at it carefully. You haven't lost any weight. It seems like you've gained some weight. You almost have a little belly now. Grandma's casual and happy comment immediately made Song Huilan and Gu Feng feel awkward. Su Luli's pretty face was blank, and she didn't know how to respond. "Grandma, I don't know what time it is, let's go home first." After such a long flight, both Liuli and Xiaofeng must be tired. Wang Xiaoye spoke up in time, and when Grandma heard this, she immediately took Su Liuli and Gu Feng's hands and walked towards the business car behind them. Driving back to the Gu Manor, Grandma kept chatting with Su Liuli in a low voice the whole way. Even Song Huilan, the daughter-in-law, couldn't get a word in. After finally returning to the manor and entering the living room, before the mother and others could sit down, Gu Feng looked around and saw the fish tank placed on the far left of the living room at first glance. "Ha! Mom, didn't we eat this fish?" "No, this fish is smaller, did my dad buy a new one?" Standing in front of the fish tank, Gu Feng pointed at the blood-red dragon inside with his finger, and then turned his head in surprise to look at his mother Song Huilan. Chapter 122 Waiting to hold a great-grandchild. Seeing that Gu Feng was thinking of catching this fish again, Song Huilan's face changed slightly, and she hurriedly came to him. She spoke carefully and lowered her voice. "What are you thinking of doing? Rascal, I'm telling you, this is a blood-red dragon that your father went to great lengths to get back, and it must not be eaten under any circumstances. You must not trick Liuli into eating this fish, or your father will not spare you when he returns." With her back facing the living room, Song Huilan muttered in a voice that only the mother and son could hear. No one knows but her, but she knows very well how much effort Gu Jinghua went to in order to get this fish back. Well, I didn't trick Liuli into wanting to eat it herself. What do you think should be done? He spread his hands, acting like he had nothing to do with it. He didn't trick Su Liuli, but if the other person wanted to eat it herself, then it was not his fault. Phew! If Liuli wants to eat it on her own initiative, then you can only blame your father for his bad luck and his lack of affinity with this fish. If the daughter-in-law wants to eat it, then it's a matter of a sentence. She took Gu Feng's hand and led him away from the fish tank. When they reached the sofa, Grandma was already asking Su Liuli what she wanted to eat for dinner. "Mom, let's eat out tonight." "Not at home." "Why do you suddenly want to eat out? Isn't everything fine at home?" She picked up the kettle and poured a cup of warm water for her mother-in-law. "Mom, this isn't Jade Feng." Heard Xiaofeng and Liuli come back, and wanted to invite them for dinner. It so happened that she also invited the rest of us. That being said, the actual situation was that Bai Yufeng had heard that she had to confess to her grandmother Gu Feng about being pregnant tonight, and she was curious about how the old lady would react to the situation, so she insisted on coming along to see what happened. This girl, Yufeng, just loves a good time. Never mind, since she wants to treat, then let her. Girl, today your grandmother and your aunt are kind of in your debt, someone is treating us to dinner. Ha 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 ha. The old lady laughed happily, and Su Liuli sat next to her, unable to say anything, so she just had to smile along. They chatted in the living room for nearly an hour. After an hour, Gu Jinghua returned with long strides. Upon seeing Gu Feng and Su Luli, he asked if they were tired. After learning that they were going out to dinner that night, he wasn't at all surprised, as if he had known it all along. Mom, it's getting late, so let's go. We'll eat early, so Luli and Feng can come back early and rest. They watched the time as it quickly approached 5 o'clock. If they left now, they would be able to finish eating just before 7 o'clock. Good. Luli, hold on to Grandma, and let's go together, you and me. Grandma Su Luli and Su Luli helped each other up, and Song Huilan and Guzhengua, who were standing nearby, were shocked. This wasn't a grandparent and grandchild, it was a pair of clumsy people. An old lady in her 80s and a pregnant woman, the two of them holding onto each other, it was just scary. Xiaofeng, what are you doing just standing there? Follow Luli and help your grandma get into the car. At the critical moment, Song Huilan gave Gu Feng a wink, and sensing her mother's gaze, Gu Feng instantly understood. He quickly walked around the sofa to Su Liuli's side to prevent any accidents from happening later. The car left the manor, and Bai Yufeng's booked hotel was near the Gu Manor, mainly for everyone's convenience. When Gu Feng and the others arrived in front of the hotel, Bai Yufeng and the hotel manager had already been waiting at the door for a long time. Huilan, this way. Gu Feng, Liuli, old lady, raised her hand to greet them. Bai Yufeng came to Grandma Gu Feng's side with a happy face. The next second, a pair of hands gently helped Su Liuli up, and her eyes unconsciously looked at Su Liuli's belly. Liuli, how have you been? Are you feeling unwell? Aunt Bai has booked pigeon soup for you, I heard it is especially good for your health. Holding Su Liuli's arm, Bai Yufeng kept on talking, eyeing the other person without any intention of stopping. Song Huilan had no choice but to go up and interrupt. Yufeng, let's go in quickly. Everyone is hungry. Right, I forgot. Manager Wang, please lead the way. Hearing Yufeng's words, the manager, who had been waiting nearby, turned around and led the way, taking everyone to the innermost luxurious private room. Manager Bai, shall we serve the food now? Go ahead. Yes, bring the pigeon soup first. The pigeon soup was specially prepared, and in any case, Su Liuli must try it first. Aunt Bai, I'll just have the plain rice, there's no need for pigeon soup. No, you're exactly the time to build up your strength, your mother-in-law doesn't look after you, so I'll look after you. Today pigeon soup, tomorrow chicken soup, the day after pig trotters. Within 2 months, Aunt Bai guarantees to fatten you up. She spoke quite confidently, and Grandma Gu Feng, sitting next to Su Liuli, looked at Bai Yufeng with a surprised expression. Yufeng, what's wrong with you, girl? As soon as we meet, you want to strengthen Liuli's body. Is Liuli not feeling well? I'm an old person with a slow reaction, and you, girl, have been a strange child since you were little, and you've got me all confused. After she finished speaking, Grandma shook her head with a bitter smile. She really couldn't tell what Yu Bai Feng was trying to do. Old lady, Xiao Feng and Liuli have been dating for a while now, are you satisfied with this granddaughter-in-law? Winking at Song Huilan, Yu Bai Feng asked Grandma Gu Feng with a smile. Of course I'm satisfied. I'm extremely satisfied with Liuli. She's gentle and refined, elegant and generous, and to be honest, she's just as good as the daughter-in-law in my dreams. Grandma's opinion of her granddaughter-in-law Su Liuli is quite high, and even among the talented women of some big families, no one can get such a high evaluation from Grandma. Facing Grandma's praise, Su Liuli felt a little embarrassed. I feel the same way. Liuli is indeed an outstanding child. So when do you think it would be a good time for them to get married? The sooner the better, of course. As your grandmother, I can't wait for these two to get married. I'm waiting to hold my first grandchild. In a few years, my health will only get worse, and I may not even be able to hold a grandchild. Grandma sighed lightly. For her, even when she dreams, she wants to hold her great-grandchildren. Ahem. Old lady, if I were to tell you that you will be able to hold your great-grandchildren soon, would you be particularly happy? Yufeng's words were shocking, and Grandma, who was sitting next to Su Liuli, was stunned for more than 10 seconds. Yufeng, what did you say? You will be able to hold your great-grandchildren soon? What does this mean? Chapter 123 Grandma, don't get excited. The old lady looked at Song Huilan next to her in surprise, her eyes full of doubt. Mom, don't get excited. Xiaofeng, what's going on? You have to explain to your grandmother. At this critical moment, Song Huilan chose to dump the burden on Gu Feng. Originally sitting next to Su Liuli, he was fine, but as soon as he heard his mother's words, Gu Feng's heart lurched. Asking him to explain to his grandmother himself was like pushing him into the fire. If his grandmother knew that he had been hiding it from her, she would definitely not react well. Cough cough. Mom, I'm a bit of a klutz, so maybe you should explain to Grandma. You knew about it from the beginning, didn't you? She shook her head, and the ball was kicked back to Song Huilan. Looking at Gu Feng, Song Huilan's eyes narrowed slightly, her teeth clenched with anger. She had said that he should explain, but he had unexpectedly turned around and pushed the matter onto her. What are you two up to? What do you mean you knew about this from the beginning? What's going on? Xinhua, you explain to me. Gu Feng and Song Huilan kept on passing the buck to each other. Grandma's expression was serious, her gaze falling on Gu Xinhua, who was sitting across from them. A moment ago, he had acted as if he didn't care, but the next second, his own mother had asked him to explain. Well, actually, there's not much to explain, Mom. He smiled awkwardly, his eyes darting to Song Huilan sitting next to him. After much hesitation, he whispered, it's just that, Liuli is pregnant. Pregnant? What pregnancy? Liuli is pregnant. His pupils trembled, and the old man's face paled. He rose unsteadily, his gaze finally falling on Su Liuli. Huilan, Xinhua, is this true? Liuli is pregnant? The old man looked nervous, and from the slightly trembling back of his hand, it was clear that he was very excited inside. Mom, don't get excited. We've been meaning to tell you about this for a while, but we were worried that you'd get too excited, so we never dared to mention it. Good, Gu Xinhua, you were worried that I'd get excited, but now you're not worried anymore, are you? You dared to hide such an important matter from me. I'll teach you a lesson today. Grabbing the walking stick beside her, Grandma raised her hand as if to teach her son a lesson. Seeing this, Su Liuli hurriedly got up to stop her. Grandma, wait. Gu Feng quickly walked around Su Liuli and went to the old lady, reaching out to take the cane she was holding. Grandma, my father didn't mean to hide it from you either. He was also worried about your health. For the sake of Liuli and me, just let it go. Gu Feng's words sounded like he was pleading for his father Gu Xinhua, but in fact he was absolving himself completely. You little brat, what a scheme you've come up with. You're putting it all on my father. Hiding behind Song Huilan and listening to Gu Feng's words, Gu Xinghua's nose nearly turned crooked with anger. He had seen shameless people before, but never had he seen such shamelessness. What did this have to do with him? That brat Gu Feng, as the instigator, had even begged for the forgiveness of an innocent elder. Humph. For the sake of Su Liuli, I will let you off today. After saying this sternly, he put down his walking stick, sat down, and turned his head to look at Su Liuli next to him, his attitude taking a direct 180-degree turn. Su Liuli, how long have you been pregnant? Why didn't you tell your grandmother earlier? How are you feeling? Her tone was gentle, and she took Su Liuli's hand, her kind face full of smiles. Su Liuli's pure and flawless face was like a piece of exquisite warm jade. She spoke softly, 2 months. 2 months. Girl, have you gone to the hospital for a checkup? Grandma will take you to the hospital tomorrow. Pregnancy is no trivial matter. You must pay attention to your health. Mom, Xiaofeng, and Liuli have already been checked in the Magic City, and there is nothing wrong with her body, everything is normal. The doctor recommended an interim checkup at 16 weeks, and there is still almost a month until the next checkup. What you should be concerned about now is the engagement ceremony for the 2 children. Song Huilan's face was beaming with a spring breeze smile, her son was about to get engaged, and she, as a mother, could not be happier. Engagement? What engagement? Liuli and Xiaofeng getting engaged? Grandma's gaze fell on the 2 next to her, Su Liuli and Gu Feng, and then on Gu Xinhua and Song Huilan. You two, just how much are you still hiding from me? When were the 2 kids going to get engaged, and why didn't I as their grandmother know? After all, she was the eldest in the family, and she had no idea about such an important matter as the kids getting engaged. This Mom, don't be angry, it's just that Xinhua was worried about your health, and asked us to find a good time to tell you. Song Huilan said cheerfully, while Gu Zhenghua, sitting next to her, looked even more shocked than if he had eaten shit. Wife, you. He raised his hand, stammered for a long time, and in the end, he didn't say anything. How does he blame everything on him? This is not leaving him any room for survival. Zhenghua, I knew it was your bad idea. Let's eat first, I'll scold you when we get home. Huilan, the last time you went to Liuli's house, you were there to discuss the engagement date, weren't you? Grandma Gu Feng's words left Song Huilan stunned. Mom, how did you know we went to Liuli's house? It was better not to ask, but as soon as Song Huilan asked, her grandmother smiled. Although I'm old, I'm still pretty sharp. You two went to Liuli's house to discuss things, and you thought I wouldn't find out? I was suspicious at the time, too. Why were the parents of both sides meeting in such a hurry? It turns out that Luli is pregnant. What did the in-laws say? Has the date of the engagement been set? Overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of having a great-grandchild, the old lady was in a good mood. Otherwise, given her character, she would have wanted to settle the score with Gu Xinghua. It's set. The 17th of this month, which is less than 10 days away. If you count carefully, there are less than 10 days left until the engagement. What, the 17th of this month is the engagement? Huilan, you've been keeping it well hidden, how come you didn't tell me? Bai Yufeng sat on the side, and upon hearing that Gu Feng and Su Liuli would be getting engaged on the 17th of this month, her expression was greatly surprised. According to her thinking, the engagement date would have to wait until at least next month, and she never expected it to be set for the 17th of this month. I haven't seen you for a while, and I haven't finished the invitation yet. I'll send it to you as soon as it's ready. No one will be missing, but you. According to Bai Yufeng's personality, if Gu Feng really didn't notify her of the engagement banquet, she would have to break up with her. Okay, I'll wait for your invitation. Xiao Feng, Su Liuli, congratulations in advance to the two of you. Raising the glass in front of her, Bai Yufeng took a big drink. Seeing this, Gu Feng and Su Liuli followed suit and returned a drink. The date of the engagement is set, but has the date of the wedding been set yet? Chapter 124, Booking the Hotel. Not yet. We've discussed it with Grandpa Liuli and decided to let the two children get engaged and apply for a marriage certificate first. We can wait to get married. Getting a marriage certificate is necessary for the children to be registered, and as for getting married, it's fine to do it after the children are born. Well, since you've already discussed it, then let's do it as you've decided. Liuli, if you need anything, just tell your aunt. Don't be shy about it, you can just tell Grandma. An engagement is no small matter. Our family will definitely throw you a grand celebration. Today is a joyous occasion. Yufeng, order the restaurant to serve more delicious dishes, and I'll pay the bill. The old lady's face was full of smiles. Her granddaughter-in-law was 2 months pregnant with her first grandchild, and with 2 other children about to get engaged, she, the grandmother, was simply overjoyed. This was the first time she had been so happy in over a decade. Very well, madam, I'll go right away. But you can't pay, it's been agreed that I'll be the one to pay today. Bai Yufeng stood up, spoke, and then turned and walked towards the outside of the private room. A few minutes later, Bai Yufeng returned from outside, followed by 2 waiters, each carrying a plate of food. Liuli, this is the pigeon soup that Aunt Bai prepared for you. It's freshly made and delicious, try it. Pulling out a chair and sitting down, she gestured for the waiter to put the pigeon soup in front of her, and Bai Yufeng took the spoon and took the initiative to spoon a spoonful of pigeon soup for Su Liuli. Thank you, Aunt Bai. She carefully took the pigeon soup from Bai Yufeng's hand and slowly placed it in front of her. Aunt Bai, what does pigeon soup taste like? Let me try some too. Even though he grew up in the imperial capital and had lived a life of luxury, he had never drunk pigeon soup before. He had eaten squab a few times, and it did taste very good. You want to drink pigeon soup? Not for you. A proud look glanced at Gu Feng, and the next second, Bai Yufeng's mouth slightly raised a slight arc. In fact, if you say something nice, you can't say that pigeon soup is not for you to drink. Something nice? Aunt Bai, what do you want to hear that's nice? Well, for example, praising you, Aunt Bai, for being young and beautiful, with outstanding temperament, and so on. Do you mean to tell me that I have to teach you this? Gu Feng awkwardly held up the bowl, and after a long silence, he put the bowl back on the table in front of everyone. Song Huilan and Gu Xinghua were overjoyed at this scene, and even Su Liuli couldn't hold back her laughter. Great! Gu Feng, what do you mean? Are you looking down on your Aunt Bai? Are you itching for a beating? I just wanted the brat to say something nice, but I never expected him to put the bowl back. This is just too much. No, Aunt Bai, don't be angry, I was just joking with you. You are gentle and generous, virtuous and beautiful, just like a fairy come down to earth. After all that babbling, whatever song Huilan heard sounded particularly perfunctory. Alright, Yufeng, hurry up and spoon some soup for the child. Don't spoil him. Song Huilan, the mother, couldn't even listen to the words of praise from Gu Feng. Fine. Rascal, I'll remember you, Aunt Bai. Furious, she took the small bowl in front of Gu Feng and ladled a full spoonful of pigeon soup onto it. As time passed, the remaining dishes were also served one after the other. Each dish was exquisite, and without exception, all of them were very suitable for pregnant women. The table was full of sumptuous dishes, all specially prepared by Bai Yufeng for her niece-in-law. After dinner, it was already past 7 o'clock. Huilan, are you going to take Lioli and the others to look at hotels tomorrow? Can you take me with you? I'm so bored. Bai Yufeng put down her chopsticks and looked at Song Huilan, who was sitting next to her, with hopeful eyes. She usually liked to join in the fun, and she couldn't miss such an important event as Gu Feng's engagement. Sure, but I want to ask, do you have any recommended hotels? Of course I do. How about this, tomorrow I'll take you to pick out a few hotels and guarantee the quality. Not to mention, she really knows a lot about these large hotels in the imperial capital. Every time she comes back from abroad and doesn't want to go home, she stays in a different large hotel. She has also seen several wedding banquets and engagement banquets held in the ballroom, and overall they are quite good. Xinghua, you go busy tomorrow and let Yufeng follow us to choose a hotel. It so happens that Gu Xinghua is a bit tied up, so it would be fine if Bai Yufeng could go with us. Okay. Yufeng, thank you for your hard work. It's okay, that brat Gu Feng is like my own child, helping him choose a hotel is the least I can do. Isn't that right, Gu Feng? Bai Yufeng looked at Gu Feng with her teeth clenched, her expression clearly showing that she was still upset about the praise she had just received. Cough cough, yes yes yes. Aunt Bai is the best. Huilan, can you take Mom with you tomorrow morning? Both children are getting engaged, and Mom also wants to go and join in the fun. I'm actually quite worried about this child, Lioli, and I can still take care of her if I go alone. Grandma Gu Feng sat next to Su Lioli and was originally very satisfied with her granddaughter-in-law. After hearing that Su Lioli was pregnant, she couldn't wait to hold her in the palm of her hand. Song Huilan looked at Gu Xinghua, who paused for a moment and gave a bitter smile. Mom, you want to go with us too? You're not in good health, and you're thinking of taking care of Lioli, but maybe it's Lioli who'll be taking care of you. Your mother and I aren't in the best of health, but we can still move around, so there's no problem taking care of Lioli. My girl, do you want your grandmother to go with you? When it became clear that she couldn't convince her son and daughter-in-law, the old lady immediately changed her target. As long as her granddaughter nodded in agreement, her son and daughter-in-law wouldn't say anything. Now Su Lioli is the apple of the family's eye, and no one can go against her. After a moment of silence, a determined look flashed across her pretty face. Mom and Dad, why don't we let Grandma come with us? We can take care of each other. With her delicate features and curved eyebrows, Su Lioli didn't forget to lift her little foot and kick Gu Feng's calf while she was talking. Gu Feng, who was sitting quietly, felt Su Lioli kicking his calf and immediately understood. Yes, Mom and Dad, Lioli is right. Grandma will be pretty bored at home alone. Let her come with us. It's not like it's a big deal to pick a hotel. With both children saying this, Song Huilan could only nod and agree. Okay, then let's go together. They say that having an old person in the family is like having a treasure. Bringing along your mother-in-law might actually be able to help. Wait. Lioli, what did you just call them? Parents? Did I hear you right? After waiting for a while for the conversation to finish, Bai Yufeng promptly chimed in. She had clearly heard Su Lioli address Song Huilan and Gu Xinghua as parents. Of course you heard me right. Lioli and Gu Feng are going to get engaged soon, so shouldn't I call her Mom? A sense of pride welled up in Song Huilan's heart as she was called Mom by her daughter-in-law, and she beamed with satisfaction. Chapter 125, She's got a lot of stamina. Look at how happy you are. Ha ha. You're right, wouldn't you be happy if you had a daughter-in-law like Su Lioli? Song Huilan gave Bai Yufeng a cold stare. In her opinion, if Bai Yufeng had a daughter-in-law like Su Lioli, she would be so excited that she wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Ha, of course I'm happy. Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng were chatting, and when they heard this, Grandma gently took Su Lioli's soft, bony little hand. She leaned quietly towards her granddaughter's shoulder and whispered, Lioli, did Huilan give you any money to change your name after you called her Mom? If not, Grandma will get it for you. Ha? No, Grandma, she did. Su Lioli's face froze. She really didn't expect that Grandma, who was normally so serious, could say such a thing. And she even wanted to ask for the money for changing her name for her. That said, she had previously given her a secondary card with 200,000 yuan of daily limitless payments, so what was the need for a change of mouth fee? Gu Feng sat silently in his chair, listening silently to the family members chatting around him. After all, he was the protagonist of the engagement banquet, but now he was being directly ignored. They continued to sit in the private room and chat for nearly an hour. After an hour, it was Gu Jinghua who took the initiative to propose that it was almost time, and everyone, including Grandma, got up and prepared to leave. Xiaofeng, take care of your grandmother and Liuli and get in the car. Good. Nodding, Su Liuli supported her grandmother, and Gu Feng followed closely behind the two. After leaving the restaurant, they greeted by Yufeng, and Gu Feng and the others got into the car one after the other. The car started and returned to the Gu Manor. Everyone did not go back to their rooms to rest first, but instead, they came to the living room sofa one after the other and sat down. Liuli, wait here, I'll go into the house and get something. Huilan, you come with me. She patted the back of Su Liuli's hand and, while getting up, did not forget to ask Song Huilan to follow her. What is Grandma going to do? Her long hair fell down, and Su Liuli stroked her forehead, full of curiosity. Gu Feng sat next to her, and he also had no idea why Grandma had gone back to the house. I don't know either. But looking at Grandma like this, I know that she doesn't seem too excited about the fact that you are pregnant. What do you think, Dad? This doesn't seem like Grandma's character, does it? Before, whenever the old lady mentioned having a great-grandchild, she couldn't sit still with excitement, but now that she really has a great-grandchild, she's acting so calm. It's really unexpected. I don't know what's going on. Gu Jinghua sips his tea and shakes his head slightly. A few minutes later, the door to Grandma's bedroom opens. Song Huilan is carrying a suitcase in her arms, while Grandma is holding a small notebook in her hand. Mom, let me help you. What's in here? Is it heavy? He reached into his mother's arms and took the box, feeling it carefully. It wasn't heavy at all, and it must contain some clothes. Liuli, Grandma wants to ask you, do you like sour or spicy food? Grandma, I don't know. That's okay, do you like boys or girls? Let me tell you first, our family is not one that values boys over girls. Grandma likes both boys and girls. These are some baby clothes I made before, but they're a bit old-fashioned. Grandma plans to remake them. This is a name list. Let's each think of a few names, one for a boy and one for a girl, so that when the baby is born we won't have to worry about choosing names. Oh dear, when Grandma thinks about holding her great-grandchild soon, her heart pounds so fast she can't sleep. Holding Su Liuli's hand, Grandma kept talking. This scene directly made Gu Jinghua and Gu Feng look dumbfounded. Xiaofeng, didn't you say your grandmother wasn't excited? Do you see this as being excited? This stamina is quite strong, nothing happened during dinner, but she can't even sleep well when she comes back. Putting down the teacup in her hand, she reached into the suitcase and took out a little outfit. It's true that she's quite excited. Grandma, you need to calm down a little, you still need to get a good night's rest, otherwise you won't have the energy to take care of your precious great-grandchild when it's born. Yes, Mom. The style is a little old-fashioned, but for a child, it doesn't really matter. I'm really excited. Grandma, calm down a little, you still need to get a good night's rest, otherwise you won't have the energy to take care of your precious great-grandchild when it's born. Yes, Mom, you need to get a good night's rest. If you get sick, when the baby is born, you'll just have to watch us take care of it. Isn't that right, Liuli? Song Huilan winked at Su Liuli while she spoke. Mom is right, Grandma, you must take care of your health, we are waiting for you to help us with the baby. With her quick and intelligent eyes, like stars in her head, her slender hands tightly grasped her grandmother's wrist, and every move she made was full of unique charm. As long as you two children don't mind having me as your grandmother, I will help you with the baby. Let's first look at the names. Liuli, do you have any particular favorite characters? The old lady flipped through her little notebook, and the two sat together to choose a name for the unborn baby. Grandma, please be careful when choosing a name. Names like Gu Dibai and Gu Guden should be avoided if possible. The child won't like them. Gu Feng scratched his head awkwardly. When it came to naming, he clearly remembered what his father had told him last time. Don't worry, your grandmother has to listen to Liuli's opinion now. Song Huilan laughed lightly, turned around, and walked to the kitchen, washing 2 plates of fruit. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, it was already past 10 o'clock. After eating 3 or 5 slices of orange, Gu Feng looked up at Su Liuli and his grandmother, who were still carefully selecting names. Grandma, it's getting late, why don't we call it a day? The baby isn't due for a long time, and there's no rush for such an important thing as choosing a name. Mom, Feng is right, we don't have a problem sleeping late, but Liuli is pregnant and needs to get to bed early. Song Huilan spoke, and the old lady slowly put away the booklet in her hand. Liuli, let's stop here for today, and I'll accompany you to pick them out later. Go back and get some rest early. The bedroom is still set up the same as last time. If you feel uncomfortable anywhere, I'll have someone change it for you tomorrow. Following her grandmother, Su Lioli hurriedly shook her head. Grandma, don't go to that trouble, the bedroom environment is already very good. Compared to living in a dormitory, the room at the manor is already better than it can be, and nothing needs to be changed. That's good. We don't need to get up early tomorrow morning, so let's set off in the morning to choose a hotel. Go back and rest obediently. She patted Su Lily's head, her eyes full of affection. Chapter 126. Let you have more children. Grandma, Mom and Dad, you all get some rest early too. Gu Feng got up and led Su Lily back to the bedroom. Watching his grandson and granddaughter leave, the old man's gaze was soft, and an unconscious smile spread across his face. Look how happy our mother is. The temptation of having a great-grandchild is even greater than that of having a grandchild. Standing next to Song Huilan, Gu Jinghua laughed lightly. Upon hearing this, the old man immediately turned around with a cold face. Jinghua, Huilan, I haven't had the chance to settle scores with you two yet. Lioli is pregnant and you two are hiding it from me, you've gone too far. Sitting down again, Grandma pointed her finger at her son and daughter-in-law. At the restaurant, in front of the grandchildren, I didn't dare scold them, but now that we're alone in the living room, I must settle the score with them. Mom, we were just worried about your health. Actually, to be honest, Feng is to blame for this. He didn't let us tell you. You really are a father and son. The son is blaming the father, and the father is blaming the son. In this matter, Feng did nothing wrong. Not only was he right, he was also helpful. Our family has only one heir. If it weren't for Feng, how could an old woman like me have a great-grandchild so soon? You have to blame yourselves. I told you to have more children, but you wouldn't listen. The elderly woman sat on the sofa with her walking stick, scolding the two of them. Gu Jinghua and Song Huilan could only stand silently and listen. On the issue of having children, the two of them were surprisingly in agreement. Gu Feng was such a handful to raise, and if they had more than one, the family would be in chaos. Long time. Wife, it's late, let's go back and rest. While his mother was speaking, Gu Jinghua quietly leaned over and whispered in Song Huilan's ear. In this way, while the old man was still complaining, the son and daughter-in-law had already begun to quietly prepare to leave. By the time Grandma looked up, the two of them had already run far away. Mom, it's late, Huilan and I will go back and rest first. You rest early too. They quickly finished their conversation, without looking back, and quickly headed upstairs to the second floor. Xingui, Huilan. You two kids, can't you just listen to me finish what I'm saying? Watching the two of them disappear from sight, the old lady put her walking stick upright, looked around, and before leaving, collected the name list to one side. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. At 5 a.m., Gu Jinghua got up to go to Yundu to attend an economic conference. He had just come down from his room and, without thinking, glanced into the living room. He paused slightly and looked surprised. Mom? His mother had got up at some point and was now sitting in the living room, busy with something. Hearing someone call her name, Grandma Gu Feng slowly looked up and pushed her reading glasses on her nose with one hand. Jinghua? You're up so early, what are you going to do? I'm going to Yundu to attend an economic conference. Mom, why are you up so early? What are you doing? Making clothes? She came to the sofa, holding a needle and thread in her hands, with some silk cotton and some bright red small pieces of fabric next to her. It was obvious that she was making clothes. I couldn't sleep in my room either, so I had nothing to do but make some clothes for the baby in my belly. Last night when I returned to my room, I couldn't sleep and kept tossing and turning in bed. My mind kept thinking about my great-grandson. At 4 o'clock in the morning, I couldn't sleep anymore, so I got up and made some clothes for the baby. Gu Jinghua looked shocked and said with a wry smile, Mom, you're so old, why bother with this? It's so convenient nowadays. When the baby is born, let's go and order some clothes for the little one. Your eyesight isn't good anyway, so don't waste your energy on this. Can clothes bought from outside be the same as those made by your own family? You should go about your business and don't disturb me here. By the way, has Huilan got up yet? Let her accompany me to buy some silk cotton outside later, there's not enough. Pointing to the pile of silk cotton in front, these are only enough for one set of clothes. Since they are preparing clothes for their future great-grandchildren, one set is definitely not enough. At least they need 3 or 4 sets of clothes so that they can be replaced when they wet or soil them. Huilan is tidying up the house, so I expect she'll be down in a while. I still have things to do, so you take care of your health and rest if you're tired. Since persuasion was useless, Gu Zhenghua simply didn't say anything more. He knew his mother's personality very well. Once she made up her mind, nothing could change it, not even if you pulled her in 8 different directions. I understand. Responded, put on his reading glasses, and continued to lower his head to sew. In his sleep, Gu Feng suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. He opened his eyes dazedly, and Su Liuli was in his arms again, not sure when she had snuggled up. Her head was leaning against his chest, her slender arms tightly wrapped around his, and one of her legs was draped over his lower body, preventing him from moving. Phew! She's so pretty, but she sleeps so restlessly. Can't she be a little more quiet? Nodding, he looked over at Su Lily, who was sleeping soundly next to him. Gu Feng lifted his other hand and gently pinched the other person's blushing face. It was incredibly soft, and the feel was really extraordinary. Perhaps the movement was too large, but Su Lily, who was sound asleep and lying on top of him, suddenly slowly opened her eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently, and her head was still lying on Gu Feng's chest, her gaze full of curiosity. You're awake? How did you sleep last night? Was my body still comfortable? Realizing that she was lying on top of Gu Feng, Su Li's face turned red with embarrassment, and she hurriedly sat up. I'm sorry, I must have dozed off last night. Before going to sleep last night, she had clearly turned around and fell asleep with her back to Gu Feng, worried that she would sleep restlessly and climb into his arms. But she didn't expect to wake up this morning and find herself in his arms anyway. It was only 6:30, not very late. Do you want to sleep a little longer? Then he sat up, rubbing his aching arms while asking Su Liuli. No, I slept well. Let me help you. She reached out and pulled Gu Feng's arm in front of her, gently massaging it. After a minute or two, the aching feeling in his arm gradually disappeared, and the two got up to get dressed. They tidied up and came out of the room. Normally, at this time, their parents would not have woken up yet, but their grandmother would have been up for a long time. However, when the two of them arrived in the living room, they didn't see their grandmother anywhere. There were a few unfinished small clothes on the sofa and coffee table, and there was also a pair of reading glasses next to them. Huh? Strange, Grandma hasn't woken up yet? Looking around in confusion, they saw Wang Ma, who had just come from the kitchen to prepare breakfast, coming out. When she saw Gu Feng and Su Liuli, she hurriedly came up to them. Miss Su, you're up. How was your rest last night? I was just about to serve some hot dim sum that I made with some of the maids. I'll bring you a plate. Have you seen my grandmother, Wang Ma? Chapter 127, Grandma is going back with you. Old lady? The old lady and the lady went out early in the morning, saying that they were going to buy silk cotton. Before going out, the old lady specifically instructed that after you two got up, you could have breakfast first and didn't need to wait for them to return. Wang Ma explained softly while standing in place, and Gu Feng and Su Luli exchanged glances, with different expressions. So early in the morning, going out to buy silk cotton? What's the point of buying silk cotton? Grandma must be thinking of making clothes for the baby, right? While mumbling, he inadvertently noticed a few small cotton padded jackets placed on the coffee table with the corner of his eye. It was easy to tell from the style and size of the jackets that they were definitely for the newborn baby. Su Luli went to the sofa and gently picked up the exquisite, small, and cute cotton padded jacket with her hand. She had a pretty face with big, bright eyes that exuded an innocent and radiant glow. Is it too early to make clothes for the baby? We may feel it's early, but Grandma won't think so. I guarantee that when the baby is born, she will have prepared more than 10 different kinds of clothes for the baby. Gu Feng and Su Liuli stood in front of the sofa talking to each other, while Wang Ma took the opportunity to turn around and walk into the kitchen. In less than 2 minutes, she arrived at the sofa with a plate of fragrant snacks. Miss Su, this is just made 100 flour cake. How does it taste? There are so many fresh flower petals in it, it's delicious. She placed the plate in front of Su Lili. Just to make this 100 flower cake, they went to the flower garden behind the house early in the morning to pick fresh flower petals. The petals of various flowers were mixed together, and the 100 flower cake exuded a fresh and elegant floral fragrance. It was hard to tell which flower the fragrance was from. Wang Ma stood still, smiling as she watched Su Luli put a piece of the multiflora cake in her mouth. Miss Su? How do you feel? Does the multiflora cake still suit your appetite? It smells so good. Wang Ma, you're a wonderful cook. This is the best dessert I've ever had. Surprise shone in her elegant eyes. She always loved dessert, and this piece of multiflora cake in her hand was, without exaggeration, definitely the best dessert she had ever had. If you have time, could you teach me? I want to learn from you. Of course I can. Miss Sue, I'm available anytime, depending on your schedule. If you want to learn quickly, I'll prepare some ingredients this afternoon and I'll teach you myself when you get back this evening. With your intelligence, you'll definitely be able to learn it in no time. Wang Ma was very happy that the young mistress of the house wanted to learn to make dim sum with her. For Su Luoli's current status, it would definitely be condescending for her to go to the kitchen with her to learn to make dim sum. You two have some dim sum here first, and I'll go take a look in the kitchen. We'll get ready for breakfast right away. Wang Ma, there's no need to rush. In my opinion, we should wait for Grandma and Mom to come back before eating together. It's still early, and there's this plate of 100 flour cakes in front of us, so there's no need to rush breakfast. That's good. I'll go prepare some warm water for you too. This cake is dry, so you need to drink some water while eating it. Wang Ma told Gu Feng and Su Liuli to sit on the sofa and wait while she went next door to get 2 glasses of warm water. From almost 7 o'clock until almost 8 o'clock, more than an hour had passed, but Grandma and Mom still hadn't returned. They're not back yet? Where did they go to buy silk cotton? I'll give them a call. He got up, took out his phone, and prepared to call Mom. Before the dial tone could be heard, at the front door of the living room, Song Huilan supported Grandma Gu Feng as they slowly walked in. Behind them were 2 maids, carrying 2 large bags full of silk cotton. Grandma! You're finally back. Where have you two been this early in the morning? When her mother and grandmother returned, Gu Feng went up to them at once, and Su Luli followed suit when she saw this. Grandma, there's still a long time before the baby is born, so it's too early for you to be preparing clothes. Stepping with graceful steps to the other side of her grandmother, Su Luli raised her arm and skillfully took the old lady's arm. Luli, you don't need to persuade your grandmother, I've told her countless times on the way here. It's useless. Taking the old woman's other arm, they walked straight to the sofa in the living room. Mom, please sit down first. It was a lot of trouble waiting up this early in the morning for this natural silk cotton. Song Huilan said, lifting her hand to pick up the glass of water not far in front of her and bringing it to her lips for a sip. Luli, Grandma wants to prepare it for you in advance. Not only for your baby in your belly, but also to prepare something for you. You'll definitely need it when you go into confinement. Huh? Grandma, you're thinking too far ahead if you're already thinking about confinement. Gu Feng's mouth opened slightly. He never would have thought that his grandmother would prepare clothes for her unborn grandchild, let alone clothes for Su Liuli when she goes into confinement. Su Liuli was at a loss for words for a moment. After pondering for a second or two, she looked at her grandmother, who was looking serious, and a smile appeared on her beautiful face. It's okay, I actually like the clothes you make with your own hands very much. Taking her grandmother's hand, Su Lili continued softly, Grandma, I don't have much experience, can I learn with you? I also want to make a few clothes for the baby myself. My girl, you want to learn to make clothes with Grandma? Really? She was so excited that she grabbed her granddaughter's hand. If it weren't for her poor health, she would have jumped up in excitement. It's not a big deal to go back and forth for her great-grandchildren, and now she's also gained the affirmation of her granddaughter-in-law, so the old lady is beyond happy inside. Of course it's true. A pair of bright eyes, like 2 shining stars, crystal clear. Su Luli smiled sweetly, continuing with her delicate and charming face, but I may not be able to do it tonight. I have to learn to make baohua cake with Wang Ma tonight, and I'll learn to make clothes with you tomorrow, okay? She had just promised Wang Ma that she would learn to make the 100 flowers cake with her, and Wang Ma had already said that she would go in the afternoon to prepare the ingredients for the cake. She couldn't go back on her word. It's fine, Grandma, don't worry. You want to learn to make clothes with Grandma, and Grandma is more than happy. Grandma has already thought about it, and this time when you go back to the demon capital, Grandma will go back with you and take care of you there. She gently stroked Su Luli's pale hand with her own. However, Song Huilan, who was standing next to her, slightly trembled when she heard her mother-in-law say this, Mom, you want to go back to the demon capital with Liuli? Song Huilan was slightly surprised, and so was Gu Feng. His eyes were wide and full of disbelief. Grandma, are you going back with us? The journey is long, and your health is not good, so don't go back and forth, okay? If you let Grandma go back with them, then won't the good days in the demon capital come to an end? Chapter 128, Unconcerned with the Affairs of the World. It's not a big deal. Your grandma's body is not that delicate. It's just a trip to the demon capital, not a trip abroad. Grandma's face was beaming with a kind smile, and her kind eyes looked at her granddaughter next to her, revealing deep affection. Xiaofeng, if your grandma is willing to go with you, let her go. Tomorrow morning, I'll find you some ants to go back with you. Song Huilan said, quietly leaning towards Gu Feng and whispering in her ear, your grandmother and Liuli both need care. I'll find you some maids, and you can't refuse. You know your grandmother's health, and if you let her come along, she might end up taking care of Liuli. After all, they've lived together for more than 20 years, and as a daughter-in-law, she knows her mother-in-law very well. Don't be fooled by her gentle and polite demeanor. She is actually very stubborn and extremely protective of her own. If she makes up her mind about something, nothing can change it. Fine, I'll do as you say. Gu Feng didn't object, as he felt that what his mother said made a lot of sense. After sitting on the sofa for a while to rest and chat, the group got up and went to the dining room for breakfast when Wang Ma asked. Well, we'll have 100-flour cake for breakfast this morning. My dear, when you come back tonight, I'll have a real treat. You want to learn how to make this cake from Wang Ma, so let me be the first to taste it when you're done. You're so dexterous, so the cake will definitely be delicious. Sitting next to Su Liuli, Grandma's eyes revealed a deep sense of love. After all these years, she exudes a sense of calm and gentleness. Grandma, I haven't even started learning yet, and you're already making reservations. It's the first time I'll be making it, so I don't know if I can do it well. I suggest that you wait until I get more proficient before tasting it, otherwise it will be too bad and you won't be able to eat it. With a smile that concealed her beauty, Su Luli also started joking in front of her grandmother. Ha ha ha. Luli, don't worry, even if it really is bad, your grandmother won't say anything. As long as it's something the granddaughter made, she won't dislike it. Song Huilan was smiling happily across from Su Luli. When her grandmother heard this, not only did she not refute it, she even nodded along. While eating breakfast, the several people chatted quietly. After 10 minutes, breakfast was over. Grandma, mom, and daughter-in-law sat on the sofa to rest, while Gu Feng walked out of the living room alone to arrange the car. Just before they were about to leave, Bai Yufeng arrived. She was dressed very fashionably, wearing a trendy short jacket on top and a semi-tight long skirt on bottom. When she saw Gu Feng, Bai Yufeng's face broke into a smile. Good morning, Feng. Auntie Bai greeted him, and when she saw the way he was dressed, Gu Feng's expression froze for a moment. Auntie Bai, you really are fashionable. Ha ha ha, it's okay. Today is a big day, I have to go with you two to pick out the engagement hotel, so I have to dress fashionable. Is your mother and Su Liuli in the living room? Hearing that Song Huilan and Su Luli were both in the living room, Bai Yufeng didn't continue to waste time with Gu Feng, and strode forward, pushing open the living room door and striding in. After arranging the car, Gu Feng returned to the living room. He had thought that the several people would be sitting in the living room chatting, but when he actually came in, there were only his grandmother and his mother on the sofa in the living room. Aunt Bai and Su Luli had gone somewhere. Mom, the car has been arranged. Where are Aunt Bai and Luli? Standing in the same place, he looked around, but he didn't see the figures of Su Luli and Bai Yufeng anywhere. Your Aunt Bai is taking Luli to change clothes, so let's wait here for a while. He raised his hand to indicate that Gu Feng should sit down, and Song Huilan glanced up at the distance in the direction of the bedroom. Change clothes? That's just your Aunt Bai's personality. She said that today was a rare opportunity to go out and pick out an engagement hotel, so she had to pick out some nice clothes for Luli to wear. Upon hearing her mother's explanation, Gu Feng paused slightly. Okay. After waiting quietly in the living room for nearly 20 minutes later, the bedroom door opened and the two of them finally came out, one after the other. Xiaofeng, Madam, Huilan, look, doesn't Luli look good? Taking Su Luli's wrist, Bai Yufeng quickly walked over to the sofa. At this time, Su Luli was wearing a bright yellow, elegant short-sleeved top, with slightly loose white casual pants on the bottom half of her body, and her dark hair draped over her shoulders like a waterfall. She stood obediently behind Bai Yufeng, one hand tightly held by the other party, and the other hand covering her face, afraid to take it down. Liuli, this outfit looks good. After all, your Aunt Bai has a good eye, unlike your mother and I. Why are you still blushing? Have you put on makeup? Take your hand down so your mother and grandmother can have a look. Song Huilan laughed lightly as she rose, taking the initiative to come to Su Liuli's side and remove the hand that was covering her face. The moment the slender hands left her face, a flash of surprise crossed Gu Feng's eyes, and even her grandmother was a little stunned. I have never seen Liuli wear makeup before, and I never thought the child would look so good with it on. Yufeng, is this the makeup you gave Liuli? Her face was clear and beautiful, as crystal clear as morning dew, with 2 light patches of blush on her fair face, and her eyelashes seemed to be curled up a little more. Standing behind Yufeng, she is like a fairy, so graceful that people dare not look directly at her. Old lady, just a simple touch-up on Liuli's face and skin, and you'll see the effect. It really is as the saying goes, lips do not need to be painted, but they are red, eyebrows do not need to be painted, but they are green. Without even a simple light makeup, a little touch-up instantly elevates the whole person's temperament to a higher level. Liuli, this is also very good looking. When I went out with Xiaofeng, I felt that he was not good enough for you. While praising her daughter-in-law, she also casually belittled her own son. Facing his mother's words, Gu Feng could hardly argue back. The key was that he himself also had this kind of thought. In her current attire, Su Liuli looked like she was completely out of touch with reality. He is not a fairy, so how can he be worthy of a fairy? Mom, you're teasing me. Her face was flushed, and she didn't forget to glance at Gu Feng in the distance while talking. Okay, Mom won't say anymore. It's getting late, let's hurry up and pick a hotel. Your engagement is a top priority, you have to hurry. Yufeng, go pick the engagement hotel first, didn't you say there was a suitable hotel? Where should we go first? There are many places, let's talk in the car. Xiaofeng, help your grandmother, let's go. Chapter 129, 1000 Guests. When they walked out of the living room, the car was already waiting outside. They helped their grandmother into the car first, followed by Su Luli and their mother, including Aunt Bai. Driver, let's go to the Cloud Hotel on Binhai Road first. Okay. After seeing everyone in the rearview mirror had fastened their seatbelts, the driver started the car and headed towards the Cloud Hotel as reported by Bai Yufeng. The Cloud Hotel is not very far from the Gu Manor. It is not in the city center, so the location is a bit remote, but the environment is nice and there is relatively little traffic. Huilan, how many guests are you planning to invite for the engagement of the 2 children? Song Huilan, sitting next to her, asked curiously. Leaving aside the Gu family, there is a large group of people from the Song family alone, including friends and relatives. If you really invite everyone, a banquet hall will definitely not be enough. Phew. I'm worried about this. Liuli, what do you 2 think? Grandpa Su's side proposes to keep it simple, but the key is not knowing how to keep it simple. Normally, for this engagement banquet, either no guests are invited, just the family having a meal together, or everyone is invited, and the banquet will definitely be a big one. Mom, we'll do whatever you say. Whatever I say? Song Huilan heard this and a wry smile appeared in her eyes. Silly girl, you're really putting your mother in a difficult position. If we do things the way I want, there's only going to be one engagement in your life, so we should do it big or do it not at all. I just don't know, do you like a big crowd? Well, I like it. Ruddy lips parted slightly as Su Luli nodded her head slightly. Luli likes it, so it's going to be a lot easier. Let's go to the Cloud Hotel and have a look later. If they don't work out, we can go somewhere else. Bai Yufeng spoke up immediately, and Song Huilan agreed. In less than 20 minutes, the car pulled up outside the Cloud Hotel. As the group got out, a middle-aged man in a suit came up to them quickly. President Bai, you're here. I'm sorry for not coming to meet you. On seeing Bai Yufeng, the middle-aged man quickened his pace and hurried up to the group. Mr. Shin, it's been a long time. How's business? Thanks to you, the hotel's business is pretty good. Mr. Bai, who are these people? Shin Tao knew Bai Yufeng, but didn't know Song Huilan and the others. There was no way around it. Given his position in the business world, he was already quite fortunate to be able to reach Bai Yufeng, and as for Song Huilan, he was simply unable to get in touch with her. We're family, and we're here to take a look at your banquet hall. We're looking for a venue for my nephew's engagement. In front of everyone, Bai Yufeng directly labeled Gu Feng as the nephew who had just gotten engaged. Oh, so it's your nephew. Don't worry, as you instructed over the phone, I cleaned the banquet hall this morning and will show you around. Please come inside. Respectfully stepping aside, he held up his hand to make a gesture of invitation. Seeing this, the managers in the distance hurriedly took a few steps to the side. Led by Shin Tao, the group strode into the hotel lobby. The entire lobby was resplendently decorated, with many guests coming and going, as well as some hotel staff walking back and forth. Lao Su, who are these guests? Shin personally came to greet them, so he must have been waiting at the door for more than 10 minutes. I don't know the others, but I've seen the woman talking to Shin before. She's the overseas head of the Kyushu group. He often stays at our hotel. The lobby manager, surnamed Lao Su, muttered, he often goes to the top floor to deliver toiletries, and I've seen Bai Yufeng several times. Kyushu Group. A multinational conglomerate. No wonder General Manager Shin is so concerned, going out of his way to greet him at the door early in the morning. Under the leadership of Shin Tao, everyone took the elevator to the 6th floor. The entire 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th floors are ballrooms. In addition to wedding and engagement venues, some companies' annual dinners and gatherings are also held here. President Bai, this is our number 9 banquet hall, which is often used as an engagement venue. There are about 30 round tables, which can accommodate more than 200 people. Compared to a wedding, an engagement ceremony is much simpler in terms of both scale and number of people. In his opinion, this number 9 banquet hall should be about the right size. Huilan, isn't this number 9 banquet hall a bit too small? There are more than 200 guests from the Daido side alone. Mr. Shin, this banquet hall 9 is a bit small. Is there a bigger one? Song Huilan stepped forward and asked Shin Tao. As Bai Yufeng had said, for a normal invitation, there would be no fewer than 200 guests from the capital alone, not to mention guests from other places across the country. For such a big event, the guests' positions should be as comfortable as possible and not be too sparse. This is too small? Well, Mr. Bai, I wonder how many guests we have. Bai Yufeng looked at Song Huilan, who was silent for a moment, not yet ready to speak, when the grandmother next to Su Luli slowly walked forward. Prepare us a banquet hall that can accommodate about 1,000 people. That should be about right. What? 1,000 people. Upon hearing these words, not only Shinzong, but even Su Luli was dumbfounded. For an engagement ceremony, the normal number of people would be a few dozen to a few hundred. She had never heard of anyone having an engagement ceremony with more than 1,000 guests. Even for a wedding, it's impossible to gather so many people. This a banquet hall for 1,000 people also exists. President Bai, Madam, let's go to the 9th floor. There are only 3 banquet halls on the entire 9th floor, 2 small banquet halls and 1 large banquet hall. That large banquet hall can accommodate 1,000 people. With 8 people per table, 1,000 people would require 120 tables, and the entire Cloud Hotel, there is only the number 1 banquet hall on the 9th floor that can accommodate it. Okay, let's go to the 9th floor and have a look. Taking the elevator to the 9th floor, the large 9th floor is very empty. On the left is the number 1 banquet hall that Shin Tao mentioned. It is indeed very large and basically occupies half of the entire floor. Opposite the number 1 banquet hall are 2 smaller banquet halls, which are slightly larger than the number 9 banquet hall. President Bai, this is the number 1 banquet hall, which can accommodate 1,000 people without a problem. If you like the environment, I will have it redecorated the day before the wedding. After Shin Tao finished speaking, Bai Yufeng did not reply immediately, but instead turned to look at her mother-in-law, who was standing next to Song Huilan and Su Luli. Mom, what do you think of this place? Chapter 130, Book the entire 9th floor. Bai Yufeng looked at Song Huilan, who then turned to her mother-in-law. Next to Su Liuli, Grandma Gu Feng looked around the entire banquet hall. Her hair was already gray, but it was always neatly combed, giving her a lively appearance. The space here is fine, and I just saw that there are 2 smaller banquet halls outside. Let's book all 3 banquet halls on the 9th floor. This extra large banquet hall should have no problem accommodating the guests. But then again, just to be on the safe side, we should reserve some more space. Guests have come a long way to attend the engagement banquet, and we can't let them not even have a place to eat. Well, Mom, you make sense. Mr. Shin, just follow what my old lady said and book all 3 banquet halls on the 9th floor for us. The price is negotiable. After working at the Cloud Hotel for so long, he has seen all kinds of guests, but this is the first time he has seen a guest who has booked all 3 banquet halls for an engagement banquet. And, madam, I don't know your name? He smiles awkwardly. After all this time, he still hasn't figured out what Song Huilan is called. My surname is Song. Surname Song. Hello, Miss Song, you want to book the 9th floor? I need to go to the front desk to check first. I don't know when your son's engagement date is? Ballroom 1 is definitely not booked, but he is not sure about the 2 smaller ballrooms next to it. If the guest wants to book the entire ballroom, he must check first. If there is a guest who has already booked in advance, and then he books the ballroom, that would be a big problem. The 17th of this month. The 17th of this month? The time is getting close. President Bai, Miss Son, Madam, please wait here for a moment, I will go to the front desk to check. He asked Gu Feng and the others to wait on the 9th floor, and Shin Tao took the elevator alone to go downstairs, quickly going to the front desk to check with the receptionist whether the remaining 2 private rooms on the 9th floor had been booked in advance. Just then, a man in casual clothes, followed by 2 assistants, walked in. His hair was slightly gray, he was about 50 years old, 1.7 meters tall, and he was holding 2 very well-preserved octagonal nut-shaped objects in his hands. Mr. Shin, Mr. Han is here. Shin Tao was looking down to confirm with the 2 receptionists whether there was a reservation for the 9th floor banquet hall on the 17th, when one of the receptionists looked up and saw Han Shangru entering from the main entrance. Ha! President Han is here? Where? Hearing the receptionist say that President Han was here, Shin Tao quickly looked up and turned around. Sure enough, not far from the lobby door, he saw Han Shangru walking towards him. Continuing to ask the 2 receptionists to check the reservation information, Shin Tao quickly walked up to Han Shangru. President Han. What brings you here today? Nothing much, just dropping by. Is the hotel running normally? I've been away for a while, and I heard from Zhao that you've been busy at the hotel. Han Shangru gave a faint smile as he held 2 hand-carved walnuts in his hands, and looked at Shin Tao with calm eyes. As a subordinate, he naturally understood that the boss was being deliberately polite, and he definitely couldn't follow suit and talk about his own hardships. President Han, you're too kind. I'm part of the hotel. You think so highly of me, and I'm doing my best for you in the hotel. What's hard about that? You're so easy to please, kid. He laughed, patted Shin Tao on the shoulder, and continued, I'm not here for anything particularly important this time. There's a business exchange meeting in a while, so you need to clear out the number 1 banquet hall for me. Banquet hall 1? President Han, I don't know when this business exchange meeting will be. When Han Shangru mentioned banquet hall 1, Shin Tao's heart suddenly skipped a beat, his expression dull, and he thought to himself, it's not supposed to be such a coincidence, is it? The time is the 16th to the 18th. Some hotel rooms should also be reserved. For this business exchange meeting, all the business tycoons from all over the country will be here, so we must not be sloppy. While Han Shangru was talking, Shin Tao's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten a fly. He had just agreed to let them use the number 1 banquet hall for their engagement, but now that the other 2 smaller banquet halls had not been confirmed, the number 1 banquet hall was also no longer guaranteed. What's wrong? From the look on your face, what's the problem? Han Shangru was someone who could tell from Shin Tao's expression that he was in trouble. Facing President Han, Shin Tao didn't want to hide anything either. He took a deep breath and immediately explained, President Han, the number 1 banquet hall has just been booked for someone's engagement banquet. The client asked me to come down and ask if the entire 9th floor could be booked. Their engagement banquet is on the 17th, which happens to coincide with the date of the business exchange meeting. You're saying that you've just agreed to something, and now you want him to go back on his word. Not to mention face, there's no way Bai Yufeng can explain this to him. Has the deposit been paid? Not yet. If the deposit hasn't been paid, it's not a booking. You go and explain that to the guest. No, President Han, this guest is not just any guest. He was brought here by President Bai of the Kyushu Group. Shin Tao's face showed bitterness. If it had been an ordinary guest, he could have gone and explained it to them, but the other party was Bai Yufeng, the executive vice president of Kyushu Group overseas. Although she has been suspended from her post, everyone knows that she has a close relationship with the chairman of the Kyushu Group, and it is only a matter of time before she is reinstated. Who are you talking about? Bai Yufeng. His tone was a little surprised. Han Shangru let go of Wanwan's hand and let it drop gently. He thought about it and realized that this was quite a difficult situation. He wanted to hold the business exchange meeting, but he didn't want to offend Bai Yufeng. It was just an engagement banquet, why did they need such a big banquet hall? Have you taken her to look at the other banquet halls? Banquet hall 1 can hold up to 1,000 people, who can invite 1,000 guests to their engagement banquet. It looks small even to me. Even the number 1 banquet hall is a bit lacking, so they specifically asked me to come down and inquire if the other 2 banquet halls on the 9th floor could be booked together. Shin Tao spoke while his head was slightly bowed, and his peripheral vision inadvertently glanced at Han Shangru in front of him. The other party stood silently in the same place, seemingly also torn about what to do about this matter. President Shen, you just said that Bai Yufeng brought someone here to book the engagement banquet hall. Who did she bring, relatives? I don't know, President Bai didn't say, but I asked. The woman's surname is Song, and she is holding an engagement banquet for his son. That Ms. Song doesn't look like an ordinary person either. Judging from Song Huilan's demeanor, she definitely can't be an ordinary person. He has worked at the Cloud Hotel for so long, he has some discernment. Wait, what did you say? Surname Song. Han Shangru's face changed drastically when Shen Tao said the surname Song. There was only one woman he knew who could make Bai Yufeng follow her around and also have the surname Song. Chapter 131, Poverty is no one's concern in the city, while wealth has distant relatives in the mountains. Mr. Han, what's wrong? He simply said the surname Song, so it shouldn't have shocked Han Shangru like this. Ha! Cut the crap, take me to the 9th floor first, let's go take a look together. You two, wait here. Before setting off, he told the two assistants behind him to wait at the front desk, and he took Shen Tao straight to the 9th floor by himself. Following Han Shangru silently, Shen Tao waited until they got into the elevator. He still couldn't figure out what was wrong with his boss, who had suddenly become so nervous. President Han, do you know this Ms. Song? Shen Tao asked cautiously as he stood silently behind Han Shangru in the elevator. Mr. Shen, you're confused. You know that Bai Yufeng is the vice president of Kyushu Group, but do you know who the chairman of Kyushu Group is? Back then, the Song family controlled Kyushu Group, and after the elders passed away, they handed over Kyushu Group to their only daughter to manage. The chairman of Kyushu Group is surnamed Song. As Han Shangru explained, the elevator arrived on the 9th floor. Shen Tao, who was following behind, heard this and his heart was thrown into a state of turmoil. Good guy, no wonder he always felt that Song Huilan's status was extraordinary. He never imagined that the other party was actually the chairman of the Kyushu Group. In the entire imperial capital, the Kyushu Group is a leading presence, so it's no wonder that Han Shangru would be so nervous. Gu Feng and the others were sitting in banquet hall number 1, with Su Liuli standing behind her grandmother, her temperament like orchid, quiet and elegant, her slender hands kneading her shoulders. Girl, it's okay, Grandma's not tired at all. You sit down and rest for a while. My hands are sore from pinching for so long. The granddaughter insisted on giving her shoulders a massage, and the grandmother, with an amiable smile on her face, raised her wrinkled hands and pulled Su Liuli over to her. Listen to your grandmother and sit down. The grandmother insisted that she sit down, and Su Liuli obediently nodded. Mom, Grandma, can our family really entertain 1,000 guests for the engagement banquet? Are there really that many people? Gu Feng leaned against Su Liuli not far away, his expression strange. Silly boy, haven't you heard the saying? Poor people in the city have no one to ask, while the rich have distant relatives in the mountains. Bai Yufeng walked up and lightly patted Gu Feng on the head, then continued laughing, putting the Gu family aside. Just the Kyushu Group alone has countless people who need to be invited to the banquet. Most of them are the kind who will show up uninvited, know what I mean? After Aunt Bai explained, not only did Gu Feng understand, but Su Liuli gradually understood as well. While they were talking, not far from the front door of the banquet hall, two figures suddenly appeared. Director Song. President Bai. Oh, I'm so sorry, I really didn't know you two were coming. Seeing Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng, Han Shangru hurriedly quickened his pace and rushed to the two of them. He was so fast that even Shen Tao behind him didn't have time to keep up. President Han? Bai Yufeng was momentarily taken aback, and noticed that Song Huilan looked confused. She immediately stepped forward and explained, Huilan, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Han from the Cloud Hotel. The Cloud Group mainly operates hotel chains, you should have heard of it. This Cloud Hotel is under the charge of Mr. Han. Bai Yufeng whispered in Song Huilan's ear. She knew that the Cloud Group was not a major group in the capital, but it had its own place in the hotel industry, and their chairman's surname was Han. So it turned out to be Mr. Han. I have heard a lot about you. Without taking the initiative to shake hands, Song Huilan simply nodded to Han Shangru. If someone else had done this, Han Shangru would definitely have been very angry. This was a clear sign of disrespect. However, when it came to Song Huilan, he felt that it was perfectly normal. Not to mention himself, even if the chairman of the Cloud Group, his own father, came personally, they would not necessarily be qualified to shake hands with others. Song Don, I don't know if it's because your son is getting engaged, but I feel that I have been rude. I will reserve the entire ninth floor for you. When is your son's engagement? After speaking to Song Huiran, Han Shangru turned to Shen Tao, who was not far away. The 17th. The 17th. Song Dong, it is our honor that your son chose to hold his engagement banquet here. Don't worry, I'll give the order right away. From now on, the entire ninth floor will no longer receive anyone else, and we will do our best to prepare for the engagement banquet on the 17th. When Han Shangru said this, Shen Tao behind him was suddenly stunned. You have to know that the number 1 ballroom at the Cloud Hotel is a benchmark existence. From now on, no guests will be received, so won't all this time be wasted? Shocked, he didn't dare to speak up to remind him. Since Han Shangru had said it, as a subordinate, he could only do as he was told. President Han, it's still early, you don't need to get ready so early. Since all 3 banquet halls on the 9th floor are available, according to the rules, we will pay the deposit first. No. President Song, there's no need to pay the deposit. Shen Tao, you will personally handle the follow-up matters, and everything will be done according to President Song's wishes, understood? Yes, President Han, don't worry, I will definitely make President Song and President Bai happy. In that case, thank you very much, President Han. We'll contact Mr. Shen later to discuss the arrangements. We won't bother you today. Huilan, madam, let's go. The engagement hotel has already been chosen, so there's no need to waste time here. They still need to go shopping for other things. Mr. Song, madam, and President Bai, I'll see you out. They obediently stepped aside and saw Gu Feng and the others completely leave the Cloud Hotel. After they had completely left, Han Shangru and Shen Tao turned around and went back. Han, from now on, the 9th floor banquet hall will not receive guests, and the hotel may lose a lot. The main characters have left, and Shen Tao followed Han Shangru's side and whispered a reminder. Mr. Shen, you are still too young. You only know that it is the engagement of the son of Song Dong of the Kyushu group, but do you know who Song Dong's in-laws are? The Gu family, the existence at the top of the pyramid in the entire imperial capital. They are holding their engagement banquet with us, and the guests invited are all big shots with a reputation across the country. For our Cloud group, this is a great opportunity, you know. Kyushu group. Gu family. President Han, you are truly brilliant. Shen Tao couldn't help but gasp. The Kyushu group was already a presence like heaven to him, not to mention the even more terrifying Gu family. According to Han Shangru, they won't lose out even if they handle the engagement banquet for free. Chapter 132, Buy Your Own Clothes. After leaving the Cloud Hotel, they took care of Grandma Bai and Su Luli and got into the car. Mom, Aunt Bai, where are we going next? The hotel for the engagement has already been booked, and the rest of the arrangements will be relatively easy. Let's go shopping first. What do we need to buy? Of course, things we need for the engagement. On second thought, there's quite a lot that needs to be done. We need to buy new clothes, engagement invitations, and not just for us, but also something festive for your grandmother. Sitting opposite Gu Feng, Bai Yufeng explained to him, counting on her fingers. After all that talking, they wouldn't have enough time for the whole day. Grandma, let's go and pick out some clothes for you first. What kind of clothes do you like? On the bus ride to the city center, Su Luli sat obediently next to her grandmother, her slender arm gently wrapped around her grandmother's arm, with a sweet smile. She was already incredibly happy, and hearing her granddaughter say this made the old woman's expression even happier. Grandma doesn't have a preference, she likes any kind of clothes. Later, you can pick out a few things for Grandma. Your eyes as a precious granddaughter can't be wrong. Su Luli felt a burst of warmth from her grandmother's smile, and since she had already said so much, she, as the younger generation, had no choice but to obediently agree. Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng, who were sitting next to her, had smiles on their lips. They glanced at each other and then both smiled without saying a word. The car drove steadily. After an unknown period of time, Gu Feng looked out the window and saw that the car had already arrived in the center of the imperial capital. As the political and cultural center, the imperial capital was even more prosperous than the demon capital. Outside the car, there were tall buildings lining the roads, and the streets were full of cars and people. Madam, we're here. The car came to a stop. The driver, who was sitting in the driver's seat, got out of the car and helped open the door. Upon hearing this, Song Huilan asked Gu Feng to help her grandmother and Su Luli get out first, while she and Bai Yufeng got out right behind them. Luli, what do you think of this place? How does it compare to the demon capital? the old lady asked with a smile, as she looked around while being supported by her granddaughter-in-law's arm. Grandma, I think this place is even more prosperous than the demon capital. Yes, the imperial capital is indeed prosperous. Do you like it here? If you like it, Grandma will find you a place to live here, and you can stay in the capital after you graduate from university. Let your mother take you to the company to get some work experience. Grandma spoke with a smile, seemingly having a normal chat, but in fact there was a deeper meaning in her words. She had previously discussed this with Song Huilan. The Gu family was a large and influential one, and coupled with Gu Feng's personality, it was unlikely that he would take over the Kyushu group. Even if he was forced to take over, in reality, he simply wouldn't have the time to do so. After much thought, they decided to put the responsibility of taking over the Kyushu group on Su Luli, as the Gu family's daughter-in-law. She is the perfect person to take over the Kyushu group. Luli, your grandmother is right, you should come to the imperial capital in the future. You are pregnant now, so it is inconvenient for you to work, but after the baby is born, I will take you to the company to have a look. With her as a mother-in-law backing her up, it was only a matter of time before Su Luli took full control of the Kyushu group. Grandma and Mom were arguing back and forth, but in Gu Feng's heart, he felt the same way as Ming Jing. He had made it clear before that he didn't want to take over the Kyushu group. Judging from the way his mom and grandma were talking, it was obvious that they had set their sights on Su Lili. Okay, old lady, Huilan, there's no rush to go to the company. After we finish shopping in the afternoon, let Xiaofeng take Lily to the company for a tour. Let's go shopping first. Okay, let's go shopping first. In front of them was a large commercial building. Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan walked together, while Gu Feng followed Su Lili. Entering the mall, the first floor was full of women's clothing stores, except for the gold and silver jewelry stores. As they passed by the entrance, they looked inside without noticing, and saw that all the clothes on display were the latest styles of the year. Huilan, wait a minute, take Lily and have a look inside. There were so many women's clothing stores, and Grandma stopped at one and beckoned to Song Huilan to go inside. Upon hearing this, Su Lioli's porcelain doll-like face tensed slightly. Grandma, I have a lot of clothes, so you mustn't buy me any more clothes. With her delicate nose and pretty face, Su Lioli, who was wearing white ankle boots, didn't dare to follow her grandmother. There were simply too many clothes in the house. It was no exaggeration to say that if she bought some more, she could open a clothing store. Silly girl, the clothes you bought before were all summer dresses. What season is it now? Who wears a skirt in autumn? Grandma will pick out some clothes for you to wear in autumn. With a look of comfort and care in her eyes, Grandma could not help but pull Su Luli straight into the women's clothing store. Behind them, Bai Yufeng silently came up to Song Huilan. Huilan, the old lady didn't exaggerate like this back then. TSK, they say that there is a closeness between generations, and it really is the case. Bai Yufeng muttered, thinking back to the past, as Song Huilan's best friend, she had personally witnessed the enthusiasm that Grandma Gu Feng had for her daughter-in-law. At the time, I thought it was already beyond the limit, but now it seems that the old lady was still a bit conservative back then. Song Huilan had a smile on the corner of her mouth, and she looked sideways at Bai Yufeng. What do you think, are you envious? I'm not envious. Hurry up and pick out some clothes for Lioli. With a light snort, Bai Yufeng took Song Huilan's hand and quickly entered the store. So many guests had come all at once, and the young salesgirls inside warmly welcomed them. When the grandmother came in, she first asked Su Lioli what kind of clothes she wanted. After seeing that her granddaughter was embarrassed to choose, the old lady simply turned on the local tyrant mode. She chose 3 or 5 outfits in one go, with no skill, simply and rudely, just the most expensive clothes. Song Huilan originally wanted to help choose as well, but unfortunately, with her mother-in-law there, she simply couldn't get a word in. In this way, in less than 20 minutes, 5 autumn outfits were chosen. With each purchase, Gu Feng would get an extra bag. Seeing that her grandmother was still going to keep on shopping, Su Luli didn't say anything, but Gu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. Grandma, these clothes are enough for Luli to wear for a while, so why don't we go somewhere else first? We still have to pick out clothes for Grandma and for Dad and Mom later, and this tool of his is really going to get exhausted. Mom, Xiaofeng is right, let's go somewhere else. Okay. Luli, let's go out and have a look. After leaving the clothing store and wandering around the first floor, the group headed to the second floor of the commercial building. With the help of Song Huilan and Su Luli, they picked out some festive clothes for Grandma and also bought some for her father Gu Jinghua. After all the shopping, Gu Feng had more than 10 bags in his hands. Grandma, are you going to buy me clothes next? A pile of bags of all sizes was placed at his feet, and Gu Feng's eyes were filled with grievances. There are more than 10 bags, but none of them contain any clothes that are mine. You buy your own clothes. There are too many things. Shall we stop here for today? Okay, Mom, Liuli, let's go back. Grandma spoke, and Song Huilan immediately nodded in agreement. Including Bai Yufeng, the four of them glanced at Gu Feng, who was standing stupidly in place, and walked out of the mall without even looking back. No way. You're not buying me clothes? Her face was black and blue, and she looked down at the various clothing bags at her feet. She called herself over just to carry things? Chapter 133 Kyushu Group. Phew. Dear mother, dear grandmother, you all wait for me. With a bitter face, she picked up everything on the ground and quickly chased after the door. The things have been bought, and 3 boxes of invitations have been ordered and will be delivered to the Gu Manor before tonight. Yufeng, you take Mom back first, I'll take Xiaofeng and Liuli to the company to have a look. Xiaodia just called me, there's a document that needs to be dealt with for the Middle East project. I was going to let Gu Feng take his daughter-in-law to the company to have a look, but coincidentally, I got a call from Xiaoya half an hour ago. There's a problem with the documents for an important project of the group. She, as the chairman, needs to deal with it urgently. Okay, I'll take care of the old lady, you take the 2 children. Afterwards, Bai Yufeng took a step forward, leaned in close to Song Huilan's ear and smiled slightly. Can I have dinner with you tonight? Dinner? Come on, it's not like you're a bad eater. Go back and tell Wang Ma to cook some nutritious meals tonight to help Liuli build up her strength. Nourish her body? Actually, I feel that Liuli is very healthy, and she is not feeling unwell while pregnant, so there is no need to nourish her. Just eat normally. As Bai Yufeng said this, Su Liuli's face lit up, and she nodded in agreement at the first opportunity. Mom, Aunt Bai is right, I don't lack anything. If I continue to supplement my nutrition, I will really gain weight. She raised her hand and gently placed it on her own belly. She wondered if it was because of the pregnancy, but for some time now, she had felt her weight rapidly increasing. If she really follows her grandmother and mother-in-law's advice and supplements her nutrition, she doesn't know how fat she will become after giving birth. You are truly a sensible person, Aunt Bai. Gu Feng laughed, and carrying her things, she went to the car and put the large and small piles of things into the trunk. Okay, then let Wang Ma cook the food lightly. Liuli, is there anything in particular you want to eat? Mom, I'm not picky, I can eat anything. You're such a child. Daughter-in-law had said that Song Huilan had no choice but to ask Bai Yufeng to go back and tell Wang Ma to watch what she cooked. In this way, Grandma and Bai Yufeng took the car and returned to the Gu residence. Song Huilan took out her phone and called her assistant, Wang Xiaoye. In no time, Wang Xiaoye arrived at the mansion with the driver. Liuli, get in the car with your mother. Well. The daughter-in-law obediently got into the car with her mother-in-law. After both the mother and daughter-in-law had gotten in, Gu Feng followed closely behind. Wang Xiaoye sat in the passenger seat, turned her head to see that everyone was seated, and promptly instructed the driver to drive. Xiaoya, what's going on over there in the Middle East? Why can't the contract, which had already been drafted, suddenly not be implemented? The first thing to do when you get to the company is to go to the meeting. While you have time on the way, you need to get a brief overview. Chairman, as far as I know, it's because the situation over there is relatively chaotic, and several companies that are cooperating with the group have to be temporarily closed. President Liu and President Jiang already flew back to China yesterday, and at this time, they should have already arrived at the company. Chairman, President Liu and President Jiang. Wang Xiaoye spoke cautiously, and halfway through her sentence, she suddenly paused, her words full of concern. Just say what you have to say. I learned some gossip from the department in charge of overseas business. It seems that President Liu and President Jiang want to renegotiate the group's overseas project layout with you when they return this time. After Wang Xiaoye's voice fell, Song Huilan frowned slightly, and Gu Feng and Su Liuli, sitting next to their mother, clearly felt a chill. The layout of overseas projects began before I took office. How can they change the plan after such a long period of planning? Her tone was cold, and Gu Feng was slightly startled. From what he knew about his mother, this was obviously a sign of imminent anger. Gu Feng could feel it, and so naturally did Wang Xiaoye, who had been by Song Huilan's side for more than 10 years. Chairman, please don't be angry, perhaps things are not that serious. In the past, the overseas projects were all handled by President Bai alone. President Liu and President Jiang's actions may just be consolidating their management overseas. I hope so. Snorting in contempt, Song Huilan suppressed the anger in her heart and turned her gaze to the window. She had thought that suspending by Yufeng would give these people face and make them behave themselves a little, but she never expected that they would dare to push even further. She stared out the window for a long time, until the car came to a stop, and Song Huilan said nothing. Gu Feng and Su Liuli looked at each other and then chose to remain silent. The matter of the Kyushu group still had to be resolved by their mother herself. The two of them could not help much even if they spoke. Chairman, we've arrived. Su Liuli, let me help you down. The car door opened, and Wang Xiaoye reached out to help Su Liuli get off first, followed by Gu Feng and Song Huilan. Standing in place, she looked up not far away. Su Liuli stretched her neck and looked at the tall buildings in the distance, her eyes full of an unmistakable shock. In front of her, 3 separate skyscrapers stood in their original positions, and in front of them was a square with a flagpole in the middle, on which 3 flags were flying. In front of the flagpole was a super large marble sculpture with several large characters clearly carved on it, Kyushu Group. In addition to the large characters in front, the characters Kyushu Group were also marked on the tops of several skyscrapers. She had seen some companies before, but none of the big companies she had in mind could compare to the Kyushu Group in front of her. Girl, go in with me. Walking up to Su Liuli, Song Huilan patted Su Liuli's head lightly, her eyes full of affection. By the way, Xiaoye, if someone asks later what relationship Liuli has with me, just say that you are the new intern recruited by the president's office. Song Huilan spoke and instructed, and Wang Xiaoye hurriedly nodded in agreement. Yes, Chairman. The reason for saying this is mainly for Su Liuli to come to the Kyushu Group for experience in the later stage. Under the leadership of Wang Xiaoye, everyone entered the group. The lobby of the group was full of people, all of whom looked very busy. When they saw Wang Xiaoye and Song Huilan enter, everyone they met greeted them without being prompted. Hello, Chairman. Hello, Chairman. Chairman. In the midst of the greetings, they finally made their way through the lobby and took the elevator directly to the 39th floor. Wang Xiaoye brought Gu Feng and the others to the chairman's office, and did not forget to prepare warm water for the group. Chairman, I will go and tell everyone to prepare for the meeting. Okay, go. With Song Huilan's approval, Wang Xiaoye turned and left. Chapter 134, Punish 1 to warn 100, to deter others from similar behavior. In the office, only Song Huilang, Gu Feng, and Su Liuli were left. Mom, you suspended Aunt Bai just to appease Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan? Sitting in front of the sofa, Gu Feng looked up at his mother indifferently, thinking back to before he was reborn, when he took over the Kyushu Group. The company executives of the Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan ilk were all demoted and retained in their positions. Not to mention shouting in front of him, they didn't even dare to breathe. At that time, behind him, in addition to his own mother, there was also the support of the Gu family. In less than a month, he demoted and transferred more than a dozen company executives. With these iron-fisted measures, the entire Kyushu Group was quickly brought under his complete control. Not entirely. The main reason was the overseas projects themselves. As the saying goes, the emperor is far away, and although Aunt Bai has the ability, she cannot do everything herself. I've heard that there are some loopholes in those overseas projects, and those senior executives in the group have reaped a lot of benefits from them. I've been turning a blind eye to this, but they've gone too far. This time, they're saying that there will be adjustments, but in reality, they're just paving the way for them to reap even more benefits. Song Huilan finished calmly, and her eyes suddenly looked at Su Liuli, who was by Gu Feng's side. Liuli, if you were in my position, what would you do? Ha? Mom, you mean me? With her petite and delicate face, Su Liuli was a little surprised, not expecting her mother-in-law to ask for her opinion. After thinking for a moment, she said, Mom, I think punishment is appropriate. If we don't pursue it, it will encourage the arrogance of those who have made mistakes. Su Liuli spoke softly, and Song Huilan simply smiled when she heard this. Liuli, let me draw an analogy for you. The current Kyushu Group is like a big tree, and those in the upper echelons of the group are like the sturdy branches of this tree. For the tree to flourish, it must rely on these sturdy branches. These branches also have their own ulterior motives. They want to make the leaves on their branches more dense, so they can only absorb the nutrients of the tree itself without restraint. The situation is more complicated now. These branches absorb the nutrients of the tree to grow leaves, not to make the tree more lush and leafy, but to feed the insects on the leaves of the tree. As the tree itself, it cannot cut off the entire branch just because there are a few insects on the leaves, but if the entire branch is already occupied by insects, then we can only cut off the branch to survive. Song Huilan compared the Kyushu Group to a big tree, and with Su Luli's cleverness, she almost instantly understood what her mother-in-law meant. Mom, what you mean is that what needs to be mastered is a balance, a degree. Before dealing with this matter, we need to see if the insects on the leaves already pose a threat. Ah, Luli, you are really smart and understand everything at once. A company as big as Kyushu Group has senior management behind them who are affiliated with their own companies. Those companies are the bugs on the leaves. We just need to catch the bugs and cut the branches. We will know when we have the meeting later. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had a happy chat, with the mother-in-law lecturing the daughter-in-law, while Gu Feng sat on the sofa happily watching. His personality is completely different from his mother's. If he were to handle this matter, he would definitely cut down all the branches with bugs, to set an example for others. Perhaps this will cause some damage to the tree, but as long as the main structure is not damaged, new branches will grow back. 10 minutes later, Wang Xiaoye returned to the office with her 2 secretaries. Chairman, the meeting room is ready, and President Liu and President Jiang are here. In addition to the 2 of them, there are also directors Fang, Zhu, Zhang, and Miao. Just as she was about to get up and head to the meeting room, Song Huilan stopped when she heard Wang Xiaoye's words. Directors Fang, Zhu, Zhang, and Miao. It's not a shareholders' meeting, what are they doing here? The people Wang Xiaoye mentioned were all shareholders of the Kyushu Group. Although they held some shares in the Kyushu Group, they did not have any positions of power within the group. Generally speaking, these shareholders only come to the annual shareholders meeting. From what Fang Dong and the others said, they came with President Liu and President Jiang. Chairman, President Jiang and President Liu took out the previous audit report of President Bai overseas. President Bai sighed. Under normal circumstances, Bai Yufeng should be notified to come to the company meeting together, but since the chairman didn't say anything, she didn't dare to notify her rashly. Phew. Liuli, it seems you were right. Not holding these people accountable will only encourage their arrogance. Mom really is going to chop down the tree branches today. No need to notify President Bai, let's go to the meeting room. With anger in her eyes, Song Huilan finished speaking, ignoring Wang Xiaoye and the 2 secretaries, and strode off in the direction of the meeting room. Mom, are you angry? Is everything going to be okay? Seeing that her mother-in-law was a little angry, Su Liuli stood next to Gu Feng and asked in a low voice. In response, Gu Feng was neither anxious nor panicked. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he raised his hand and pinched Su Luli's face full of vitality. Don't worry, if my mother is angry, we shouldn't be the ones to worry about it, but those so-and-so directors in the meeting room. You pinched me. And covered your face, looking at Gu Feng with eyes full of grievances. Seeing Su Luli being so cute, Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh lightly. She had a sweet appearance, and it was no exaggeration to say that every expression of Su Luli's could tug at his heartstrings. Let's go watch a great show. He took Su Liuli's hand and waited until they arrived outside the conference room before letting go of her hand. Entering the conference room, they found the space inside to be super large, with a long conference table in the middle and multimedia equipment on both the front and back sides. Xiaofeng, Liuli, you come sit over here. Gu Feng and Su Liuli did not attract much attention when they entered. In addition to the company executives who needed to attend the meeting, there were also the secretaries and assistants of various leaders in the conference room. There were a dozen people actually attending the meeting, and there were almost 30 to 40 people in the large conference room. President Liu, President Jiang, it's been a long time. I heard from Xiaoye that you just returned from the Middle East yesterday, and you had a long and tiring journey. If there's nothing important, you should rest at home. A smile was on his face, but anyone could hear that the chairman was implying something. Chairman, thanks to your trust, the 2 of us should be willing to work hard no matter what. For this overseas project, except for the Middle East, we. Wait a minute. Song Huilan raised her hand to indicate that Jiang Chong should stop talking. With a few people looking at her in surprise, Song Huilan looked up to the left. I was in a hurry when I came in and didn't notice. President Feng, President Zhu, President Zhang, and President Miao, you are here too. This is an internal meeting of the group, not a shareholders' meeting. Are you a few too old and confused? Chapter 135, Sleepy from Sleep, trying to be the chairman? On the surface, it seems to be saying that a few people are old, but in reality, it is meant to be an ironic comment on a few old fools. Just this sentence nearly made Gu Feng and Su Liuli laugh. Wang Xiaoye, who was standing next to Song Huilan, and the 2 secretaries also had an expression of unable to hold back their laughter. The chairman is joking. Although we old folks are a bit older, we are not so senile as that. To be honest, it was President Liu and President Jiang who invited us. We heard that there are major problems with overseas business. As shareholders of Kyushu Group, we have a stake in everyone's interests, so there is nothing wrong with asking questions, right? President Fong replied silently, turning to look at the other three people around him. Feeling President Fong's gaze, President Zhu was the first to react, immediately following suit and saying in agreement, "President Fong is right, please forgive us for coming to the meeting without saying hello." The words were very polite, but the meaning behind them was intriguing. Director Fong and Director Zhu spoke one after the other, while Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan appeared to be calm, but in reality they were very excited. The two of them were themselves vice presidents of the Kyushu Group, and with the four shareholders, including Director Fong and Director Zhu, even the chairman of the board had to think twice. Director Fong was right, there was nothing to forgive. Chairman Fong, you just said that the Kyushu Group's overseas business has encountered major problems? General Manager Jiang and General Manager Liu, you two have only just been in charge of the overseas business for a short time, and it is normal that you are not proficient in management. As long as it is not a major problem, the group will not hold you responsible. Song Huilan pretended to be ignorant, but when Gu Feng heard this, his eyes lit up. They say that experience counts, and it seems that this is really true. After her mother had stirred things up, Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan's faces were a picture of confusion. Lu Zhan, in particular, was impatient by nature. After hearing the misunderstanding, he hurriedly stood up and said, "Chairman, you've misunderstood." "What? I misunderstood?" Sitting in the main seat, Song Huilan turned her head and glanced at the several shareholders on either side. "President Liu, what's the big deal? Can you just tell me once and for all?" "Phew. Chairman, this is the audit report we compiled on all of our overseas operations. Please take a look." Starting from the second year after President Bai took over the overseas operations, people began to line their pockets one after the other. 1/3 of all leaders at the middle management level and above were corrupt. The prepared report was placed in front of Song Huilan. The report detailed how Bai Yufeng had embezzled funds and undercharged during her time overseas, taking advantage of her position. The amounts involved ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of yuan. In front of the others, Song Huilan finished reading the content of the investigation report carefully, and her already cold expression became even colder. To be honest, she simply didn't believe that one of the middle or senior management of the Kyushu Group overseas would use their position to make tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. The salary of a middle-level leader was around 5 million yuan a year, and the salary of a senior leader was even tens of millions of yuan a year. There was absolutely no need to take risks for such trivial gains. However, although she knew this in her heart, she still had to do enough on the surface. It is said that the Kyushu Group attracts a lot of attention, but I never imagined it would also attract so many parasites. She slammed the documents down on the table, and Song Huilan's face turned pale. Seeing the chairman angry, Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan felt secretly pleased inside, and they thought of ways to get rid of Bai Yufeng's old subordinates overseas, so that they could truly gain control of the overseas business. "President Liu, President Jiang. You were able to uncover such large-scale corruption so soon after taking office, so you are truly outstanding. Don't worry, a special investigation team will be set up immediately at headquarters to conduct a focused investigation of all overseas middle and senior management. Anyone found to have abused their power for personal gain will be dealt with severely." She didn't believe it, and besides the people on the list, she didn't think anyone else was clean. After managing the group for so many years, she knew full well that those who didn't appear on the list were most likely fence-sitters who had already switched sides to Lu Zhan and Jiang Chong. Sure enough, after Song Huilan said this, General Manager Zhang's face changed slightly, and Lu Zhan became even more anxious. "Chairman, the amount of money pocketed is not large, and in my opinion, there is no need for the company to prepare a special investigation team." Lu Zhan's words caused Jiang Chong next to him to pause, and the four directors, Fong, Zhu, Zhang, and Miao, looked at each other. "Chairman Liu, what are you talking about? The establishment of an investigation team by the headquarters is a show of consideration by the chairman, so why are you being pretentious?" "Chairman, don't worry, as the person in charge of overseas business, we will fully cooperate with the investigation team." Jiang Chang's tone was indifferent and his words were very calm. At this time, openly refusing the headquarters establishment of an investigation team would obviously mean that there is still something fishy about overseas business. "Okay, since both President Jiang and President Liu have no objections, let's do it this way for now. Let's talk about the Middle East next. I heard that due to regional issues, several major companies there are going to relocate en masse." "Yes, relocation is one thing, but the main reason is that they want us to increase the cooperation fee. Increase the cooperation fee? Ask for money? If I remember correctly, the current contract has been in place for a long time, and the cooperation fee has been set at the highest standard. What do they want? Song Huilan could not hide her anger. The two companies have been cooperating, and she is Party A after all, but she is being threatened by a few unknown small companies from Party B. Chairman, please don't be angry. This time, the companies in the Middle East plan to renegotiate the cooperation. President Liu and I have decided that we need to consult you on this matter of great importance. President Jiang, President Liu, what do you think we should do about this? Instead of answering immediately, she turned to Jiang Chong and Liu Zhan. There was definitely a reason why those companies in the Middle East had suddenly made such unreasonable demands. It was even possible that they had been influenced by the two people in front of her. Song Huiran was asking this question to test her own suspicions. There are not many companies in the Middle East that can cooperate, and for the sake of long-term development, I personally think that we should still consider it carefully. Chairman, what President Jiang said makes sense. If it were just one partner, it could be dealt with firmly, but now that several partners in the Middle East have joined forces, we should pay attention to it for the sake of the group's interests. Director Fong sat in front of his chair, taking advantage of the gap between Jiang Chong and Liu Zhan's conversation to speak on behalf of several shareholders. Invited by Jiang Chong and Liu Zhan, he knew exactly when to speak up. Song Huilan, as the chairman, must pay attention to him as a shareholder, even if she doesn't pay attention to the two vice presidents. Phew! Sitting next to Su Liuli, listening to Fong Dong's words, Gu Feng let out a breath of relief. He had not planned to stand out, but the old man's face was really disgusting, and he really couldn't accept it. In front of everyone, he slowly walked over to Song Huilan, lifted his hand and touched his head, looking disdainful. Fong Dong, you said you're an old man, so it's good to go fishing and play chess when you're not busy. As overseas business is one of the group's main businesses, the senior management will naturally discuss what to do. You're just a small shareholder without an actual position. What do you want to do? Sleeping confusedly, do you want to be the chairman? Chapter 136, Persuade with Emotion and Reason. 5 years ago, when he took over the Kyushu group from his mother, he didn't even bother to look at the 4 people in front of him. There were more than 10 shareholders in the group, but the 4 in front of him didn't even own 20% of the shares. Each of the 4 in front of him only owned less than 1% of the shares. Not to mention high-level decisions within the company, even for the annual shareholders meeting, it was up to him to decide whether to let a few people participate. Song Huilan was worried about whether she should break with the people in front of her, but she didn't expect Gu Feng to step in and stir things up in time. You. Who are you? A young kid, what kind of occasion is this, and you have a say? At an advanced age, he has never been so humiliated before. Director Fong stood up, puffing out his beard, glaring up and pointing at Gu Feng, his heart filled with rage. Director Fong, calm down, I forgot to introduce you, this is my child. He was already very angry, and when he heard Fong Dong's accusations, Song Huilang, who was extremely protective of her shortcoming, immediately stood up to speak for Gu Feng. Fong, no matter what, that's an elder, do you know how to behave when speaking to an elder? After complaining to Gu Feng, Song Huilang continued to turn her head and look at Fong Dong and the others. Fong Dong, Zhu Dong, Zhang Dong, and Miao Dong, Fong is young and speaks directly. We are old acquaintances. If you are really interested in the position of chairman, I will convene a shareholders meeting tomorrow and we can discuss it together. According to the company's articles of association, as long as you are a shareholder, you have the right to be the chairman. It so happens that I have been the chairman for a long time and would be more than happy to have someone to share the workload. What do you think? Her words were serious, but her gaze was cold, and it landed on the 4 of them, making them feel like they had a thorn in their backs. After Song Huilan said this, the 4 of them didn't know what to say for a while. They had come mainly to support Jiang Chong and Liu Zhan, but had never thought about competing for the position of chairman. Song Huilan alone owned more than 70% of the equity of the Kyushu group, and the shares they held were not even a fraction of that. Unless they were out of their minds, how dare they compete for the position of chairman? If the other shareholders knew, they would be laughed out of their mouths. Chairman, you're joking. None of us have that kind of ambition. Fong Dong, with one hand propped on the table, had not yet recovered from the news that Gu Feng was the chairman's son. Next to him, Miao Dong and Zhu Dong, among others, all got up at the same time, shaking their heads and waving their hands frantically. While explaining, they did not forget to smile, looking as awkward as they could be. Since none of you are interested in the position of chairman, I will handle the overseas business. General Jiang, General Liu. Chairman. Was a little distracted, and after hearing Song Huilan's greeting, the two men also stood up. What are you two so nervous about? Sit down. He raised his hand to indicate for the two men to sit down, and then continued, the situation in the Middle East is indeed very chaotic, but there are also many powerful companies. Our Kyushu group will never be blackmailed. Tell the partners in the Middle East that if they want it, the cooperation will be suspended. I will find new partners in a short time, and there is no need to worry about domestic energy supply. There is still a sufficient domestic stock. Song Huilan's words sent Lu Zhan and Zhang Chong into a panic. They looked away and their faces turned pale. Those parties in the Middle East had been emboldened to cause trouble by their signals, and now they had backfired and had shot themselves in the foot. At this time, Song Huilan must not be allowed to find new partners, otherwise not only would they be unable to explain to the Middle East, but they would also be likely to blow the whistle domestically. If that happens, there will be no place for the two of you in the Kyushu group. Chairman, please calm down. It was really not our fault that this happened just as we were getting a firm grasp on overseas business. Finding new partners will pose a certain risk to the group. Can you give us some time to approach these companies properly and try to calm this down as soon as possible? The voice became quieter and quieter, but the fine sweat on his forehead became more and more dense. Oh. Appealing to their emotions and reasoning with them is indeed a feasible approach. But then again, after you two learned about this matter, did you not take the initiative to contact these companies? Looking at the two of them with suspicious eyes, Song Huilan was at ease in her heart, while Zhang Chong and Lu Zhan, who were sitting on one side, were extremely nervous. For the two of them, this was a foregone conclusion. If they did not contact them in advance, it would be a dereliction of duty, and if they answered that they had already contacted them, there would be no need to contact them again. No matter what the answer was, there was no way to completely defuse the situation. With no other options, the two men slowly looked up, and could only pin their hopes on the few directors in the distance. If it weren't for what had just happened, a few of them might have stepped forward to help explain things, but after what had just happened, Fang Dong and the others were also trembling in the face of Song Huilan. They were in a difficult situation themselves, and where would they dare to step forward and explain for Lu Zhan and Zhang Chong? Mom, overseas business is complicated and heavy, these two don't have much experience, and in their haste, they may have forgotten. Since President Liu and President Jiang are willing to take the initiative to negotiate with the Middle East, you should give them a chance. Gu Feng stood next to his mother, a smile curling the corner of his mouth, looking calmly at Zhang Chong and Lu Zhan. After all the beating and prodding, Bai Yufeng's position had not yet been reinstated, and the overseas side still had to continue to rely on the two of them. With the stepping stone given by Gu Feng, Song Huilan naturally would not continue to be tense. In that case, I will trouble you two to make the trip. If there is no progress within 3 days, the group will immediately seek new partners. Thank you, Chairman, for your trust, and thank you, young master. Thank you, young master, and thank you, Chairman. We will not fail in our mission. They got up one after the other, without bothering to wipe the fine sweat on their foreheads, and hurriedly nodded and bowed repeatedly to Gu Feng and Song Huilan. That's all for today, Xiaoye will help me arrange the follow-up. President Liu, President Jiang, I have one last thing to say to you both. Overseas business is an energy business and is very important to the group. No matter what the reason, there can be no mistakes. You two should understand what I mean. He said lightly, turned around and left with Wang Xiaoye and the others. Everyone left the meeting room one after another, and Su Liuli walked over to Gu Feng with graceful steps. How was it? How did it feel? Turning her head, she looked at Su Liuli with a smile, and saw some tension in the other person's taut pretty face. Biting her lips lightly, Su Liuli silently looked up. They say that the business world is like a battlefield, and I can say that I experienced it today. In fact, it wasn't that serious. You'll understand in time. Looking at Su Liuli with adoring eyes, he lifted his hand to stroke the other person's head, and they walked side by side towards the chairman's office. Chapter 137, Is Grandma That Awesome? Zhang Chong and Lu Zhan slowly got up only after most of the people in the meeting room had left. President Jiang, President Liu, didn't you say that there was no way this could go wrong? Thanks to you, today we have all lost face. With pale faces, Fang Dongji and the others came angrily over. If they had known it would turn out like this, they would never have gotten involved, no matter how much the two of them had promised. They had stolen the chicken but lost the rice, failed to catch the fox and made a mess of things. It was a total disgrace. Knowing that they were in the wrong, Jiang and Chong could only smile bitterly and say, Director Fong, Director Zhu, Director Miao, Director Zhang, we are sorry for our inconsideration. But don't worry, as long as we are in charge of overseas business, we will definitely be the first to protect your interests. Please forgive us. They spoke sincerely, clasping their hands in a fist. Jiang Chong lowered his stance so much that the others didn't dare say anything. After all, they all had their own small private assets overseas, and they still had to rely on the two of them if they wanted to obtain greater benefits. This won't happen again. Let's go, everyone. With a cold snort, they didn't pursue the issue with the two of them, and the four of them turned and left. Standing behind Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan, the two assistants were inwardly apprehensive. At a time like this, they didn't dare to take the initiative to go and touch bad luck. Mr. Jiang, what do you call this? What are we doing? Aren't we shooting ourselves in the foot? He raised his hand and slammed it down on the long table, his face grim, his back teeth nearly crushed. Phew! President Liu, we still underestimated the chairman. From this incident, I can see that her mind is as clear as a mirror. President Bai's suspension may be far from simple. You and I had better be more restrained in our dealings in the future. Compared to Lu Zhan, Jiang Chang's scheming is obviously much more profound. Hearing Jiang Chong say this, Lu Zhan couldn't help but come back to his senses. He turned to look at the two assistants behind him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Book tickets for us to fly to the Middle East tonight. Yes, President Liu. After the company's business came to an end, Gu Feng took Su Liuli back to Song Huilan's office. The two of them had just sat down when Wang Xiaoye arrived with 2 glasses of water. Xiaofeng, Liuli, drink some water. Thank you, Xiaoye. You're welcome. After smiling and responding to Su Liuli, Wang Xiaoye took the initiative to look at Song Huilan beside her. Chairman, I'll go take care of the rest. Go. Nodding in agreement, Wang Xiaoye left with the 2 secretaries. As someone who was about to become a grandmother, Song Huilan's face now no longer had the seriousness she had just had in the conference room. Liuli, how did you feel in the conference room just now? Were you not quite used to it? Back then, when Mom suddenly took over the Kyushu group from your grandfather, I was at a loss and had no idea how to manage it. Luckily, your grandmother was there to give me advice, otherwise I don't know how much money I would have lost over the years. Song Huilan said with a smile, taking Su Luli's hand. Hearing her mother-in-law's words, Su Luli's face showed surprise. She didn't expect her grandmother to be able to manage a company. Not only Su Luli, even Gu Feng heard about it for the first time. Mom, my grandma is advising you, are you serious? Gu Feng sounded surprised, and Song Huilan rolled her eyes at the sound of this. Brat, do you see your mom like I'm joking? No joke? How come I didn't know that my grandma is so awesome? She muttered, and ever since she could remember, her grandma had been at home all the time, only occasionally going out for a trip and stopping by various scenic spots to pray to the Buddha. If you want to talk about other things, he really hasn't understood. Of course, your grandmother is amazing. Before she retired, she was a professor of business administration and finance at the Imperial Capital University Graduate School. What do you think happened to your father? Your grandmother trained him. Apart from anything else, in the Imperial Capital alone, your grandmother's disciples are all over the Imperial Capital business community. Mom said unceremoniously, and Gu Feng's mouth opened slightly, shocked inside. I never would have thought that my grandmother was so capable. She hid her talents very well, and I never noticed it for so many years. It's getting late, let's go home. Liuli, let's go. Seeing that it wasn't very early, Song Huilan got up and prepared to leave. Gu Feng and Su Liuli followed behind her, and the 3 of them walked out of the Kyushu group together. They took a ride back to the Gu Manor. At home, under the arrangement of Bai Yufeng, Wang Ma and several aunts had been busy in the kitchen for a long time. It wasn't long before Song Huilan returned with Gu Feng and Su Luli. Upon seeing her grandson and granddaughter-in-law return, Grandma Gu Feng got up excitedly to greet them. Seeing her grandmother get up, Su Luli couldn't help but quicken her pace, almost running, to come before her grandmother. Grandma, what are you getting up for? Sit down quickly. Silly girl, why did you take so long? Are you hungry? Gu Feng, go to the kitchen and ask Wang Ma to bring some snacks. There's still a lot of the 100-flour cake left over from this morning, so while dinner isn't ready yet, bring some over to satisfy your hunger. He put down what he was doing and strode towards the kitchen. Not only was Su Lili hungry, he was a little hungry himself. He had followed his mother to the Kyushu group and hadn't expected it to take so long. He lifted the kitchen curtain and saw that in the large kitchen, Wang Ma and a few other maids were busy on the stove. Seeing Gu Feng enter, Wang Ma quickly put down the cleaver in her hands, without bothering to wipe the grease off her hands, and quickly came to Gu Feng. "What can I get you, young master?" "Wang Ma, I'm a bit hungry. Is there any of the 100 flowers cake left from this morning? I want to heat it up and eat it." Rubbing his stomach, he smelled the delicious food in the kitchen, and felt even hungrier. "Yes, there's still quite a bit left. I'll get it ready for you right away and bring it out when it's hot. You don't need to go to all that trouble. Just tell me where it is and I'll heat it up myself. You go ahead and get on with your work." Wang Ma was busy cleaning the old silky fowl, and she had to reheat the multicolored cake for him, so she had to wash her hands again, which was a lot of trouble. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Wang Ma didn't think much of it, and pointed to the faraway refrigerator with her finger. "The multicolored cake is all in there. It's wrapped in plastic wrap. Next to it is the microwave, so you can heat up as much as you need." "Great." Nodding to Wang Ma, Gu Feng walked straight to the refrigerator, took out more than 10 pieces of 100 flowers cake one after the other, warmed them in the microwave, and then walked out of the kitchen with a full plate of pastries. At this time, Su Luli was sitting next to her grandmother. The old and the young were chatting and laughing. Chapter 138: Pursuing a Postgraduate Degree. Without disturbing the two, Gu Feng went straight to Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng and sat down next to them. "Xiao Feng, come sit over here." His bottom hadn't even warmed up when, separated by Song Huilan, Bai Yufeng waved her hand at him to greet him. From the other person's excited appearance, it seemed that there was something particularly happy. "Air. Aunt Bai, is there something the matter?" Without immediately getting up, he asked in a low voice. "Yes, come over here and I'll tell you." "Okay." Reluctantly, he got up, walked around the coffee table in the middle and came to Bai Yufeng's side. As soon as he sat down, Bai Yufeng couldn't wait to start talking. "Xiao Feng, I heard that you angrily confronted those old things in the board of directors at Kyushu Group today. Is that true? Those old things have evil intentions. Last time we met, they even glared at me, so angry that I wanted to pluck their beards off right there." She spoke angrily, and didn't forget to make a gesture of plucking a beard. Before she was suspended, in addition to Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan, there were also several people in the board of directors who were always targeting her, including Fang Dong. Just now, she heard Song Huilan describe Gu Feng's anger at the meeting with the other directors, and she felt so much better. If it wasn't for the old lady sitting across from her, she would have applauded. "Fang Dong? A few old things? Auntie Bai, no wonder the other directors always find trouble with you, and you even called them a few old things." Gu Feng let out a bitter laugh, but Bai Yufeng rolled her eyes. "Calling them a few old things is an understatement. You don't know that, relying on the overseas layout of the Kyushu Group, they have managed to get some of their own private property and reap a lot of benefits every year. And that Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan are not good people either. They don't want to work hard during the week, and they just think about forming cliques. If they are put in charge of overseas business, I don't know how big a problem it will be." While mumbling, Bai Yufeng did not forget to turn her head and take a glance at Song Huilan, who was not far behind. Even though they were close together, Song Huilan could hear her clearly, even though she deliberately lowered her voice. But even though she heard it, she didn't say anything in reply. She knew Bai Yufeng's personality all too well. She was straightforward and honest, very capable but not very calculating. The situation was so complicated that suspending her from her position was for her own good. Now that she has been reinstated, she simply can't compete with Jiang Chong and Lu Zhan. "Su Liuli, you went to the Kyushu Group and took a look. What are your thoughts?" Grandma Su Luli's face was smiling as she took Su Luli's delicate hand and asked kindly. Su Luli had a fresh and natural face shape, with delicate features. She looked up at her grandmother, who was not far away. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she whispered, "Grandma, I feel so difficult." With bright eyes and white teeth, Su Luli's head bowed slightly, a little embarrassed. "Silly girl, what's so difficult about it? Your mother went through the same thing at this time in her life. It's not that difficult. Have you considered going back to graduate school, my child?" "Graduate school?" A slight tremor ran through Su Luli's heart. To be honest, she had indeed considered whether or not to pursue a postgraduate degree before. Her grandfather was getting older, and the sooner she started working to help him with some of the pressure, the better. After considering all the factors, she had not thought much more about pursuing a postgraduate degree. Now that her grandmother had brought it up again, however, she hesitated. Her grandmother's eyes were full of tenderness and kindness, like deep, calm lakes that could see into the hearts of others. With just one look, she could see the hesitation in her granddaughter's heart. "Luli, would you like to hear my opinion?" "Yes, Grandma, tell me." Su Luli stared at her beautiful profile and nodded obediently. "Grandma suggests that if possible, you should try to go for postgraduate studies. The postgraduate college at Daida University is very good, and studying business administration across multiple disciplines will be very helpful when you join a company in the future. What do you think?" The old lady always spoke in an interrogative tone. In her opinion, whether or not to continue studying for a postgraduate degree was the child's own choice, and as an elder, she could only give certain advice. "Grandma, it's still early, there's no need to let Lioli make such a decision so early." "In my opinion." "Grandma, I'll take your advice and I'll take the postgraduate entrance exam." Gu Feng spoke up, originally intending to help Su Lioli smooth things over, but he didn't expect that before he could finish speaking, Su Lioli had directly nodded in agreement. Gu Feng was unable to finish his sentence and could only smile awkwardly. Su Lioli had agreed so readily, so she must have wanted to continue her postgraduate studies. "Ha ha ha. Good. My girl, you prepare yourself during this time, and when the baby is born, Grandma will go and say hello to Daida University for you." After Grandma finished speaking, Su Lioli shook her head and refused. "Grandma, I can handle the postgraduate entrance exam on my own. I am confident that I will have no problem being accepted into Daida University for postgraduate studies." The words were gentle, but they contained 100% confidence. With her academic performance, it is really not a difficult task to get into a graduate school at God's capital university. "Old lady, Lioli is so smart, and getting into a graduate school is just a piece of cake. Lioli is not Xiaofeng, and you don't need to go to God's capital university to say hello." Bai Yufeng spoke with a light smile, and she was originally smiling happily. After hearing this, Gu Feng suddenly had a black line on his face. "You can all see for yourselves my achievements since childhood. Just take Fuxing University, for example. I got in there on my own merits." "Fine, you're capable. I don't know who it was, but when I was in elementary school, I was left behind by the teacher because I couldn't do my homework, and I had to ask my aunt to pick it up. In junior high school, I never failed a subject, and I went to so many parent-teacher conferences for you." As she went on and on, Gu Feng waved to interrupt her. "Junior high school parent-teacher conferences? Yufeng, what's this about a junior high school parents meeting? Xiaofeng has been in junior high school for 3 years, so how come I've never heard of the school holding a parents meeting?" Song Huilan was dumbfounded, and she could see that things were not going well. Gu Feng hurriedly got up. "Mom, you guys talk first, I'll go check in the kitchen to see how dinner's coming along." Giggle, giggle, giggle. "Huilan, look at you, you're scaring the child." Gu Feng fled in defeat, but Bai Yufeng laughed heartlessly. Sitting opposite the two of them, Su Luli and her grandmother exchanged glances and both smiled without saying a word. From Bai Yufeng's words just now, and coupled with Gu Feng's reaction, Su Luli had roughly guessed what had happened. "Luli, you are such a good child. Unlike Feng, who has been a little devil since he was little. In the future, when you have time, you must discipline him properly." Facing her grandmother's admonition, Su Luli just smiled without saying a word. In her opinion, it was inevitable for boys to be mischievous. She was a girl, and even she had rebellious tendencies at school, let alone Gu Feng. Wang Ma and the other maids were busy in the kitchen when they saw Gu Feng come in. They thought there weren't enough snacks prepared. "Young master, aren't there enough snacks? Dinner will be ready soon, so you can wait a little longer, right?" No, Wang Ma, I didn't come for snacks. I came to help you and the others cook dinner." He rolled up his sleeves and went to the sink, where he started washing vegetables without saying a word. Seeing Gu Feng busy with everyone else, Wang Ma was slightly taken aback, and cautiously stepped forward. "Master, have you gotten into trouble again?" "No. I just want to learn to cook from you. I'll show everyone my skills later." Although she said this, Wang Ma's face showed that she had seen it all. Having worked at the Gu Manor for so many years, she had practically watched Gu Feng grow up, and knew his temperament all too well. He had come to the kitchen to help out, and was definitely looking for a way out. Chapter 139, Rewarded with a Big Project. She busied herself in the kitchen for about 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, all the dishes were ready, and Wang Ma called on a few ants to prepare the dishes, while she herself stepped out to inform everyone that dinner was ready. When Wang Ma returned from the living room, Gu Feng was still standing next to the sink picking vegetables. "Young master, dinner is ready, please go out and eat with everyone. I have checked, and madam is not angry," Wang Ma whispered as she approached Gu Feng. "No anger? Okay, I'll go out now." Putting down the vegetables in his hands, Gu Feng picked up the paper towel next to him to wipe the water stains on his hands. Then he turned his head and walked towards the outside of the kitchen. Wang Ma had watched him grow up since childhood, and she would never lie to herself. If she said it was fine, then it was definitely fine. When he walked out of the kitchen, his mother, Aunt Bai, and the others were already sitting in the dining room. "Mom, isn't my dad coming back?" He came smiling to Su Liuli's side and pretended to sit down first. "Your father went to a meeting in Yundu and won't be back for a few days. Hurry up and sit down and get ready to eat." Mom didn't answer, but Grandma took the initiative to respond. It wasn't long before Wang Ma and a few aunts came out with the prepared lunch. Just as Bai Yufeng had arranged, the dishes were mainly vegetables and very light, but the taste was incredibly fresh. "Liuli, take a look at these dishes and see if you like them." Bai Yufeng pointed at the delicate vegetables in front of her. Compared to the big fish and meat, these vegetables looked more appetizing. "Well, I like it." "Giggle, giggle, if you like it, eat more. Here, try this bok choy." Upon hearing Su Liuli say that she liked it, Bai Yufeng covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and then picked up the pair of chopsticks next to her and picked up a chopstick of bok choy and put it in the bowl for Su Liuli. "The food is really good today, and even I like it." When Grandma took the initiative to say that she also liked it, Gu Feng immediately picked up the chopsticks and gave her some food. The dinner was a great success. Grandma, who usually doesn't have much of an appetite, actually ate quite a bit, which was quite a surprise to Song Huilan. After dinner, the maids cleaned up the dining room. After taking care of the kitchen, Wang Ma went straight to Su Liuri's side. "Miss Su, the ingredients for the 100 flowers cake are ready, look." "Oh, we'll learn it right now." Wang Ma said the ingredients were ready, and Su Luli, upon hearing this, put her hands on the sofa in front of her and got up from her grandmother's side. Before leaving, she turned to her grandmother, who was sitting on the sofa, and said, "Grandma, I'm going to learn how to make 100 flower cake with Wang Ma. You rest first, and I'll let you taste it when I'm done." "Make 100 flower cake? Okay, Wang Ma, you teach her well. I'll be here tonight waiting to eat the 100 flower cake my granddaughter makes." Ha 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 ha. Sitting on the sofa, Grandma had a smile on her lips, and her smile revealed her inner expectations. For her, the 100 flower cake made by her granddaughter personally meant a lot. Tonight, she must taste it properly. "Liuli, your grandmother gets to taste it, but can I and your mother taste it too? We too are also looking forward to your cooking." "Girl, your auntie is right, we can't just let your grandmother taste it. I, as your mother, also have to taste it, ha ha." Song Huilan said happily, and Su Liuli nodded slightly in response. She had only gone to learn how to make 100 flowers cake from Wang Ma, but she hadn't expected everyone to be so eager to learn. Given the situation, if she didn't learn well, she wouldn't be able to teach it properly. "Mom, I'll go to the kitchen with Liuli." "Wait. You don't need to go, stay here, I have something to discuss with you." Gu Feng got up to follow Su Liuli to the kitchen, but before he could take a step, he was stopped by his mother, Song Huilan. "Discuss something? Mom, what are you discussing with me?" He muttered to himself. Every time his mother took the initiative to find him, it was never anything good, and this time was no exception. Gu Feng froze in front of the sofa, and Song Huilan raised her hand to indicate, "Why are you so nervous? It's not going to eat you, sit down first." Watching Su Liuli gradually walk away with Wang Ma, Gu Feng had no choice but to sit down again. "Actually, it's not a big deal. Yu Feng, you tell him." Gu Feng sat down, and Song Huilan turned to Bai Yufeng and asked her a question. "Okay, I'll tell you. Xiaofeng, you went with your mother to the Kyushu group today, and you should have seen that the overseas business situation is complicated. You have a company in Shanghai, right? Can you spare some people to help you on a business trip?" Bai Yufeng's words left Gu Feng puzzled. The entire Kyushu group has tens of thousands of employees, so it shouldn't be difficult to form an investigation team. "Gu Feng, I know you're curious about why. Your mother and I have just discussed this. 30% of the business of the Kyushu group is overseas, and countless middle and senior management of the companies involved. Under the current circumstances, in order to thoroughly understand the specific situation, we still have to find someone outside the group to investigate, so that there will be no conflict of interests. Do you understand what I mean?" With a serious look on her face, Bai Yufeng rarely showed this expression. I understand, but I still have one doubt. How do you know that I have the right person on my side? What if all the people in my company are mediocrities, and I can't find anything out even if I go overseas for investigation? Gu Feng asked, with his arms folded, leaning sideways. Bai Yufeng and Song Huilan, who had heard this, smiled at each other. Your mother just told me that you are notorious for being crafty, and you won't use someone who is incapable. Let's cut the crap, can you agree? Of course I can agree, but this is a costly and laborious matter. I can't do it for free, can I? Aunt Bai, Mom, you two have to pay me some compensation for my efforts, right? Smiling and rubbing your fingers together, they say that even close brothers should be clear about accounts. You can't help your own mother for free, and the benefits you should give should still be given. He pointed angrily at Gu Feng, and Bai Yufeng gritted her teeth in anger. Since you've said that, how about I discuss it with your mother and give you a big project after it's done? What big project? Gu Feng's eyes lit up at the mention of a big project. You don't need to worry about that, just that it's a big project. But let's get this straight, if your people don't find out anything, then there won't be a big project as a reward. Okay. It's a deal. For the so-called big project mentioned by Aunt Bai, he is also willing to risk it today. He will go back and discuss it. If nothing unexpected happens, this difficult task will fall on Shen Zhengyang. Okay, everything that needs to be explained has been clearly explained. You go to the kitchen and help Liuli make the 100-flower cake. Okay. Without thinking too much, he got up and walked towards the kitchen. Looking at Gu Feng's departing back, Bai Yufeng covered her mouth and laughed. Huilan, what do you think? I know this son of mine better than you do. As soon as I mentioned the benefits, he immediately agreed. He agreed, but are you sure this child can get this done? Chapter 140, Who knows who's taking care of who? Kiki, what's the matter? You don't trust your own son? Do you still think that when Feng was in elementary school, he only knew how to cry? You can rest assured that you can leave this matter to him. Bai Yufeng spoke with a firm tone, and Song Huilan glanced sideways towards the kitchen. In her heart, Gu Feng was still just a child. Mom, I have another question for you. Tomorrow, Liuli and Xiaofeng are going back to Modu. Are you really going back with the two children? After finishing talking with Bai Yufeng, Song Huilan turned her head to look at Gu Feng's grandmother, who was sitting across from them. She had previously expressed a wish to go to the demon capital with the two children, and now that they were leaving tomorrow, she wondered what the old lady was really thinking. Go to the demon capital. I don't have anything to do at home anyway, so going to the demon capital with the two children will allow me to take care of Liuli and also keep myself entertained. Old lady, you'll be taking care of Liuli? You're in poor health. Looking at the old lady with suspicion, Bai Yufeng had doubts in her heart. At Grandma Gu Feng's age and in her current state of health, if she really went to the demon capital, it was doubtful who would be taking care of whom. Having followed her mother-in-law around for many years, she knew her temper all too well. Since she had already said that, she must definitely go to the demon capital with them. Mom, I'll ask someone to find some aunties from the demon capital to take care of you and Liuli. If you don't feel comfortable, I can have Aunt Wang go with you. No need. Wang Ma's family is in the imperial capital, there's no need to ask her to travel such a long distance. Just find a few people to take care of Su Liuli. I'm still healthy, I don't need someone to take care of me. Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng sat on the sofa, including Gu Feng's grandmother, chatting briefly. Gu Feng and Su Liuli were in the kitchen, learning how to make 100 flowers cake from Wang Ma. Phew! This stuff is really delicious to eat, but also really complicated to make. Wang Ma, just the process of kneading the dough, I could spend 3 days learning it and still not be able to master it. Standing to the left of Su Liuli, she gaped at the kneading bowl in front of Su Liuli and Wang Ma. Apart from the ratio of flour to water, there were also various auxiliary ingredients, and even the water temperature needed to be measured with a thermometer. After a full 20-odd minutes, the dough was finally kneaded. How do you feel, Miss Su? Wang Ma, the steps are a bit complicated, I may not be very proficient. That's okay, it's normal to not be very proficient the first time. Anyway, the dough needs to rest for a while, so why not take this opportunity to start again? The two most important things in making 100 flour cake are baking and kneading the dough. In order to help Su Liuli become more familiar with the kneading process, it was decided that she should start again. Su Liuli nodded without hesitation in response to Wang Ma's suggestion. She poured water into the bowl again, and at the same time poured the prepared fresh flower petals into the bowl. After checking the water temperature, she started to knead the dough. Her movements were swift and unhurried, without a hint of slowness. Gu Feng and Aunt Wang stood nearby, watching the smooth and graceful movements of Su Luli, their expressions full of surprise and admiration. "Miss Su, the lady was right, you really are very clever. When I learned how to make 100-flower cake, the kneading process alone took me half a day. I never thought you would be able to do it in one go, and so skillfully at that, it's just unbelievable. I'm beginning to wonder if you've learned how to make similar pastries before." Aunt Wang muttered to herself, her gaze fixed on Su Luli. "Thank you for your praise. But, Wang Ma, let me discuss something with you. From now on, don't call me Miss Su, just call me Liuli." Although Wang Ma works at the Gu Manor, she is after all an elder, and has always respectfully addressed herself as Mississippi. She is really a bit uncomfortable with this. I didn't expect Su Liuli to say such a thing. Wang Ma stood in place, slightly hesitant. "Wang Ma, Liuli has already said this, so you should change the way you address her. I also feel that it is more intimate to call you Lily." Gu Feng spoke in time, and Wang Ma dispelled her concerns. "Okay, then I will call you Miss Lily." From Miss Su to Miss Lily, Su Lily heard this and a wry smile flashed across her delicate porcelain-like and jade-like face. Wang Ma was not used to calling her by her first name directly, and she did not continue to insist. It was just a name, so let Wang Ma call her whatever she was comfortable with. In front of the two of them, it took about 10 minutes to knead the dough completely and beautifully. Wang Ma reached out and pressed on Su Liuli's soft dough, and after carefully examining it, she couldn't help but nod repeatedly. "Good, perfect. Miss Liuli, the dough you kneaded is quite good, let's prepare the molds next to set the shape." She took out various molds from the cupboard and let Su Liuli choose the one she liked best to start shaping the 100-flower cakes. Time passed by in seconds. Less than 10 minutes later, the first batch of 100-flower cakes was shaped. Under Wang Ma's guidance, Su Lili placed the shaped pastries neatly on a baking tray one by one. The oven was preheated at 150 degrees Celsius for 2 minutes, followed by baking at 200 degrees Celsius. Then Wang Ma carefully explained the baking process to Su Lili again. The complexity of the process was astonishing. Not to mention Gu Feng standing nearby, even Su Lili didn't fully remember it the first time. "Wang Ma, you need to go in and out 3 times to bake it. That's too much trouble. Can't you find a way to bake it all in one go?" After Gu Feng finished speaking, Wang Ma first smiled and shook her head, then explained, "Young master, I asked this question when I was an apprentice. Although baking it all in one go is simpler, it will affect the texture, and the point of 100-flower cake is that it is crispy. If you want the pastry to be crispy, you must go through these 3 steps again and again. Miss Liuli, you try it yourself, I'll watch from the side, and if there's anything wrong, I'll give you a hint." "Well." Miss Lu, nod slightly, recall the steps just mentioned by Wang Ma in your mind, and start to operate step by step. Although it is very slow, the steps are correct. After nearly an hour, all the 100-flower cakes are finally baked. "Young master, this is the 100-flower cake I made, and this is the one Miss Lu made. Taste them and see if there is any difference." Put 2 pieces of 100-flower cake on a plate and hand it to Gu Feng. "Okay, I'll try it." Although he has already eaten dinner, the enchanting fragrance of the 100-flower cake makes him want to try it. From the outside, it is impossible to tell the difference between the 200-flower cakes. He picks up the one made by Wang Ma on the left and puts it in his mouth. He savors the taste and it is as crispy as always. After finishing the pastry in his hand, he continues to taste the other one. In Su Liuli's expectant eyes, Gu Feng hesitates for a long time before finally shaking his hand. The taste is exactly the same, and it is impossible to tell the difference. Chapter 141, The green is more blue than the blue. Tastes the same? Su Liuli's eyes were bright as morning dew, and her whole face was full of innocence and freshness. In front of Gu Feng and Wang Ma, she extended her slender jade hands, picked up a piece of 100-flowers cake she made, and brought it to her mouth. She sniffed her delicate nose lightly, and the familiar floral aroma was refreshing. Judging from the aroma alone, indeed, there was no difference. "Miss Liuli, please try it. It's good." In Wang Ma's kind eyes, Su Luli held the multicolored cake to her lips, opened her soft lips, and bit into the multicolored cake with her small cherry lips. After chewing carefully, her pretty face was full of surprise, her eyes slightly narrowed, and she looked at Gu Feng with a smile. "It really does taste the same. Wang Ma, did I succeed?" After looking up at Gu Feng and finishing what she had to say, she couldn't wait to turn her head and take Wang Ma's hand. Excitement was spreading across her smooth and cute face. She herself was surprised that she had managed to make such a complicated flour cake successfully the first time. Of course, the success was mainly due to Wang Ma's teaching her everything she knew, but for her, it was still a very happy thing. Well, it worked. Wang Ma nodded with a smile, and Su Luli's eyes revealed stars, making her even happier. Wang Ma, I want to do it on my own. Good. By familiarizing yourself with it again, you will become more and more proficient. Su Luli said she wanted to start again, and Wang Ma agreed without thinking. Gu Feng remained standing nearby, watching quietly. He had great confidence in Su Luli. Reperforming the previous steps, compared to the awkwardness of the first time, this time was significantly more proficient. In just 20 minutes or so, the shaped 100-flour cake had been pushed into the oven. When the time was up, the moment the oven door was opened, the familiar aroma of the 100-flour cake filled the kitchen. Just by smelling it, I know it's right. Without tasting it, just from the aroma wafting from the oven, Wang Ma knew that Su Luli had definitely made the right 100-flour cake this time. Wang Ma, you try it first. The baked 100-flour cake was neatly arranged on a plate, and Su Luli carefully picked up a piece and handed it to Wang Ma. After taking a bite, she nodded in amazement. It's really good. Miss Suli, they say that the student surpasses the master, and today I've finally seen for myself. Your 100-flour cake is overflowing with the fragrance of flowers and has a sweet aftertaste. I'm truly humbled. Really? Let me try some too. Gu Feng's eyes lit up. From his knowledge of Wang Ma, she was not the type of person to like flattery. He swallowed half a piece of the 100-flour cake in one go, tasted it carefully in his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and looked at Wang Ma with a puzzled expression. Wang Ma, the taste is similar to the one you made. It's not similar at all, it's clearly tastier than mine. Young master, you say again, is it tastier than mine? Wang Ma's words carried a hidden meaning, and Gu Feng immediately understood, and promptly patted his head. Yes, it is indeed a little tastier than yours. All right. Su Lili was a little unable to laugh or cry. She was not stupid, and of course she could tell that Gu Feng and Wang Ma were deliberately praising her. Wang Ma, Gu Feng, Grandma and Mom are still waiting outside for the pastries. Let's take these 100-flour pastries out and let everyone taste them together. Okay. After much hard work, Gu Feng and Wang Ma helped to take the finished 100-flour pastries, plate after plate, to the living room. Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng were chatting in the living room. Grandma is sitting across from her, but there is no one to chat with, so she is leaning back on the sofa, with a pillow in her arms, and dozing off. She doesn't notice when Su Lili arrives. Grandma. Are you tired? Seeing that Grandma is about to fall asleep, Su Lili walks softly and sets the tray of 100-flour cakes on the coffee table. Ha! Lioli! You're finally here, girl. If you'd been any later, Grandma would have fallen asleep. Is this your 100-flour cake? It smells so good. Grandma opens her hazy eyes and, while taking her granddaughter's hand, looks at the 100-flour cake on the coffee table. Grandma, I made these with Miss Lily, and she made these on her own. Miss Lily is really smart, she can learn anything. How does it taste? Wang Ma respectfully approaches and lifts a plate of 100-flour cake from the coffee table, gently handing it to Grandma. Okay, I'll try it. Hearing that her granddaughter had made the 100-flour cake herself, the old lady's eyes were full of anticipation. Wang Ma, give us 2 pieces so we can try it too. Yes, ma'am. After letting Grandma Gu Feng take a piece of the 100-flour cake, Wang Ma turned around and handed the plate with the 100-flour cake to Song Huilan and Bai Yufeng. After each had tasted the 100-flour cake, everyone, including Grandma Gu Feng, looked surprised. Wang Ma, you said this 100-flour cake is made of glass? My goodness. Bai Yufeng patted Song Huiran's thigh. Huiran, does it taste the same as Wang Ma's? Is it because I don't eat it often that I feel it's exactly the same as Wang Ma's? Auntie Bai, of course it's the same. After all, Wang Ma taught it to her personally. I'll have another piece. Louis sat on one side, lifted his hand and picked up a piece of 100-flour cake from the plate to devour it. Everyone sat in the living room, happily chatting while eating the 100-flour cake. With Gu Feng and Su Lili joining in, Grandma no longer felt sleepy, and she even felt more and more energetic as the conversation continued. Time passed quickly, and it was already 10:30 in the evening. Feng, it's getting late, you should take Lioli home and get some rest. Looking down at the clock, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Su Liuli was pregnant, and there was an elderly woman next to her, so she should go home and get some rest early. Xiaofeng, Luli, your mother is right, your health is the most important thing, so you should go home and rest early. Yes, Grandma, I will help you go home first. No, it's fine, just let your mother take care of me on the way home. Xiaofeng, take Luli home. While smiling and shaking his head, he motioned for Gufeng to come over, go home and take good care of Luli, and let her go to bed early tonight. Grandma, don't worry, I will definitely take care of Luli. With a full promise, she took Su Luli's jade hands from her grandmother and the two of them walked together towards the bedroom not far away. After waiting for Gufeng and Su Luli to go back to the room to rest, Bai Yufeng also left, and Song Huilan helped Gufeng's grandmother return to the room. Back in the room, Su Luli immediately went to the bed and sat down, subconsciously bending down to stroke her ankle. What's wrong? Are you tired? She closed the door, squatted down, and grabbed Su Lily's slender calves with her hands, gently lifting them. It's nothing, I probably haven't exercised for a long time, and I walked a lot today, so my feet hurt a little. Her shoes were taken off, and her pale little feet fell into Gufeng's hands, and Su Lily's eyes flickered away. It doesn't look like anything serious, maybe she's just tired. Just sit here quietly, I'll go prepare some hot water. I'll soak your feet and give you a massage. Wait a minute, I'll prepare the water myself. With her hands propped on the edge of the bed, before she could even try to stand up, Gufeng had already reached out and pushed her back down. I'll do it, just wait patiently. A look of concern in his eyes, just one glance, made Su Liuli feel infinitely close and at ease. Okay. I'll wait for you. A warm current flashed through her heart. Su Liuli nodded slightly shyly with a look of deep love in her eyes. Chapter 142, It's Hard to Be a Gentleman. He turned and walked towards the washroom, added warm water to the foot bath, and carried the basin to the bedside. Here, let me wash you. He slowly crouched down and reached out to hold Su Lily's slender ankles. He felt the temperature of the water with his hand beforehand, and it was just right, so he slowly lowered Su Lily's crystal clear little feet into the foot bath. Is the water temperature right? It's fine. Looking down at Gufeng, who was crouching in front of her, Su Liuli bit her soft lips lightly and nodded slightly. Holding Su Liuli's jade feet in his hands, Gufeng began to massage them gently. At this time, Su Liuli's eyes were filled with nervousness, her hands tightly grasping the bedsheets, and her face flushed. Ah. What's wrong? Halfway through the massage, Su Liuli suddenly let out a cry, and the sudden sound directly startled Gufeng. No, it's nothing. Su Li explained in a low voice. Gufeng looked down at the jade-like feet in his hands and laughed the next second. Liuli, are you and I still shy? I'm not. It's just that this area is more sensitive. Not to mention Gufeng, even if she moved herself, she couldn't stand it. Ha ha ha. Okay, I got it. I'll move more gently. After massaging and washing Su Liuli's feet for 10 minutes, Gufeng slowly stood up. Go lie down inside and rest, I'll clean up. Okay, I'll go change into some pajamas. The water droplets on her feet had already been wiped clean by Gufeng, who found the slippers by the bedside. While Gufeng turned around, she walked straight to the closet. According to her mother-in-law, she had asked Aunt Bai to prepare in advance many things that could be used at night, including pajamas, of course. Reaching into the closet, she saw a neat row of lace pajamas. There were a lot of them, but the styles of these pajamas made Su Liuli's face flush. The colors were mainly red, all of them incredibly sexy, and there were even a few that she doubted were proper pajamas. No wonder Aunt Bai had that expression on her face. A bitter smile formed on her cherry lips. When her mother-in-law told her that there were pajamas in the closet, Aunt Bai's eyes had looked strange, and now she could see why. The suitcase was originally in the living room, but at this time of day, if nothing unexpected happened, it should have already been put away by Wang Ma and the aunts. Now there were only two options in front of her. Either she picked one of these at random, or she would sleep without pajamas. After thinking about it, Su Liuli finally closed her eyes and reached out, taking one of these pajamas at random. Sexy or not, it was better than wearing nothing. Before Gufeng came out of the bathroom, Su Liuli walked over to the bed with a set of pajamas embroidered with gold lace. In less than a minute, she changed into the red pajamas. When she looked at them in the closet, they felt especially sexy, but after putting them on, she realized that she had been a bit too conservative in her thinking. The lower half was okay, at least covering the area above the buttocks. But the upper half, with just two slender and transparent straps, and the fabric, was downright seductive. Lioli was standing shyly by the bed, looking in the mirror, when she suddenly heard the sound of Gufong from the bathroom. Su Lioli was startled, and before Gufong came out of the bathroom, she quickly climbed into bed and pulled the quilt next to her over her. She curled up, her immaculate white arms tightly hugging the quilt. Gufong walked out of the bathroom and looked at Su Lioli, curled up at the head of the bed. Lioli, what do you mean by this? We're an old married couple, why do I feel like you're protecting yourself from a pervert? I'm not going to eat you, so why are you hugging the quilt so tightly? As he spoke, he strolled over to the bed. Su Lioli only had her arms exposed, and he thought that she had just taken off her clothes. Watching as Gufong came over, Su Lioli not only didn't put the quilt down, but instead hugged it even tighter. Her face was like a delicate flower, and she looked at Gufong. Aren't you a pervert? Me? A pervert? He lifted a finger, full of surprise, pointing at himself. With his appearance, he can't be said to be handsome, at least he can't be considered a wolf. Puff. In my opinion, you are a wolf, a big wolf. His delicate and soft skin, coupled with his shy eyes, makes people can't help but feel affection. Good. Since you say I'm a big wolf, then I'll do something a big wolf should do. Ha ha ha. He gave a forced laugh, rubbed his hands together, and the next second, he reached out to remove the quilt from Su Lioli's body. No. I'm going to wash my face, you stay here by yourself. Before Gufong could reach out to remove the quilt from her body, Su Lioli quickly put the quilt aside, got out of bed, and went straight to the washroom. It wasn't until the other person rolled over and got out of bed that Gufong saw that Su Lioli's exquisite and delicate body was wearing a pair of extremely sexy red lace pajamas. He was stunned for more than 10 seconds, and it was only when Su Lioli had completely entered the washroom that Gufong recovered. What was going on? Was this a test of my concentration? Regardless of whether he was a pervert or not, Su Lioli's attire was such that even if a saint came along, he would not be able to resist. He rearranged the quilt and waited on the bed for nearly 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, the washroom door opened and Su Lioli, wearing her pajamas, tiptoed out. Her head was slightly bowed, and she didn't dare to look directly at Gufong, who was not far away. With such a shy expression, a beautiful face, a graceful figure, and the clothes on her body, her charm was taken to the next level. Gufong came over to the side with a smile on his lips. Are your feet still uncomfortable? I'll carry you to bed. Without giving Su Li the chance to respond, he reached behind her back and picked her up in a princess carry. The sudden sense of weightlessness directly startled Su Li. Ah. Shoo. Don't worry, I'm not going to do anything. I don't believe you. Her head buried deep in his arms, she refused to believe him no matter how much flattery he showered her with. Feeling the softness in his arms, he slowly placed Su Lioli down by the edge of the bed. In the other person's watery, alluring eyes, he reached over and pulled the quilt next to him over her. Your husband is not some kind of pervert, in the future, please call me a gentleman. After saying this to Su Lioli, in the other person's astonished gaze, Gufong bypassed the end of the bed and went to the other side of the bed. He lifted the quilt, and before lying down, he raised his hand to turn off the bedside lamp. With both hands supporting the quilt, he lay on the bed and looked at the side of Gufong. Su Lioli suddenly spoke softly, I'm going to sleep. You should go to sleep early too. After the words fell, a strange color flashed in Gufeng's eyes, and he stared at Su Lioli seriously while lying on his side. Her lips were rosy and petite, like bright peaches, making people unable to help but want to taste them. Lioli, can we discuss something? What is it? With clear eyes, he also lay on his side, with one arm next to him and his fragrant shoulders exposed. It's not a big deal, it's just that it's too hard to be a gentleman, so in the future, just call me a pervert. Chapter 143 Household Register. As soon as the words fell, Su Lioli, who had not yet fully reacted, was directly embraced. As the delicate body entered his embrace, Gufeng's hands gradually began to get restless. They moved, but only to the extent of moving his hands. Su Lioli was pregnant, and the doctor had specifically instructed that she not have sex, and he did not dare joke with Su Lioli and the baby in her belly. After a short moment of lingering, Su Lioli's face was flushed, and her eyes were dazed. Her head rested lightly in Gufeng's arms, one hand placed in front of her, the other hanging by her side, not knowing where to put it. Cough cough. Lioli, why don't we just go to sleep? You seem to be in pain? His voice was so soft it was like a mosquito's chirp, but fortunately the surroundings were quiet and the two were close together, so Gufong could hear him clearly. In pain? It is a bit uncomfortable indeed. For him, this was no longer a matter of being uncomfortable or not, it was more like suffering. His sexy and cute daughter-in-law was lying next to him, but he dared not do anything, not to mention how painful it was. Her beautiful eyes were slightly shy. She wanted to help but didn't know what to do. She didn't have much experience with this kind of thing herself. She stared at Gufeng for a long time, curvating her red lips slightly. How can I help you? Help me? No, it's not a big deal. You should go to sleep. He patted Suluoli's head. He never thought that Suluoli could say such a thing. As hard as it was for him to bear, he absolutely could not let Suluoli help him. Not to mention how he was going to help, just the way Suluoli blushed at the slightest provocation, he could not imagine how the other person would behave when helping him. After being patted on the head, Suluoli's head moved slightly, and she gave a playful glance at Gufeng. Then I'll really go to sleep. Okay, go to sleep. Well, good night. Without having to help herself, Sulili didn't think about it much. It was already very late, and she needed to rest as much as the baby in her belly did. Lying quietly in Gufeng's arms, Sulili closed her eyes and began to sleep. Perhaps because it was so comfortable in his arms, it wasn't long before she closed her eyes and a clear breathing sound suddenly came to Gufeng's ears. The breathing sound was slightly low-pitched, as if she was having some difficulty breathing. Asleep? In order to make Sulili breathe more easily, he specifically lifted the quilt on top of her a little, while slightly raising his arm. Once the arm was slightly elevated, the breathing sound in his ear did indeed become softer. After arranging everything, Gufeng himself then began to close his eyes and sleep. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Early in the morning, Grandma and Mom were sitting in the living room when they saw Gufeng and Sulili come out. Grandma, her venerable self, couldn't wait to get up and wave at the two of them. Xiaofeng, Lioli, come over here quickly. Grandma. Grandma, you're so happy early in the morning, what's the happy occasion? Gufeng followed Sulili and, seeing how happy his grandmother was, couldn't help but smile and ask. Rascal, there are indeed a few things that make Grandma happy. Come, you two sit down first. Gufeng and Sulili helped the three of them to the sofa. As soon as they sat down, Song Huilan, who was sitting opposite them, took out a stack of invitations from the side. It was a thick stack of gold-foiled invitations, and a preliminary estimate was that there were almost 20 to 30 of them. Mom, what do you mean? You don't mean that you want me and Luli to help you hand out the invitations, do you? Taking her hand off the invitations, Song Huilan first gave Gufeng a blank look, and then shook her head and looked at Sulili. Luli, these invitations are for you. The format has already been printed, so you can just give them to your friends. Although it's an engagement, you must have some friends of your own to invite. Are these invitations enough? If not, Mom has a lot more here. I don't know how many friends my son and daughter-in-law want to invite, so I just took about 30 invitations. That's more than enough. Mom, we have more or less decided how many friends to invite, and these invitations are enough. After thinking about it, there are only a few roommates in the dormitory, so there are only 6 invitations, and Gufeng will give a few more to Yunding Technology. Grandma, Mom, you two are so happy early in the morning just because of these invitations? Pointing at the stack of invitations in front of him, Gufeng's tone was full of doubt, and even Sulioli's eyes showed some confusion. Facing Gufeng's inquiry, Grandma and his mother Song Huilan exchanged a glance with each other. Mom, this is such an important matter, you should talk to the two children. Okay, I'll do it. Without any hesitation, Grandma nodded and agreed, taking her grandson's left hand and her granddaughter-in-law's right hand. You too, don't you need to get your marriage certificate sometime? Look at this. In front of the two, she took out 2 small red notebooks from under the coffee table. Upon closer inspection, the 3 gold embossed characters household register book were written on them. Household register book. No, Grandma, why are there 2 household register books? After taking the 2 household register books from Grandma's hands, he opened the first one, which was their family's household register book, and then opened the second one. Sitting next to Grandma, Sulili couldn't help but glance over. To the surprise of the two, the second household register book was actually Sulili and Grandpa's household register book. Mom, why is Sululi's family register in our house? With 2 family registers in their hands, Gufeng and Sululi's gazes fell on Song Huilan at the same time. Grandma has been at home all along, so she couldn't have brought the family register from Xingfu village in Longhai City. The only possibility is their own mother. Your grandfather gave it to me himself. When we left, Your grandfather gave it to your father personally, and your father handed it to me right away. The purpose was to let you two get married as soon as possible. I thought you two would ask me for it at some point, but I didn't expect you two to be in such a hurry. Since you're not in a hurry, I, as your mother, have to be. You take the household registration book. Tomorrow is Monday, find some time to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get the certificate. Song Huilan's mouth always held a slight smile as she spoke. The thought that Gu Feng and Su Liuli would soon be getting married and getting their certificate made her very happy. Feng, Liuli, when you two get married, can you bring Grandma along? Grandma will take pictures for you to remember. Grandma, you can take pictures? With a surprised look, Grandma, who usually doesn't even like to use a smartphone, really isn't sure about this kind of technology. In response to Gu Feng's doubt, the old lady seemed to be dismissive. Rascal, your grandma is at least an intellectual, how can I not know how to take pictures? Chapter 144, Set up an investigation team. Yes, grandma is so amazing, how could she not know how to take pictures? Oof. When you said that, it was obvious that you didn't want to bring grandma with you when you got your license. Ignoring Gu Feng's awkward gaze, Su Liuli pouted her lips slightly and snorted arrogantly. No, that's not what I meant. He hurriedly waved his hands to explain, and Grandma is about to return to the Devil's capital with them, so he didn't dare offend the old lady at this time. Otherwise, with Grandma's character, after arriving in the demon capital, she will definitely settle the score with him. Upon hearing this, Song Huilan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, while Grandma gently stroked the back of her granddaughter's delicate, pale hands with her own. Since Liuli has no objections, we'll set a date right now. You two take the household registration book and prepare to get your certificate when? Gu Feng held the household register in his hands, and the exact time for the marriage registration was something the elders did not plan to interfere with. Well, Grandma, I completely agree with Liuli. Holding the household register, Gu Feng decisively looked at Su Liuli. Feeling Gu Feng's gaze, Su Liuli thought for a moment, her big, watery eyes blinking lightly. Grandma, tomorrow is Monday, how about tomorrow? Tomorrow? Ah, okay, Liuli means tomorrow is tomorrow. Deep down, she can't wait for her grandson and granddaughter-in-law to get married as soon as possible. So when Su Liuli says tomorrow, she is overjoyed. Mom, look how happy you are. This time, when you go to the Magic City with Xiaofeng and Liuli, you must take care of your health. Don't let the two children have to take care of you if you can't look after Liuli. Grandma is very worried about going to the Magic City with them. On the one hand, she is worried that the elderly won't be able to adapt, and on the other, she is worried about the elderly's health. Over this period of time, Grandma's health has been getting worse and worse. She can't get away from work, otherwise she would have to go with them. Don't worry, Mom knows her own health. I promise I won't cause any trouble for Feng and Liuli. With a smile on her wrinkled face, Grandma spoke very firmly. Since Grandma had said that, Song Huilan didn't continue to say anything, and she signaled Gu Feng to put the two household registration books away. The four of them sat down on the sofa and started chatting. Before they knew it, it was breakfast time. When they arrived in the dining room, the main breakfast dish was still the 100-flour cake, mainly because there was too much left over from last night. If it wasn't eaten in time, it would be a waste. After breakfast, Gu Feng, who had nothing to do, went for a stroll outside the manor, while Su Liuli stayed at home with her grandmother to learn how to make clothes for the baby. Phew! Chen Zhangyang. He should be the best candidate for the Kyushu Group's overseas investigation mission. He walked along the road, thinking about what his mother and aunt had told him. Investigating all of Kyushu Group's overseas projects, if someone else were to do this, it would be normal to get no results for a year or half a year. After all, Kyushu Group is huge. The forces within it are intricate and complicated. It is not easy to investigate the shenanigans within, let alone sort out the ins and outs of these matters. Phew, it's difficult for others, but for me it's a piece of cake. Ha ha. Calm inside. Before his rebirth, it took him nearly 2 years to completely figure out these overseas operations of the Kyushu Group. With the announcement of the investigation results, there was an uproar within the entire Kyushu Group. More than 2/3 of the overseas leaders were dismissed and investigated, and more than a dozen senior executives at the headquarters were fired, including several who were sent directly to prison. Such a big move, even Song Huilan, who had long since retired to the sidelines, could not help but stand up and ask about the situation. After more than a month of cleanup, the entire group's cancer was finally completely removed in one go. For the Kyushu Group, that investigation and cleanup can definitely be described as a radical cure that did not deal a major blow, but was also greatly affected. This time, it may be much easier. With the experience gained before the rebirth, it is ultimately much more proficient to investigate these overseas businesses again. Many mistakes that should not be made can be completely avoided. Gu Feng walked along the road for a few hundred meters, and after a few hundred meters, he stopped in front of a fence. He took out his mobile phone, found Chen Zhengyan's number, and pressed the dial button. Do. Chen Zhengyang is in his office, marking up documents. With the rapid development of Yunding technology, the executive vice president is extremely busy every day. Fortunately, he has the help of An and Yuilan with many things, otherwise he would be so busy that he would not even have time to go to the bathroom. President Chen, these documents have already been approved by President Yu and need your signature. Dressed in a professional outfit, and is about to put a stack of documents in her arms in front of Chen Zhengyang. Before she could bend down, the phone next to Chen Zhengyang suddenly vibrated. Buzz buzz buzz. Ha! Secretarian, you can put it down here for now. While picking up the phone, he raised his hand to indicate to when to put it on the desk. When he saw that it was Gu phone calling, Chen Zhengyang subconsciously sat up from his chair. Mr. Gu. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry for disturbing you. Are you busy right now? No, I'm not busy. What can I do for you, Mr. Gu? He spoke respectfully, not to mention that he was really not busy right now. Even if he was in a meeting in the conference room, he would not dare to tell Gu Feng that he was busy. The person on the other end of the phone was the big boss, and if the boss wanted to give work, how dare he, an employee, be presumptuous? He was about to leave when he heard that the person on the other end of the phone was Gu Feng, and Annie stood still and waited quietly. It's not a big deal. I want you to go overseas and mainly investigate the things that will need to be done. Chen Zhengyang was told everything in detail. Worried that the other party might have reservations, he added at the end, don't worry, just follow the process I gave you and you'll have the results in 3 or 5 days. Phew. Okay, Mr. Gu, when should I leave? He took a deep breath. His boss had made his intentions clear, and he felt a lot better. As soon as possible. Hand over the work you have on hand to President Yu. If you are really too busy, ask Annie to help you with it. That matter over there is more important. Let me know when you are ready, and I will arrange for someone to pick you up there. To send Chen Zhengyang to investigate overseas, he must first join those projects. As a member of the investigation team, he will inevitably need the help of some internal employees in order to gain a better understanding of the situation. Okay. Don't worry, I will arrange it as soon as possible. After speaking to Gu Feng, Chen Zhengyang gradually put down the phone. President Chen, what was it about? Gu Feng's secretary's eyes were full of curiosity. As Gu Feng's secretary, if there was something urgent, she would have contacted Chen Zhengyang directly instead of Gu Feng. HM. Without a trace of emotion, Chen Zhengyang nodded and sat back down in his office chair. President Gu wants me to go abroad. What? Go abroad? Does President Gu want to expand overseas? No, even if he wants to expand overseas, he shouldn't be in such a hurry that he needs you, the executive vice president, to make the trip. Chen Zhengyang said Gu Feng wanted him to go abroad, and Annie's face, made up with delicate makeup, was full of surprise. Yunding Technology doesn't have any overseas business. It's not our company's business. It's to act as an investigation team and go investigate the overseas business of the Kyushu Group. Kyushu Group? Which Kyushu Group? Chen Zhengyang spoke in a flat tone, and Annie didn't react for a moment. Chapter 145, Are you in a hurry? The Kyushu Group in the imperial capital. You should have heard of it. Chen Zhengyang nodded slightly. As the chief assistant of Yunding Technology, Annie must have seen a lot. The Kyushu Group is so famous in the country, she couldn't have not heard of it. The Kyushu Group in the imperial capital. Oh my god. Why would President Gu ask you to investigate the internal business of the Kyushu Group overseas? Could it be that? The soft lips with lipstick parted slightly, the nose was high and straight, one hand supporting the chin, and she already guessed something inside. Not just Annie, Chen Zhengyang's mind was also like a mirror at this time. If it wasn't related to the Kyushu Group, how could someone let an outsider investigate such an important business? The energy behind our boss is not something you and I can imagine. Secretarian, the boss just said on the phone that I should temporarily hand over the work on hand. If Mr. Yu is really too busy, then I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you. Half bending over, he held out his hands, and from the front, he placed the stack of documents that Annie had brought over in front of him, and opened the top document to prepare to sign it. Okay. You arrange whatever tasks you have. I've been relaxed for so many days, and it's time to get busy. Before Chen Zhengyang and Yuilan came to the company, she basically had to handle all the big and small matters of the entire Yunding technology. It was a busy time. Since Chen Zhengyang and Yuilan came to the company, she has been much more relaxed. Her daily work is to arrange meetings, write journals, and deliver documents. By the way, Mr. Chen, when are you planning to fly abroad? Chen Zhengyang had just signed a document when he heard Annie ask. The pen in his hand paused slightly, and after a brief pause of 1 or 2 seconds, he looked up and responded, "Tomorrow morning." Tomorrow morning? Isn't that a bit too rushed? Chen Zhengyang had originally thought that he would have to wait at least 2 or 3 days before he could leave, but he had never expected that the other party would want to leave the next morning. It was a bit of a rush, but Gu had said on the phone that things were urgent over there. Secretarian, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I need you to help me select a few colleagues to accompany me on a business trip tomorrow morning. This is a last-minute notice, so it may not be that convenient. Do you have any specific requirements for the personnel? Well, as long as they can understand some foreign languages, that's fine. I don't have any other requirements. Okay. Annie nodded and agreed. With just this requirement, it should not be difficult to find some people to go on a short business trip. On the Yunding technology side, Chen Zhengyang and Annie arranged for someone to prepare for the trip. After making the phone call, Gu Feng continued to hang out for a long time. When it was noon, they turned around and headed back to the Gu Manor. Upon returning to the Gu Manor, they entered the living room and saw their grandmother and Su Luli in front of them. These two people, each holding a small floral dress in their hands, were surrounded by all kinds of fabrics on the floor, as well as 2 pairs of exquisite tiger head shoes. Gu Feng, you're back. A glimmer appeared in Su Luli's pure eyes as she walked quickly towards Gu Feng, holding the small dress in her hands. Look, isn't this dress pretty? She stopped in her tracks and propped the dress up with both hands. It's pretty. Luli, don't tell me you made this? Suspicious of Gu Feng, Su Lili twisted her waist lightly and turned her head to show her back. Grandma taught me how to make it. And these little tiger head shoes, Grandma also taught me how to make them. She put the little clothes aside and turned her head to pick up the tiger head shoes on the ground. When Su Lili picked up the shoes, Gu Feng noticed that the tiger head shoes didn't have soles yet, so they hadn't been sewn on yet. Lili, Mom, you two take a break. Come and have some fruit. Hey, Xiaofeng, you're back too. Come and have some fruit together. Song Huilan came out of the kitchen with a stack of fruit and waved a smile, beckoning the several people to come and have some fruit. After eating some fruit and having lunch, it was time to return to the Magic City. Mom, I've asked Xiaoye to make arrangements over there, and there will be a few ants to take care of Lioli. You don't need to worry about anything, just take care of your health. Xiaofeng, take good care of Lioli and your grandmother. If anything happens, call me as soon as possible. In front of the villa gate, Wang Xiaoye and a few secretaries were carrying luggage in their hands. Behind them were 3 brand new commercial vehicles. I know, don't worry. Luli, help your grandmother into the car. Okay. Mom, we're leaving. Waving at her mother-in-law, Su Luli helped her grandmother up. Grandma, let's get in the car. After Su Luli helped her grandmother get in, Gu Feng followed the 2 of them and boarded the middle business car. Chairman, we're leaving. Okay, call me when you arrive. Yes. Take the luggage to the car. Upon Wang Xiaoye's order, several secretaries placed the suitcases in the car one by one. As the first car started, the 2 cars behind it drove out of the Gu Manor together. At the Daidu International Airport, the plane had been waiting for a long time. After taking care of her grandmother and Su Lili boarding the plane, before boarding the plane, Gu Feng received a call from Chen Zhengyang. After learning that Chen Zhengyang was leaving for overseas the next morning, he turned to call Bai Yufeng to arrange the person who would be the contact overseas. After arranging everything, he boarded the plane with his grandmother and Su Lili. Girl, you sit here. Grandma will have someone bring you 2 blankets to keep you warm. The plane was air-conditioned, and she was worried that her granddaughter-in-law would catch a cold, so as soon as they sat down, she asked Wang Xiaoye to ask the flight crew to bring 2 blankets. Thank you, Grandma, I'll just use one. You use this one. She kept one for herself and prepared to put the remaining one on her grandmother. Slightly bowing her body, she carefully covered her grandmother with the blanket. Looking at the gentle and lovely Su Lioli in front of her, the old woman's eyes were full of love. After Su Liuli sat back down in her seat, the plane began to take off. Almost 20 minutes later, Su Liuli, who was chatting with her grandmother a second ago, leaned against Gu Feng's shoulder and fell asleep. Chapter 146, Professional Bodyguard. Flying is tiring, let Liuli sleep well. You stay put. Grandma, aren't you being a bit too much? Looking at Grandma across from him, Gu Feng's mouth twitched twice. He had thought that Grandma would let him rest for a bit as well, but he never expected her to tell him not to move around. Is that too much? Grandma doesn't think it's too much at all. You stay in that position and sit properly, and I'll take a nap too. Remember, don't wake up Liuli, or I'll let you have it. Her expression was kind and amiable, but her words were full of threats. Facing her threats, Gu Feng could only choose to swallow his anger. As the saying goes, if you can bear the storm for a while, the sky will be clear again. If you take one step back, the sky will be even wider. Once you make an old person angry, you will suffer for the rest of your life. He kept his posture until the plane landed at the Shanghai airport. Following Wang Xiaoye and the others out of the airport, a fleet of cars had already been arranged outside. Several Rolls-Royces were neatly lined up together, and a bodyguard dressed in a suit stood next to each car. This was quite a sight. Strolling up to the fleet of cars, Gu Feng looked left and right. Such a high-profile scene really attracted a lot of attention for a while. Old lady, Su Liuli, let's get in the car. Wang Xiaoye quickly walked up and helped open the door of the Rolls-Royce. Su Liuli's body paused slightly as she was pulled by her grandmother's wrist and walked up to the car. Xiaofeng, this car is for the old lady and Su Liuli, you go sit in the back. Except for the passenger seat, a car can only fit 2 people at most. With the old lady and Su Liuli already in the car, Gu Feng could only go to the other car. Fine. He reluctantly agreed and turned around to pull open the door of the car behind. As soon as he sat in the car, before he could even fasten his seatbelt, the car started up and sped off towards the villa district outside Fuxing University. Along the way, he leisurely sat in the back of the car, his gaze looking out the window. Well, as the saying goes, you get what you pay for, and this car is really comfortable. He has sat in many luxury cars, and in terms of comfort, the Rolls-Royce is truly one of the best. Especially the back seat, the comfort is very obvious. After 20 minutes or so, the car slowly drove into the villa. Luckily, there is a large underground garage inside the villa, otherwise there would be nowhere to park. Su Liuli helped her grandmother inside. Well. Gu Feng led the way, followed by Su Liuli supporting her grandmother, while Wang Xiaoye led the others from the car to take down the luggage one by one. Grandma, I'll take you to pick a room later. There are many rooms in here, pick the one you like best. Su Liuli said softly as she helped her grandmother up the steps. Good, good. You pick one for Grandma, as long as you pick it, Grandma will like it. With a smile of relief, the old lady followed Su Liuli into the living room. The overall layout of the villa was not bad, although it was far inferior to the Gu Manor, it was still much larger than an average villa. Entering the living room, he took his grandmother to the living room sofa to sit first, while Gu Feng went to the kitchen to prepare some warm water. He poured a glass of water for everyone, including Wang Xiaoye. Su Liuli, everything has been put over here. The people outside are security guards hired by the chairman. Apart from them, there are a few more. They can be bodyguards for daily trips and are responsible for the villa's security and your safety during the week. Wang Xiaoye pointed outside, where the drivers who had just dropped them off stood neatly next to each car. From their attire and energy, they were definitely very capable professional bodyguards. Sister Xiaoye, can we discuss letting them go back? I can take care of myself. It's peaceful now, so there's no need for so many bodyguards. Besides, I just go to school during the week, and I don't go anywhere else. Su Liuli spoke softly. She really couldn't accept the few bodyguards outside. It was fine here at the villa, but if they really followed her to school, she didn't know how much of a sensation it would cause. Liuli, this was arranged by the chairman, and I can't make the decision. How about this, you give the chairman a call, she will definitely listen to what you say. Putting her hands together in front of her, she had just returned from the imperial capital, how could she be so bold as to call her mother-in-law about this? Seeing Su Liuli's pretty face full of confusion, Wang Xiaoye smiled wanly and took a step forward to stand next to her. Liuli, if you're embarrassed to call, there's another way. As she spoke, she glanced over at the sofa in the living room. Just one movement, and a flash of inspiration crossed Su Liuli's mind, and she suddenly understood what Wang Xiaoye meant. She couldn't refuse her mother-in-law's kindness, but she could try to find a way out with her grandmother. Her words carried weight, even her mother-in-law Song Huilan had to listen obediently. Liuli, those people outside are all the Gu family's bodyguards, and the old lady's words absolutely carry weight. My sister still has things to do in the capital, so she'll be leaving first. Bye. You don't need to see me off. Smiling happily, she waved her hand at Su Liuli, and Wang Xiaoye turned around with a few secretaries and left. After walking out of the villa gate, she took out her phone and dialed Song Huilan's number, informing her that the old lady and young mistress had been safely delivered. Then she took the car and returned to the airport in the demon capital. After Wang Xiaoye left, Su Liuli took a few steps and came to her grandmother. Gu Feng stood behind the sofa, his hands on her shoulders, massaging her shoulders. Liuli, come sit. They've all gone back? Wang Xiaoye and the others, who were originally standing at the door, disappeared without a trace. Grandmother was curious, and just lowered her head, not expecting so many people to suddenly disappear. Well, grandmother, Xiaoye said she had some unfinished business in the imperial capital and was in a hurry to get back. Obeying her grandmother's words, she sat gracefully next to the old lady, her long, slender legs together. The boy Feng isn't very good at anything else, but he's got a knack for massaging shoulders. Do you want him to massage your shoulders? Yes, Grandma, I've never had my shoulders massaged before. I'd like to experience it today. As she spoke, her eyebrows lifted slightly, and she looked at Gu Feng, standing behind the sofa, with a smile. Looking at Su Liuli's stunning face, Gu Feng could only obediently lean over a little, and place his hands on Su Liuli's soft, boneless shoulders. Sit properly. And hold the shoulders to keep them straight. As the 5 fingers exerted force at the same time, Su Liuli could clearly feel a tingling numbness. After the numbness, there was a vague warmth, and overall it was quite comfortable. How was it? Was it very comfortable? Gu Feng pinched her shoulder, and Grandma couldn't help but ask with a smile. Well, it was very comfortable. Grandma, I want to ask you for a favor. Silly child, if there's anything, just tell Grandma. It's actually not a big deal. The bodyguards outside were sent by Mom. I can take care of myself, so can you please help me talk them into going home? Tell them to go home? Well, if it were any other matter, I would have agreed without a second thought. But telling the bodyguards to go home is something I really need to think about. After all, it concerns the safety of my granddaughter and her future grandchildren. Liuli, are you worried that it's inconvenient for them to follow you all the time? Let me tell you, when you go to school, you can tell them to wait at the school gate. Only 2 of them will be assigned each day. Is that okay? Chapter 147, Going Home with Your Ass Out. 2 people. Grandma, can't we really discuss this some more? Biting her lip lightly, Su Liuli's innocent little eyes secretly glanced at Gu Feng standing behind her, as her grandmother, who loved her most, could not agree to her. Stopping what she was doing, she sat down with one hand supporting Su Liuli's shoulder. What are you looking at me like that for? What do you expect me to do for you when Grandma and Mom have decided together? I would like to help, but my words are useless. Smiling happily, Gu Feng spread his hands in a helpless expression. Girl, don't be so stressed. The bodyguards your grandmother has chosen for you have all been carefully selected and are all very experienced. Your grandmother guarantees that they won't affect you. In a word, Gu Feng and Su Liuli were both taken aback. They widened their eyes and an expression of disbelief appeared on their faces. Grandma, you found those bodyguards outside? Yes, I did. Grandma nodded, and Su Liuli's mouth opened slightly. Grandma, really, did you really arrange it? What's wrong with you 2 kids? Can't I fool you when I'm this old? Those bodyguards outside were all carefully selected by me. In addition to these bodyguards, there are also a few ants who will take care of Liuli's daily life, and they will come tomorrow morning. Grandma said seriously, but Su Liuli could only smile bitterly. She had originally wanted to ask Grandma to say something to Mom, but she never expected that the instigator of this whole thing was actually Grandma herself. Fortunately, she hadn't just called Mom, or else it would have been even more embarrassing. Suli, it turns out that it was your grandmother who personally found you. Haha, I think you'd better obediently accept it, and it's unlikely that she'll let her old lady withdraw these bodyguards. In front of her grandmother, Gu Feng laughed without any scruples. Suli, who was sitting next to her, had a face like a bright red cherry, looking at her kind and affable grandmother, and in the end, she could only obediently agree. She agreed, but she also had her own bottom line. Grandma, you just promised me that you wouldn't let them follow me to school. Okay, Grandma promises. Predicting that nothing major would happen at school, Grandma nodded without hesitation in response to Suluwali's request. In this way, all the bodyguards outside were left at the villa, and when the arranged nanny arrived the next morning, the entire villa would become even more lively. Ding dong! Suluwali was about to take Grandma to choose a room for the night's rest when Gufeng's phone suddenly rang. Taking the phone, it was Annie calling. Luwali, you take Grandma to choose a room, I'll take this call. Okay. Grandma, let's go choose a room. For convenience's sake, we'll mainly choose rooms on the first floor. I'll take you to the innermost room first. Su Luli led her grandmother away, and Gu Feng decisively pressed the answer button. Hello? President Gu, you've arrived in the Magic City? Yes. Do you have time now? President Chen has already selected the staff and we'll depart tomorrow morning. There are also a few other matters I need to report to you. Standing in Chen Jingyang's office, Annie was on the phone, while Chen Jingyang, Yuilan and Lu Qidwan sat on the sofa nearby. Okay, I'll be right there. Annie called personally, so there must be a lot going on at the company. He must be concerned about the company he runs single-handedly. He walked towards the bedroom, greeted Su Luli and his grandmother, and walked straight out of the living room. There happened to be two bodyguards standing at the door, both about 30 years old, over 1.85 meters tall, and burly. Standing between the two, Gu Feng suddenly felt as if he were a little chicken. It's been hard, take me out for a trip. The Maybach was still parked in front of the school, and for convenience's sake, he had to let them give him a ride. Yes, my lord. This way please. Bowing, he indicated for Gu Feng to get in. As the bodyguard for the Gu family, they were familiar with Gu Feng as a young master. You stay here. Yes. With a command, the bodyguard closed the car door, walked around the back and opened the driver's door. The car started and slowly drove out of the villa. I think you look familiar. What's your name? Sitting in the back seat, Gu Feng looked up at the bodyguard in the driver's seat and asked. It wasn't that he was deliberately striking up a conversation, but he really felt that the other person looked familiar. Young master, my name is Wang Chang. Wang Chang? Oh, I remember now. A few years ago, I skipped class and went for a swim in the wild. Did you catch me? A twinkle of starlight in his eyes, Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. Facing Gu Feng's inquiry, Wang Chang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, could only nod with an embarrassed smile. It really is you. His mouth twitched slightly twice. If he had just been caught skipping class, he would probably not have remembered. But the last time was different. He had skipped class to go swimming in the wild, and was caught by the bodyguard sent by his father, who made him walk bare-assed for 3 or 5 kilometers. Walking along the road, the passing cars and pedestrians looked at him like they were looking at a monkey. Fortunately, I was young at the time. If it were now, I would be so embarrassed that I would just jump into the river. You tell me, is this not a case of the wrong person in the wrong place? Idle and with nothing to do, leaning lazily against the back of the car, Gu Feng said teasingly. Young master, you can't blame me for this, I was just following the family head's orders. Besides, the place where you went swimming in the wild, I don't know how many people drown there every year. The water is so murky, and there is silt at the bottom. If you're not careful, you could be in danger. To teach you a lesson, we had no choice but to educate you. Educate me? By educate you mean walking several kilometers with my bare bottom? It's not a bad idea, but Wang Chang laughed heartlessly when he heard this. Ha ha ha, young master, this is what the head of the family meant. I remember very clearly that the head of the family told you to walk home with your bare bottom. We were worried that you would catch a cold, so we let you put on some clothes halfway. Chapter 148, Money is not a problem. What, do I have to thank you? Ha ha, young master, it's been so long, I'm very happy that you remember me, so thank you is not necessary. Facing Wang Chang's shameless response, Gu Feng really couldn't help but laugh. Forget it, what's in the past is in the past. You'll go to the company with me later. When you get there, don't call me young master, call me Xiaofeng or Guzong. Okay, no problem, I'll call you Guzong. There are a lot of people in Yunding technology, and if they hear Wang Chang call him young master, they won't know what to think. The car soon arrived at the bottom of the building. Before Wang Chang could go around the front of the car, Gu Feng had already opened the door and got out. Let's go. Follow me. It was Sunday, and there weren't many people coming and going from the office building. Gu Feng led Wang Chang into the office building and took the elevator to the outside of Yunding Technology. There was only a young girl on duty at the reception desk. When she saw Gu Feng arrive, she put down the registration form in her hand, bypassed the reception desk, and ran up to the two of them. "Mr. Gu, you're here. Mr. Chen and Mr. Yu are waiting for you in the office. I'll take you there right now. Just now, Secretarian specifically told me that the boss will be here later, and after seeing Gu Feng, she told her to take him to Mr. Chen's office right away." "Okay, go. Wang Chang, you find a place to sit first. I may be a while." "Okay, Mr. Gu." The receptionist led Gu Feng to Chen Zhengyan's office, while Wang Chang sat down in the lounge area. It was Sunday, so there weren't many people in the office. "Yes, Mr. Gu, it's Sunday, so everyone is basically off." In the meantime, they had already arrived at Chen Zhengyan's office. They had known that Gu Feng was coming, so the door was wide open. Knock, knock, knock. "Mr. Chen, Mr. Yu, Secretarian, Mr. Gu is here." After the receptionist finished speaking, Gu Feng strode into the office. Almost at the same time, Chen Zhengyang and the others, who had been sitting on the sofa chatting, all stood up at the same time and looked in unison towards the office door. After seeing Gu Feng, they came around the sofa to greet him as soon as possible. "Mr. Gu, you're here. Please sit down. You sit first, I'll get you a glass of water." He gave Annie a wink, and Annie, dressed in professional attire, immediately understood what he meant and helped Chen Zhengyang greet Gu Feng and bring him to the sofa. "Gu, have a seat." "Well, I didn't expect to see all of you here. What are you chatting about, sitting together? Sit wherever you like." In Chen Zhengyang's office, apart from Annie and Chen Zhengyang, there were also Yu Yilan and Lu Qi. The fact that they were gathered together at this time meant that they were definitely not just chatting. "Mr. Gu, we were just talking about the business forum this Saturday." Lu Qi stood to one side and explained calmly. At that moment, Chen Zhengyang came over with a glass of water, stood in front of Gu Feng, bowed slightly, and placed the glass in front of him. "Oh, you all hurry up and sit down. To be honest, I'm also very interested in the solid-state battery forum this Saturday. Although there are certain risks, as a sunrise industry, the accompanying benefits are beyond imagination. President Chen, I think you share my views, don't you?" The Solid Battery Research and Development Forum was introduced to him by Chen Zhengyang, and the other party must also be very interested, otherwise they would not have taken the initiative to introduce it to him. In response to Gu Feng's inquiry, Chen Zhengyang was not at all ambiguous, and responded with a full mouth, "Yes, President Gu, I share your thoughts. High risk brings high reward, that's always true. This business forum has gathered quite a few high-end groups, and if there weren't unimaginable benefits, it wouldn't attract the attention of so many large groups." "Well, that's true." Lu Qi nodded symbolically, and before Gu Feng arrived at the office, he and Chen Zhengyang had almost reached a unified opinion. The Pinnacle competition project has fully matured, and he is now focusing most of his energy on the subworld. Overall, the pressure is not that great. If they really want to start developing solid-state batteries, there will be internal adjustments within the company, and some people from the technical department will have to be reassigned. As a technology company, the technical department is the backbone of the entire company and cannot be replaced. For this forum, Annie and Lu Qi, you two will accompany me. President Chen is in charge of the Kyushu Group's overseas business investigations, and for the time being, the company will let President Yu manage everything. Gu Feng gave his orders, and the people sitting around him agreed one after the other. "President Gu, I still want to discuss the overseas business of Kyushu Group with you." "Okay, go ahead." Leaning slightly lazily back on the sofa, he looked seriously at Chen Zhengyang with his eyes. Before speaking, he lifted the glass of water in front of him and gulped down half of it. "President Gu, Kyushu Group is one of the leading large groups in the country and has a certain status in the international community. Shouldn't we strike the right tone in this investigation? The reason I say this is that I'm mainly worried about offending people. To become the head of the Kyushu Group is to have a very high status in the business world, and the relationships are even more complicated. If you're not careful, you could offend someone you shouldn't." "Well, you're right. I'll put together a plan for you tonight, and you can investigate according to the plan I write. If there are no unexpected circumstances, this task can be completed within a week. Write Chen Zhengyang clearly what needs to be investigated before and after. With the other party's abilities, it may not even take a week, just 3 or 5 days." "Good. Guzong, I'm relieved to hear that. Apart from the overseas business of the Kyushu Group and solid-state batteries, what else is there? Annie said on the phone that there were several things to report, and she's only just mentioned two. Gu's own, the development of the subworld is going well. Chen Zhengyang and I have discussed it and would like to arrange the server in advance. That's fine. You can discuss it with Mr. Chen. Are there any problems with funding? Lu Qi's gaze shifted from him to Chen Zhengyang. The latter didn't answer right away, but turned his head and looked at Annie and Yuilan. Mr. Gu, we've been focusing on developing the subworld, as well as expanding the office area and hiring more staff. The liquidity in the account is not particularly abundant. We also need to set aside some funds for the possible future investment in research and development of solid-state batteries. The promotion of the Pinnacle competition is still in progress, and there is not much profit yet. In addition to the early deployment and construction of servers for the subworld, a series of risk tests must also be carried out. The solid-state battery forum is about to start this Saturday, and they must also set aside some funds. If Lu Qi's request is granted, then they will not start researching and developing solid-state batteries. However, once they start investing in research and development, the capital chain of Yunding technology will definitely be affected. This is also the main reason why Yuilan and Chen Zhenyang have not agreed to Lu Qi's request. The funding issue is not a problem. First, we will meet the requirements of the subworld, and I will figure out the funding issue later. President Gu. Okay, President Gu. Yuilan nodded without thinking when she heard this. Lu Qi was surprised. He didn't expect Gu Feng to agree so readily. He should at least have thought about it. Director Lu, are you happy this time? Ha, I didn't expect President Gu to agree so readily. Chen Zhengyang happily teased. Lu Qi was moved inside, but he stuttered and couldn't say anything. Since the beginning of the peak competition, Gu Feng has always unconditionally believed in him, which makes him feel like a talented horse meeting its master. Chapter 149 Profit Statement. All right. President Chen, please don't joke around. Yuilan stepped forward to help Lu Qi diffuse the awkwardness, and then took out a stack of reports from somewhere. President Gu, the peak competition has had a good promotional effect and the response has been very good. This is the profit statement for this period of time, please take a look. In order to facilitate reporting to Gu Feng, she had specially asked someone to prepare a profit statement, which detailed a summary of the daily profits of the peak competition. She took the profit statement from Yuilan and started flipping through the pages, beginning with the first page. At first, she didn't feel anything was wrong, but as she got further into it, she gradually sat up straighter and her expression became more and more shocked. Yuilan, Annie, and Chen Zhengyang next to her all looked like they couldn't hold back their laughter, as if they had long expected the boss to be very surprised. What do you think, President Gu? Isn't this a big surprise? It really is unexpected. I didn't pay much attention to the Pinnacle competition some time ago, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. If this pace continues, won't the quarterly profit be over 100 million? In just a few days, it has already generated revenue of up to 10 million, and the quarterly profit will definitely be over 100 million. It's not difficult to make over 100 million. The tentative quarterly net profit is 300 million. We have carefully calculated that if revenue continues to be generated at this rate, achieving the goal will not be difficult. 300 million? Yuilan spoke of 300 million right away, which made Gu Feng a little stunned. If we can really achieve 300 million in revenue, I might consider giving everyone a bonus. What do you think, President Yu? He closed the report and handed it back to Yuilan. Of course, what kind of bonus do you plan to give? Well, a bonus, how about that? Great, then I can thank you on behalf of all the employees. Wait. All the employees of the company? Yuilan's words directly confused Gu Feng. He meant to give rewards to the employees in charge of the Pinnacle competition project, but he didn't think of giving bonuses to all the employees of the company. Raising his hand to stroke the hair on his forehead, Yuilan pretended to be puzzled and said, President Gu, didn't you just mean to give bonuses to all the employees? Ha, then it will be done according to what you mean. By the way, is there anything else? The few people in the office looked at each other. They had already reported everything that needed to be reported, and there was basically nothing else. Mr. Gu, for the time being, there is nothing else. Okay, if there is nothing else, I will leave first. Mr. Chen, regarding the overseas investigation process of the Kyushu Group, I will give it to you by tonight at the latest. Standing up from in front of the sofa, he casually straightened his clothes and walked towards the outside of the office. Gu Feng got up and left, and Chen Zhengyang and the others naturally got up to see him off. Wang Chang, who had been waiting in the break area, came to Gu Feng's side as soon as he saw him. Gu Feng's sudden appearance did not cause Chen Zhengyang and the others to pay much attention. The way the man was dressed, he was either a chauffeur or a bodyguard. After all, he was a boss, and it was only normal for him to have a chauffeur and bodyguard by his side. The group arrived at the elevator door, and when they saw that the elevator was about to arrive, Gu Feng turned around. "It's fine, it's Sunday, there's not much to do, so I'll go home early and rest. I'll go first." "Okay, Mr. Gu, take care." After watching Gu Feng board the elevator and leave, Chen Zhengyang and the others turned around and walked back to the company. "Mr. Gu, where are we going next?" "Home. I've been gone for so long, I don't know if Su Liuli and Grandma picked a good room." The trip back to the villa was uneventful, and as soon as they got out of the car, their attention was immediately drawn to two figures not far away. An old man and a young man, both wearing aprons, were busy working on the lawn next to the flower bed. Quickly approaching the two, I take a closer look. Grandma and Su Liuli are each holding a small shovel in their hands, busily digging holes. They don't even notice someone suddenly appearing behind them. "Grandma, can they really grow in this season?" "Don't worry, my girl, I'll build a simple greenhouse over them later, so they can grow even in the depths of winter, not to mention the season." Grandma carefully buried one pit after another with a small shovel in her hand. Su Luli next to her did the same, listening to her grandma's words with a slightly flushed face full of curiosity. Standing behind them for a long time, the two of them didn't notice at all. There was no way to just stand there stupidly, so Gu Feng raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed lightly. Ahem. Hearing the coughing sound behind her, the two of them turned around at the same time. "Eh? Xiao Feng? You little rascal, when did you get back?" One hand held a small shovel, and the other vigorously patted Gu Feng's arm. Fortunately, she was a little old lady with a good attitude, otherwise someone else would have been startled. "Yes, when did you get back? Why wasn't there any noise? You scared me." With her chest half exposed, Su Liuli complained with a small mouth, but her eyes were full of surprise. "I came back a long time ago. You two were so engrossed in your work that you didn't even notice when I came back. By the way, Grandma, what are you doing with Su Li?" Standing on tiptoe, she looks through the gap between the two of them. There are a few seeds in each pit, but it's hard to tell what kind of plants they are. "What do you mean, what are we doing?" "Grandma is doing something serious. These are tomato seeds that we just found in the villa's storage room. Su Li and I plan to plant them here. If we count the time, we should be able to eat them a year from now." Holding a shovel in her hand, Grandma is in high spirits. "Come, Liuli, don't mind him, let's cover the rest of the soil together. Xiaofeng, if you're not busy, go over there and help Grandma bring the tarpaulin over." Chapter 150, Let's go get the license. Good. Following Grandma's instructions, he turned around and walked towards the warehouse, and after searching for a while, he found the tarpaulin that the elderly person needed. He handed the tarpaulin to the two of them and returned to the living room of the villa by himself. Next, he still had to prepare things for Chen Zhengyang. Taking out his laptop, he recalled in his mind the various things that had happened before his rebirth, and after more than an hour, he wrote down the entire process completely. If he followed this investigation process and once the results were investigated, it would be a massive earthquake for the entire Kyushu group. The number of people affected will be countless. Send the file to Chen Zhengyang via email, and turn off the laptop after the email is successfully sent. Grandma and Su Lili happened to be back from outside at this time. After half a day of busy work with a small shovel, they finally finished building the greenhouse. As long as the weather remains normal during this period of time, the seeds will sprout sooner or later. "Grandma, let me help you go rest. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." Helping her grandmother to the sofa, slowly letting the elderly person sit down, Su Luli asked in a low voice. "Grandma isn't hungry yet, you don't need to worry about it, just sit with her." Taking Su Luli's delicate hand, she asked her to sit down next to her. "Xiaofeng, go pour 2 glasses of water over here." "Oh, okay." Getting up, she took the glasses and went to the water dispenser next to get 2 cups of warm water. "We have to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow morning, do you want to take some time off in advance?" Gracefully, she lifted the glass in front of her, brought it close to her mouth, and took a small sip. Su Li smiled. For some reason, the thought that she would be going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to pick up her certificate the next morning made her heart race. She was nervous, but also a little excited and happy. I'll give them a call later. Don't you need to take a day off? No, I don't. Don't you remember, I only have electives left. Su Luli's voice was sweet. There were basically no more big events at school. The graduation project had already been submitted, and all that was left was to wait for the internship. After sitting in front of the sofa and chatting for a while, it was almost dinner time, so Grandma and Su Luli went to the kitchen to cook. It was rare for Gufeng to have some free time to himself, so he sat in the living room and waited for nearly 20 minutes. After just 20 minutes, the old and young had dinner ready. When they arrived in the dining room, Gufeng swallowed hard when he saw the few round bowls on the table. Grandma, you two have been busy for half a day and all you've cooked is 3 bowls of long noodle soup? What do you mean just 3 bowls of long noodle soup? Can't you see there are poached eggs and vegetables on top? Sit down and eat. Grandma sat Su Lili down to eat, and when Gufeng saw this, he had to sit down and join them. After dinner, they chatted for a while in the living room, and Grandma passed on a lot of tips on making clothes for children. Today's flight was quite tiring, and it was already 8 o'clock, so Grandma gradually began to feel a little tired. Lioli, let me help Grandma go back to rest. Gufeng got up and helped Grandma take her arm as he escorted her to her bedroom. After sending Grandma back to bed, he turned around and came back out to take Su Lili back to their room to rest. The next day came quickly. At 7 a.m., the two walked out of their bedroom one after the other and came to the living room, just in time to see Grandma coming out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Grandma? Why are you coming out of the kitchen? What are you doing? Cooking? Seeing that Grandma was wearing an apron, Gufeng and Su Lili hurriedly came to the elderly person. Today is the big day of getting your license, so you need to eat well in the morning. Grandma will cook red bean rice and dumplings for you. Let's taste them together later. You two, go sit in the dining room first, I'll be done here in a minute. After ushering Gufeng and Su Lili into the dining room, Grandma hurriedly turned back to the kitchen. Gazing blankly as the old woman left, Gufeng couldn't help but mutter to himself, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen Grandma so full of energy. Should we go and help? Worried that Grandma wouldn't be able to handle the workload alone, Su Lili wanted to go to the kitchen and help. But before she could take a step, she was stopped by Gufeng raising his hand. No need, Grandma's health isn't that bad. If the old lady likes it, let her keep busy. Sit down and take a break. Gufeng took Su Lili's shoulders and helped her sit down. Feeling that Gufeng had a point, Su Lili didn't insist. After sitting down for only 5 or 6 minutes, Grandma came out with a basin of bright red bean rice. Look, isn't this red bean rice pretty good? You two wait here, Grandma will go put the dumplings on the table. After placing the red bean rice on the table, Grandma turned around and went to the kitchen to get the dumplings. She stared curiously at the red bean rice in front of her. This was such a bright-colored staple food, and it was the first time she had seen it. How is this rice made? I can see that there are beans and rice, but why is it red? It's very simple. Just use sorghum to cook the rice. Sorghum is red, isn't it? The so-called lucky dumplings are also made by soaking and kneading sorghum, and boiling the dumplings in vegetable juice. After Gufeng explained it like this, Su Lili's mind suddenly became a lot clearer. They waited until their grandmother had served the dumplings before sitting down to eat breakfast. The dumplings were brightly colored and tasted delicious. After breakfast, Gufeng took out his phone and called his instructor to ask for leave. When the time came, at 8:30, he took Su Lili and his grandmother to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Before they left, his grandmother took out some candy from the basket in the corner of the living room. They were going to get a marriage license, so they should bring some candy to share the happiness with others. Grandma, you are so considerate. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten all about it. After receiving the candy from the old lady, he greeted Wang Chang at the door, asked Grandma Su Lili to sit in the back of the car, and he got into the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce. In order to keep a low profile, he deliberately ordered only one car. The location of the Civil Affairs Bureau is about 10 minutes from the villa. Sitting in the back row, they chatted quietly, and they had barely finished talking when they arrived. After getting out of the car, Su Lili and Gufeng looked around at the not-too-distant archway of the Civil Affairs Bureau. It was Monday, so there didn't seem to be a queue. There were no couples in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, and the three of them, with Su Lili supporting her grandmother, entered the service hall together. At a glance, there were only 2 or 3 couples in the hall. Luli, you support Grandma and go sit and rest, I'll go get a number. Okay. Grandma, let's go wait over there. Okay. The old and young went to find a place to sit in the distance, and Gu Feng went to the machine to get a number. Number 4. The number on his hand was number 4, which meant that there were only 3 other couples in front of them. There were only about 3 couples waiting in the service hall, which meant that registration had not officially begun yet. After getting the number, he returned to his grandmother, and Su Luli and Wang Chang, as the bodyguard, stood very straight behind them. He was wearing a professional suit, and although he wasn't wearing sunglasses, it was not difficult to tell from his figure and stance that he was a bodyguard. In his hand, he also carried a small camera. It was the main tool that his grandmother was going to use to take pictures next. Girl, you are going to get married to this brat soon, are you nervous? Chapter 151, Legal Couple. A little bit. Grandma couldn't help but smile happily when she saw her raise a slender finger. Apart from being nervous, aren't you also very happy? Getting married is a major event in life, so it's normal to be nervous. Back in those days, when Grandma and your grandfather got married, they couldn't sleep the night before. While comforting Su Lioli, Grandma also couldn't help but reminisce about her younger days. Number 1, come to the window to fill in the registration information. When the time was up, the voice of the staff from the Civil Affairs Bureau came from the loudspeaker in the window in the distance. Hearing the call, the couple sitting in the front row, a young couple, got up with smiles on their faces and held hands as they walked towards the window. After filling in the basic information, they began to verify their identity. In less than 10 minutes, they received 2 small notebooks. After the first couple finished registering, the second couple began to register, which took a little longer than the first. They were a little nervous about getting married and did not prepare a red background photo in advance, so they could only have their photos taken on site at the Civil Affairs Bureau. After nearly 20 minutes of registration, they finally finished. It was soon the turn of Gu Feng and Su Luli. The two sat side by side. Gu Feng was fine, but Su Luli's hands were clasped together so tightly that sweat was beginning to appear on the palms. Luli. Su Luli was so nervous that Gu Feng gently placed his hand on the back of her hand. Feeling the warmth of his palm, Su Luli's heart grew calmer. In a moment, the voice from the window speaker called for number 4. Gu Feng, holding the couple's ID cards, led Su Luli to the window. Hello, and congratulations on your marriage. Please register your basic information. The staff at the window were very enthusiastic, and while they were talking, they handed out 2 registration forms from the window. Each person took a registration form and registered their basic information, and handed their ID cards and photos to the staff. They watched as the stamp was placed on the red book, and then handed the 2 red books to the 2 people. Congratulations on becoming legal husband and wife. Thank you. Here are the wedding candies for you. The staff was so enthusiastic that Gu Feng took 4 or 5 packs of candy and handed them to the staff inside through the window. On the desk next to the staff were various kinds of wedding candy, which showed that there were quite a few couples preparing for their wedding. Thank you. There is a special photo booth over there. Take your marriage certificate and go take a photo. Following the direction of the staff, there was a small stage in the distance. In front was a registration desk, and on the back was a red background with several large characters engraved, "We are married." Holding their marriage certificates in their hands, the 2 followed the instructions of the staff at the window and went to the front of the stage. Seeing this, Grandma took the camera from Wang Chang and couldn't wait to come to the front. Liuli, Xiaofeng, you 2 stand up there, Grandma will take your picture. Your mother is waiting for me to send her the photos. Not only did her as a grandmother want to see the 2 of them receive their marriage certificates, Song Huilan, who was far away in the imperial capital, also wanted to see it. The old lady took the camera and stood in front of the stage, looking very professional as she took photos of Gu Feng and Su Lioli. She took more than 10 photos in a row, changing the angle many times. In the end, Gu Feng took the initiative to say that was enough, otherwise he didn't know how many more photos she would take. Grandma, let me see the photos. He took small steps to his grandmother's side, impatient to see the photos in the camera. Seeing Su Lioli's eagerness, Grandma immediately opened the camera and carefully looked at the dozen photos. Amazing! Grandma, I never imagined that your photography skills were so good. Looking at the photos in the camera, Su Lioli couldn't help but give her grandmother a thumbs up. Each photo, whether it was the angle or the lighting, was captured perfectly. Not to mention that Grandma is so old, even the young people can't necessarily produce such results. What do you think? Grandma's photography skills have not let you down, have they? Today is the first day of receiving the certificate, and Grandma will send the photos to your parents later. This evening, the three of us, grandchild and grandparent, will celebrate. Grandma will book a restaurant and we'll go out for dinner tonight. Well, Grandma, are you treating? She handed the camera to Gufeng and Su Luoli embraced her grandmother's arm with both hands. After spending time together, Su Luoli had become more and more dependent on her grandmother, who had also become more and more indulgent with her, almost more so than with her own granddaughter. Grandma had a kind face and gently stroked Su Luoli's forehead with her hand. A gentle smile hung at the corner of her mouth. Silly girl, of course it's Grandma treating. Tonight, you can order whatever you want to eat, I guarantee you'll have a good meal. Okay. Grandma, let's go home first. Su Lily nodded obediently, her pretty, oval face beaming with a smile, as she helped her grandma walk towards the outside of the Civil Affairs Bureau. After successfully obtaining their marriage certificate, and as they sat in the car, Gufeng and Su Lily glanced at each other, both feeling a little incredulous inside. Looking down at the little red booklet in his hands, Gufeng suddenly felt like he was dreaming. When he first came to the Magic City to report for college, he never imagined that he would be getting married in a few months. The whole way, there was no conversation. When the car returned to the villa, it had just entered the gate when a few figures not far away attracted Gufeng's attention. The Rolls-Royce came to a stop, and Gufeng opened the door as soon as possible. After getting off the car, he realized that the people standing in the distance were actually a few ants. There were a total of 8 people, 6 of whom were in uniform, and the other 2, a man and a woman, were about 40 or 50 years old and looked very kind. Uncle Nyo, Auntie Sun. What brings you here? Gufeng was full of surprise when he saw the 2. Uncle Nyo was his grandfather's assistant, and after his grandfather's death, he had always stayed by his father's side. He never expected that he would come to the demon capital this time. As for Auntie Sun, Gufeng was quite calm inside. She had always stayed by his grandmother's side, and it was only normal for her to come with her this time when she came to the demon capital. Young master, the head of the family asked us to help take care of the old lady and young lady. Uncle Nyo, I've told you many times, don't call me young master, just phone. Ah, young master, Uncle Nyo is used to calling you young master, and he can't get used to the change. You'll have to forgive him. By the way, where are the old lady and young lady? Gufeng's gaze shifted away from him and looked at the Rolls-Royce behind him. Just then, Wang Chang opened the door of the Rolls-Royce, and Su Liuli helped her grandmother get out of the car slowly. Seeing this, Sun Ma hurriedly came forward to help. Young mistress, let me help you. Before coming, Madam specifically instructed that the current young mistress is in a special situation and her health must be protected. The reason for bringing so many people over is that in addition to taking care of the old lady, they also have to take care of Su Liuli, the young mistress. Chapter 152, Throwing Down Your Work? Turn the table over. Liuli, this is Sun Mama, you should have met her before. With her arm held by Sun Mama, Grandma didn't forget to turn her head and introduce Su Liuli first. Upon hearing this, Su Liuli looked at Sun Mama with beautiful eyes and softly said with her mouth open, Sun Mama. Hey, young mistress. I came this time specifically to take care of you and Grandma. If there is anything in your life, you can tell me. My cooking skills are not worse than Wang Mama's. Winking at Su Liuli, Sun Mama is obviously much happier than Wang Mama in terms of personality, and she likes to joke around more often. Really? Then can I learn cooking from you in the future? Upon hearing Sun Mama say that her cooking is good, a hint of surprise appears on Su Liuli's oval face. After returning from the imperial capital, she was worried that there was no way to continue learning cooking from Wang Mama. This is great, Sun Mama has come to the demon capital, and her cooking is even better than Wang Mama's. Ha ha ha, of course. As long as you want to learn, I promise to teach you with all my heart. Good, thank you, Grandma-san. Young lady, you're too polite, it's the least I can do. What would you like to eat tonight? I'll order the food this afternoon and cook it for you tonight. While they were talking, the two of them helped Grandma to the front door of the villa. Without immediately responding to Grandma-san's words, Su Luli just looked at her grandmother, who was being helped in the middle. After getting the marriage certificate, Grandma said she wanted to go out to eat that night, and she would treat everyone. Feeling her granddaughter's gaze, Grandma straightened her slightly stooped back and said in a very opportune manner, Today is a day worth celebrating, and I'm going to take everyone out to eat. You guys should come along too. Since it's a treat, Then we should all go together. It wouldn't be fun if only the three of them ate. Old madam, you want to take us with you to eat? Grandma Sun's figure trembled slightly, and there was some hesitation in her eyes. Well, after being by my side for so many years, you should know my character by now. If you go with me, just go with me, don't be polite. Yes, old madam. I'll help you sit down first. Young madam, you sit too. While helping Grandma Gufeng sit down, she didn't forget to raise her hand to indicate that Su Luli should also sit down. The old lady was right. Having followed her for so many years, she always did what she said. Since she had already decided to let them join her for dinner, she would not change her mind easily. Repeatedly refusing would only make the old lady angry. I'll go get a glass of water. After making sure that Su Li and Gufeng's grandmother were sitting comfortably, Sun Mama took the cup and kettle to pour the water. At that time, Gufeng and Nyobo also came in from the outside. Behind the two men, there were several ants who had come with Sun Mama. They briefly familiarized themselves with the environment and tidied up the living room and kitchen. They prepared some ingredients and would later cook some lunch. After pouring water for Su Li and Gufeng's grandmother, Sun Mama did not forget to give a few gentle instructions to the ants. With Sun Mama's instructions, the ants started to get busy one after the other. Uncle Nyo, Sun Mama is here to take care of my grandmother, why did you come along? Sun Mama was not far ahead taking care of her grandmother in Su Li, and Gufeng took the opportunity to look curiously at Uncle Nyo. Your father told me to come. He's worried that you'll bully the young mistress, so he told me to supervise you. With a neutral expression, he glanced at Gufeng with his eyes and started walking towards the living room sofa. Air. Supervise me? You're not joking with me, are you? His mouth opened slightly, and he was about to follow Nyobo to the sofa to chat, but before he could take a step, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Hello? Gufeng, what's going on with you? It's Monday, and you've taken the day off. When are you coming back? The instructor said you took the day off because of something. Do you need any help? If you do, just let us know. We promise to be there whenever you need us. On the other end of the line, the voices of Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai could be heard, chatting away, and he didn't even get a chance to say anything. Phew. Gufeng, can you let me speak first? As soon as he said that, the phone went quiet for a while, and the next second, Jiang Yu's voice came through. Okay, go ahead. I'm just taking some time off, and I'll be going to school tomorrow. We can talk about it in person tomorrow. That's all for today, I'm hanging up. After quickly finishing his sentence, without waiting for Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai on the other end of the phone to respond, Gufeng hung up directly. He knew his two roommates too well. If he didn't hang up quickly, they would probably keep asking questions for a long time. Ring. Less than 2 seconds after the phone hung up, the phone in his hand vibrated again. Thinking it was Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai calling again, he was about to press the answer button when he suddenly saw that it didn't seem right. Ha? You haven't left yet? A slight frown appeared on her brow. The caller was none other than Chen Zhangyang. According to Chen Zhangyang, he flew to China this morning and should be getting ready to leave for the airport. No matter what, the call had to be answered. Without hesitation, she pressed the answer button. Hello? Gu President Gu, are you busy? There was a slight pause in his voice, and Chen Zhangyang sounded a little anxious and nervous. No, what's up? Well, I've read the documents you gave me, Mr. Gu. I want to make sure with you that we really want to investigate according to the procedures listed above. I'm worried that this kind of investigation will cause major fluctuations in the Kyushu group. At this time, in the conference room of Yunding Technology, Chen Zhangyang stood next to the host, his brows knitted. On both sides of the conference room, in addition to Annie and Yuilan, there were several other company employees. These people were all preparing to go on a business trip with Chen Zhangyang. At this time, they should be preparing to go to the airport, but looking at the documents given to him by Gufeng, Chen Zhangyang really couldn't make up his mind for a while. Under normal circumstances, this overseas trip would just be a token investigation. It would be enough to weed out a few insignificant minions, but he really didn't expect his boss's appetite to be so big. According to the investigation process in Gufeng's documents, this has gone beyond the scope of losing one's job. This is practically about to turn the tables. Not to mention, he was not sure if the Kyushu group could withstand the turmoil. Just follow the investigation process I gave you. Okay, Mr. Gu. After making a special phone call to confirm, and with the boss saying this, Chen Zhangyang also dispelled the last bit of worry in his heart. He was just a hard-working person, and he would do whatever his boss told him to do. Putting down the phone in his hand, Annie and Yuilan looked at each other in perfect unison. Dressed in a sexy business suit, Annie stepped forward in her slender high heels and said to Chen Zhengyang, "What did President Gu say?" "Investigate normally." "Phew. Then we'll do as President Gu asks." "I'll work with President Yu here at the company, and Chen Zhengyang, you'll have to work hard on the overseas business of the Kyushu Group. As a secretary, you must obey your boss's every command. This Saturday's solid-state battery forum, President Yu and Secretary and pay more attention. President Gu also attaches great importance to this forum, so there must be no slip-ups. Time is pressing, let's set off immediately. Go!" Without bothering to sit down again, they left the meeting room with the phone in their hands, ready to go on a business trip. After hanging up the phone, Gu Feng slowly walked over to the sofa. Niu Bo and Sun Ma accompanied Grandma and Su Luli as they chatted, sitting down next to Su Luli. "Grandma, what are you talking about that you're so happy about?" Chapter 153, Private Kitchen. With a sheepish grin, he joined the conversation, too, as he had nothing better to do. "Young master, we didn't say much. We were just sharing with the young mistress the embarrassing story of you wetting the bed when you were little." "Oh yes, old lady, I remember one time, young master woke up at night with a psychotic episode, and stood by the side of the bed and started peeing. He peed all over the head of the household. Uncle Nyo himself has a rather dull expression, and when he speaks, his tone is serious, so the level of hilarity is directly maxed out." Su Luli sits with her legs together in front of the sofa, her skin exquisite like porcelain, every curve just right, a sweet smile on her face, beaming with happiness. "Uncle Nyo, Grandma's son, you guys. I was thinking of shamelessly joining in, but I never imagined that the clown would be myself. I felt helpless inside. If I continue to sit here and listen, I'm just humiliating myself. I might as well get up and go outside for some fresh air." I let Grandma and the others continue chatting on the living room sofa, and Gu Feng went outside the villa alone. Before long, it was noon. After a simple lunch, Grandma and Grandma's son started teaching Su Lili how to make tiger head shoes. Uncle Neo found a pair of chess pieces somewhere and, feeling bored, dragged Gu Feng to the corner of the living room and started playing chess. They played for the whole afternoon. Finally, it was 5 p.m., and time to prepare for dinner. Grandma's son told Wang Chang to prepare the car, and then turned back to lead Su Luli and the old lady out to the car. Gu Feng, Niu Bo, and a few ants followed in the cars behind. "Where are we going to eat, Niu Bo?" Gu Feng asked curiously, as Niu Bo sat in the passenger seat. He had been so busy playing chess with Niu Bo in the afternoon that he had forgotten to ask Grandma where they were going to eat. Not knowing what to say in response to Gu Feng's question, Mr. Niu just shook his head. "You don't know either?" "That's right, you've been playing chess with me all afternoon, it would be strange if I knew." Since Mr. Niu didn't know either, he simply didn't want to think about it too much, leaned back in the back seat, and began to close his eyes to rest. The car started up and it was only a matter of 10 minutes before they arrived. Mr. Niu got out of the car with him, walked a few steps forward, and came to the side of Grandma and Su Luli. At this time, Grandma's son was in front of them, explaining something to the staff. "A private restaurant. Grandma, have you eaten here before?" The restaurant in front of them was not large, and the signboard only had 3 simple characters, Tianwai Village. Judging from the scale, it was definitely a private restaurant. Grandma must have asked Sun Mama to make a reservation here beforehand. "I have eaten here. I have eaten here with your grandfather. I never imagined that after so many years, this restaurant is still here. Let's go, the room has already been booked. Let me taste it. After so many years, has the taste of this restaurant changed? Girl, help your grandmother inside." Her face was lined with the marks of time, and although she was already completely white-haired, the look in her eyes for Su Luli was always full of infinite tenderness and care. Grandma was a little down, so Su Luli unconsciously gripped her wrist a little tighter as she helped the old lady. The old and young entered the restaurant, leaving only Gu Feng and Sun Mama standing outside. Visiting the old place again, the old lady may have remembered the old owner. "Sigh, I knew I shouldn't have booked here." Watching the two of them enter, Sun Mama let out a sigh. She didn't want to book here either, but since the old lady had given the order, she had no choice but to comply. Once they entered the restaurant together, they saw that the interior was very simply decorated. The first thing that caught their eye was the lobby, which was less than 100 square meters. Led by the waiter, Grandma and Su Luli walked along the aisle. At the far end of the restaurant were 3 or 5 private rooms. Everyone entered the private room, and Grandma raised her hand. Let's go sit. Don't be formal. Order whatever you want. I'm not a fan of formal people. Bring the menu over here. After addressing the people present, she turned to the waiter and told him to bring the menu over. The dishes here are all private dishes. I came here a few times more than 10 years ago, and the taste was very good. I don't know if the taste has changed now. What do you want to eat, girl? She put the menu in front of Gu Feng and Su Liuli, meaning that she wanted the two of them to take the menu and order first. Grandma, I want something light. I'll have 2 vegetarian dishes. 1 stir-fried water spinach and 1 corn with pine nuts. Su Liuli ordered 2 dishes symbolically, and Gu Feng handed the menu back to Grandma. Grandma, you've eaten here before, so you must know what dishes are good here. Okay, I'll order. After scanning the menu in front of her, Grandma quickly asked, Young lady, do you still have the 8 treasures duck? 8 treasure immortal duck, yes. Okay, bring me 2 8 treasure immortal ducks. And 2 crispy squab. You can order the rest. Like Su Liuli, after ordering 2 dishes, Grandma handed the menu to Wang Ma and the others. After the dishes were ordered, they were served in less than 10 minutes. Xiaofeng, Liuli, you two try it. Your grandfather and I often come here to eat, and the taste is very good. Okay, let me try it. Gu Feng picked up the chopsticks and picked up the 8 treasures immortal duck in front of him. The duck meat was slightly hard when it entered the mouth, sweet and fragrant, and the aftertaste was even more mellow. On this 8 treasures immortal duck, he actually tasted the feeling of beef jerky. This 8 treasures immortal duck uses air-dried duck meat, and with my current teeth, I really don't have the blessing to enjoy it. Watching her grandson taste the 8 treasures immortal duck, Grandma just gave a small smile. She also wanted to eat it with him, but her teeth and stomach just wouldn't allow it. Grandma, let me give you some vegetables. Although it tastes light, it's good for the body. Using the male chopsticks, Su Liuli picked up a chopstick of oiled wheat and gently placed it on Grandma's plate. Facing the vegetables her granddaughter had picked up, Grandma didn't hesitate either, and ate them all in a few bites. The meal was a great success, and it gradually got to 7 p.m. Grandma son, go settle the bill, and let's get ready to go back. Chapter 154, Anchor Grandma. Yes, madam. Grandma son went outside to settle the bill, and the ants got up one after the other. Gu Feng and Su Liuli helped Grandma get ready to leave. Liuli, tomorrow Feng is going to class, are you going to school? As they walked outside, Grandma took her daughter-in-law's hand and asked softly. I don't know. But there's a live broadcast tonight, starting at 8 o'clock. Standing next to her grandmother, her lips are rosy and small, with a sweet smile at the slightly upturned corners of her mouth. Seeing that the time has come to 7 o'clock, even if her grandmother doesn't mention leaving, she will take the initiative to speak up. The school's promotional live broadcast will continue at 8 o'clock, and there is no delay. Live broadcast? A trace of curiosity flashed in her grandmother's eyes. She didn't even know that her granddaughter-in-law would be broadcasting tonight. Was it a task given by the school? Well, it's an anti-fraud broadcast to promote anti-fraud knowledge to the students. That's pretty good, let's go, hurry home, Grandma wants to watch it too. Let's learn about anti-fraud. Grandma, Liuli is promoting anti-fraud on campus, which doesn't seem to help you, does it? Gu Feng couldn't help but mutter as he supported the old man's arm. At Grandma's age, she should learn about anti-fraud specifically targeting the elderly. Who says it's not helpful? As long as it's knowledge, it's helpful. Not only Grandma, but you should watch it tonight too. Okay, I'll watch it with you. Even if Grandma didn't say anything, he would have watched it with her. As the husband, he had to support his wife in her work. Outside, Grandma's entourage was just about to come out of the restaurant when Sun Mama finished paying the bill at the front desk. Being surrounded by a large group of people, many people eating in the hall cast curious glances in their direction. If it was just Sun Mama and a few ants, it might not be a big deal, but the main attraction was Wang Chang's bodyguards. One of them was burly, well-dressed, and it was hard not to draw attention to him. I sat in the passenger seat, and Liuli, you helped Grandma get in the car. Let Su Liuli help Grandma sit in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, and Gu Feng opened the passenger door and got in. The driver was Wang Chang, who was driving, and after making sure that the old lady in the back was ready, he started the car and returned toward the villa. All the way there, Grandma and Su Liuli kept chatting in a low voice, hardly stopping. When they returned to the villa, they took a short break for nearly half an hour, and it was now 8 p.m. As requested by Sue Lily, Grandma Sun and a few aunts had already set up the phones in the living room, and Sue Lily sat demurely in front of the sofa. Her long, slender legs were together, and her hands were gently placed on her knees. Grandma and Gu Feng sat on either side of the sofa, each with a tablet in front of them. As the live broadcast began, people started to appear in the broadcast room one after the other. In order to prevent everyone from frantically sending gifts, Sue Lily did not forget to turn off the reward function in the broadcast room in advance the moment the live broadcast began. Hello everyone, today is Monday, and we will continue with the previous explanation of anti-fraud knowledge. Strange, why can't I send gifts? Can I send hearts? The reward function has been turned off. I can't reward anymore. %##. The live broadcast starts. After noticing that the reward function in the live broadcast room has been turned off, everyone starts a heated discussion in the chat box. The speed of the scrolling is even crazier than before when the rewards were crazy. Sister Sue's home is so big. Really? There's even a crystal chandelier in the back. Is this a villa? Where is Sister Sue from? No wonder the rewards have been turned off. It turns out that Sister Sue doesn't even care about our petty rewards. Wow, is this the legendary princess of the heavens? No one paid much attention to the anti-scam content, but instead they all started talking about the background of the live broadcast room. These kids, none of them are paying attention. Grandma was wearing reading glasses, watching the live broadcast room, staring at the flashing comments on the live broadcast room, muttering to herself. In order to maintain her composure, Sue Lily could only try not to look at the flashing comments below, but there was only so much anti-scam knowledge, and after more than 10 minutes of narration, what needed to be said was gradually finished. If I continue, it will just be the same old stuff, and there's no point in saying it. Today's broadcast will last for an hour and a half. I've finished speaking here, so if you have any questions, you can type them on the shared screen. Sitting in front of her phone, Sue Lily's face is soft and sweet, her helpless little eyes fixed on the flashing screen. The broadcast room is quiet. Grandma sits up straight, her kind eyes sweeping over Sue Lily. In the distance, Grandma Sun, Uncle Nyo, and a few aunts stood still. Young Mistress was broadcasting live, while Old Mistress and Young Master were watching attentively. They dared not make a sound. The quiet atmosphere lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. Seeing that Suli didn't know what to do next, Gu Feng was about to get up, but she didn't expect Grandma to stand up first. My dear, Grandma has never broadcasted live before. Let Grandma chat with these kids. Grandma, you. It's okay, you've already said what you needed to say. I've been a teacher at school before, so I know how to give a lecture. With a white, oval face and a pair of watery eyes under curved eyebrows, she blinked gently. After hearing what her grandmother said, she suddenly realized that her grandmother had previously been a professor at the Imperial Capital University. In terms of teaching experience, she is many times better than her. Cough cough, the anti-scam knowledge has been explained almost completely, so let's learn some other knowledge next. Grandma, come sit over here. She got up slowly, holding her clothes with one hand and holding her grandmother's arm with the other, guiding her to the phone and making her sit down. Good. Grandma's face was beaming with a smile, as warm as the sunshine, kind and gentle. She had always taught from the lectern before, but this was the first time she had taught remotely, sitting in front of the phone. Wearing reading glasses, she couldn't help but look at the phone. The hostess had gone from being the school beauty to a kind-looking old lady, and the live broadcast room instantly became a lot quieter. Ha! Where did Miss Sue go? Who is this old lady? Didn't you hear? Miss Sue called her grandma, so this old lady must be Miss Sue's real grandma. Hello, Grandma. Hello, Grandma. The children started to say hello to the grandmother in a neat manner, and the smile on the grandmother's face became even wider. Ahem. Children, while there is still some time, let me, an old woman, give you a lecture. I don't know anything else, but I can mainly tell you about economics. From a macroscopic perspective, the global financial system is in A. As soon as she started the lecture, she couldn't stop once she got into it. The students in the live broadcast room were a little uncomfortable at first, but as the grandmother's explanations gradually deepened, the popularity of the live broadcast room also increased. Half an hour later. Sulioli, look, there are even more people watching Grandma's live broadcast than watching yours. It seems that there are also many students from outside the school. Gu Feng and Su Liuli sat together, their eyes fixed on the number of people in the live broadcast on the upper right of the tablet. After Su Liuli handed over the live broadcast room to Grandma, the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly dropped to a few hundred, and now, in just half an hour, the number of people in the live broadcast room has already exceeded 20,000. And that's not all, the number of people watching the live broadcast is still growing like crazy. Grandma is amazing. She teaches economics, and yet she can attract so many people to listen to her lecture. I really didn't expect that. Su Liuli leaned against Gu Feng, watching the number of people in the live broadcast room rise crazily. Her inner shock was no less than Gu Feng's. This is the first time I've heard such a thorough explanation. Grandma, you're amazing. Grandma looks familiar. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Chapter 155, A Woman of Flowers. Although the level of activity in Grandma's live broadcast room was not as high as Su Liuli's, the number of people had completely surpassed it. It was obvious that the students in the live broadcast room were listening attentively. Regarding how a company can enter the international market as soon as possible, we can discuss the following points. First, it was already 9 o'clock, and sitting on the sofa, Gu Feng and Su Liuli had already become numb. The number of people in the live broadcast room at this time had already exceeded 100,000, and Grandma was still going on and on. After sitting in front of the phone for such a long time, Sun Mama, who was in the distance, tiptoed up and, without alarming the old lady, carefully poured a glass of water onto the coffee table. Not sure if she wasn't thirsty at all, she continued talking for more than an hour, and Grandma didn't even move the glass once. Seeing that it was already past 9:30, Su Liuli gently nudged Gu Feng's arm. It was time, she had been talking for an hour and a half, let Grandma take a break. This looking at her grandmother, Gu Feng hesitated and shook his head. She was still in the mood, so let's wait a little longer. Another 10 minutes passed, and it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Class, that's all for today, we'll talk about the rest next time. Bye. After saying this to the live broadcast room, Grandma turned to Su Liuli and said, Girl, I'm done. How do you turn this off? Grandma, let me do it. After the old lady had finally finished speaking, Su Liuli got up and came from in front of Gu Feng to stand next to her grandmother. The lecture was over, and the live broadcast room instantly exploded. I remember where I've seen Grandma before. On the wall of teaching building number 1 at Daidi University. Professor of International Business Administration and Finance, Hua Jingu. Grandma Jingu. Professor Jingu. It turned out to be Grandma Hua. Oh my god. I just listened to a lecture given by Professor Hua Jingu herself. I've only seen Professor Hua give lectures on video before, but this is the first time I've seen her in person. Everyone was as excited as if they had just been given a shot of adrenaline. Su Liuli sat in front of the sofa, staring at the top right corner of the screen, her face full of shock. There were a total of 120,000 people online, and the number hadn't dropped significantly even after the grandmother had left the screen. Professor Hua, when will your next live broadcast be? When will your next live broadcast be? Professor, when will I be able to hear you lecture again? Professor, will you continue your live broadcast tomorrow night? It's late today, so we'll stop here. I'm not sure if Grandma will have time to give a lecture tomorrow, and I've caused you all trouble. A soft voice sounded out, and after a few words to the phone, Su Liuli raised her hand and closed the live broadcast room. Grandma, drink some water. You must be thirsty after speaking for so long. After the young mistress closed the live broadcast room, Sun Ma quickly picked up the glass on the coffee table and handed it to Grandma. Su Liuli sat dazedly in front of the sofa, looking at her grandmother, who was drinking water. It was only just now that she realized her grandmother's name was Hua Jingu. She didn't study finance, but from the reactions of everyone in the live broadcast just now, her grandmother was definitely a pretty remarkable person. Ding dong. Liuli, your phone. The phone suddenly rang behind her, and Gu Feng handed Su Liuli's bag to her. Oh, Grandma, I'm going to answer the phone. Okay, go ahead. Taking out her phone from her bag, she looked at the incoming number and carefully pressed the answer button. Hello? Mani. In the women's dormitory of Fuxing University, Wang Mani, Dong Jejia, and Lu Xiaoyu gathered in front of the computer desk, holding their phones in front of the live broadcast room that had already ended. Liuli, you are amazing. Do you know that in less than half an hour, more than 100,000 people watched it online at the same time? I just checked, and it turned out to be Professor Hua, an academic giant like the pillar of the country. You hit it really well, and she is actually your grandmother. Lu Xiaoyu and Dong Jia stood close to Wang Mani, and the three of them were already shocked beyond words. Mani, it's not what you think. I'll explain to you tomorrow. I have to go now, I have something to do. Without giving Wang Mani the chance to pursue, Su Liuli quickly hung up the phone. Do. A busy tone came from the other end of the line. Wang Mani took the phone away from her ear, her fair face full of shock. This little brat, she hung up on me. Never mind, when Liuli comes back, we'll interrogate her properly. I'm going to sleep first. Dong Jia closed the notebook on the computer desk and turned over in bed. Lu Xiaoyu and Wang Mani glanced at each other and tidied up before returning to their own beds to get ready for bed. In less than 3 minutes, Su Liuli, who had been on the phone, returned from the corner of the living room. With a radiant, flawless face, she slowly walked up to her grandmother, hesitated for a long time, and then whispered, "Grandma, tomorrow night will you still be streaming live?" She had already put down her water glass, and her grandmother looked at her with kind eyes. "Whatever you want, Grandma," she said. "There's nothing interesting here, and teaching would be a good choice." "I haven't taught for many years since I retired," she said. Upon hearing her words, Su Luoli's face lit up with joy. "Grandma, so you're willing to go live tomorrow night too? That's great. I just happened to see that many of the students watching the live stream didn't understand the questions and were waiting for you to continue the lecture. They will be very happy to know that you will continue the live stream tomorrow. The anti-fraud campaign has been covered many times, and almost everything that needs to be said has been said. There are still a few days left before the school's required live streaming assignment. There really isn't much to talk about. Instead of going back and forth about anti-fraud knowledge, I might as well let the students learn more." Chapter 156, Your Mother is Just Too Cautious. Ha ha ha. Liuli, after you said that, it seems like everyone is happy. What I mean is, it might be better to discuss it with the school and let Grandma go to the school to give lectures. Maybe she can even earn some wages. Gu Feng said half-jokingly, but who knew that when Grandma heard this, she actually nodded alone. It seems like that makes sense. Liuli, what do you think? It definitely works for me, so I'll turn around and ask my granddaughter's opinion. Grandma suddenly asked for her opinion, and Su Liuli was really a little flattered. Her pretty face was blank for a long time, and in the end she whispered, "Grandma, maybe we should discuss this for a long time. Mom might worry about your health. She doesn't have a problem with it, but it's mainly because it's not easy to explain to my mother-in-law. If she knows that Grandma is still working at her age, she will definitely fly to Shanghai to stop her. Your mother is just being cautious. Grandma knows her own body. She may be old, but she's not so old that she can't walk. If she teaches at Fuxing University, as long as you two don't tell your mother, she won't know." Feng, Liuli, what do you two think? After Grandma said this, Su Liuli couldn't make up her mind for a while, and could only turn to look at Gu Feng, who was sitting next to her. "Okay, Grandma, I promise not to say anything." "Grandma, I won't say anything either." Gu Feng raised his hand to show his attitude, and Su Liuli immediately followed suit and spoke in a low voice. The two of them unanimously decided to keep it a secret, and naturally Grandma was happy about that. She took Su Liuli's hand and sat on the sofa to continue chatting. They chatted from 10 o'clock until 11. Seeing that it was already late at night, Sun Ma and Nyobo felt embarrassed to interrupt, so they could only keep giving Gu Feng signals. Seeing the anxious look on the two of them, Gu Feng rested his hands on his knees and slowly got up. "Grandma, it's getting late. I still have to go to school tomorrow, so why don't we stop here? You can talk to your precious granddaughter tomorrow." She glanced at Su Liuli, who had a slightly pouty cherry-red mouth and a twinkle in her eyes, as if she wasn't very happy about it. "It's 11 o'clock. I didn't even notice." "Liuli, you go back with Xiaofeng and get some rest early, and Grandma will keep chatting with you tomorrow." "Go on now." "Yes, Grandma, we'll go back then." "You rest early too, Your Excellency." "Young mistress, don't worry, we'll take care of the old lady, we'll help her go back to bed." Finally, when the old lady got up and went back to the room, Grandma's son came to the sofa in 3 quick steps. Without waiting for the old lady to stand up straight, she put her hands on the old lady's arms. "Let's go, we'll go back too." Gu Feng led Su Liuli back to the room. With Sun Ma's help, Grandma also walked towards the house. After a full night's rest, time quickly came to the next day. Early in the morning, Gu Feng and Su Liuli walked out of the bedroom. They didn't see Grandma's figure in the living room. Just as the two of them were puzzled, the old lady came out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Grandma, what are you doing? Seeing Grandma come out of the kitchen, Gu Feng was taken aback, and Su Liuli was also full of surprise. Gu Feng, Su Liuli, you're up? Seeing her grandson and granddaughter, the old lady quickly took off the apron she was wearing and came to them with unsteady steps. Grandma, what are you doing in the kitchen so early in the morning? Did you go to the kitchen with Grandma Su to make breakfast? Gu Feng helped his grandmother sit down. As the old lady sat down, she did not forget to pull Su Liuli to sit with her. It's nothing, I just went to the kitchen to take a look. I didn't help much either. Grandma, how did you sleep last night? Are you still used to sleeping in a room? Holding her hand, Su Liuli sat next to the old lady, her tone concerned. I slept very late last night, I don't know if you got a good rest. I'm used to it, sleeping next to you too, I slept so soundly that I can't even describe it. Just this morning, I fell asleep unconsciously and slept until 6:30. When I was in the imperial capital, I never slept this late, I always got up before 6 o'clock. Grandma's face was beaming with a kind and friendly smile, and there was a hint of excitement in her eyes. On hearing this, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Grandma, if you're getting up late, isn't it because you slept late last night? Late? Not at all. When I was at home, I slept late too, but in the end I woke up early in the morning. Today's breakfast is wonton, and it's almost ready, so let's go to the dining room. Following Grandma into the dining room, it takes less than a minute for two maids to arrive with 2 trays, each with several small bowls. Madam, Master, Madam, the wonton is ready. Here are the condiments, enjoy. They set the food down one after the other, and the maids retire to one side with the trays. Xiaofeng, what are you doing? Hurry up and eat. Grandma gestured for him to hurry up and eat, and Gu Feng promptly picked up the small spoon next to him. Grandma, I'll start then. He added a little condiment and then started to tuck in with the spoon in hand. The large, stuffed wonton was steaming hot, and the smell was delicious. After breakfast, Su Liuli had nothing to do at home, so she stayed with Grandma, while Gu Feng went to school alone. He soon arrived at the gate of Fuxing University, took out his phone to check the time, and realized that there was still almost an hour before class started. I wonder if Jiang Yu and the others have already woken up. He took his phone and entered the school gate. He arrived near the boys' dormitory, but instead of going straight back to the dormitory, he headed straight for the school cafeteria. At this point, Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, and Zhang Tiniu were definitely not yet awake. Instead of following them out for dinner later, he might as well bring these guys something to eat in advance. He arrived at the cafeteria, bought a few breakfasts at random, and strode back to the boys' dormitory. As he had guessed, the dormitory door was tightly shut. Standing in front of the door, he could faintly hear snoring from inside. What a good night's sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. The dormitory door had been locked from the inside, so there was no way for him to open it from the outside, so he had to knock on the door with his hand. He knocked 2 or 3 times in a row, leaning his head against the dormitory door, and the snoring inside continued loudly. Jiang Yu, Xiao Kai, Tainio, don't sleep, open the door quickly. He continued to knock hard on the door, making a lot more noise than before. His efforts paid off, and this time there was finally movement inside. After a few minutes of hesitation, Jiang Yugu opened the door dazedly, shirtless. Gu Feng? You're back so early? Early? Do you know what time it is? It's 8 a.m. now, and the earliest class doesn't start until 8:30, which is less than half an hour away. Chapter 157, It's on the news. Ha! What's that smell? It smells so good. Jiang Yu obviously didn't hear what Gu Feng said, and she sniffed lightly, suddenly smelling the aroma of breakfast. Her eyes gradually became clear, and her gaze looked up at Gu Feng's hands. Wow! Breakfast? Is that breakfast? Gu Feng, you brat brought us breakfast? Seeing breakfast is comparable to seeing one's biological father. Jiang Yu exclaimed, and at the same time, he reached out his hands and grabbed the bag in Gu Feng's hands. Jiang Yu was excited, and Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai were even more exaggerated. They were still sound asleep 1 second ago, but the next second they had already sat up in bed. Jiang Yu, what's so delicious in the bag? There's everything, hurry up and come down. Gu Feng, I love you more and more. Ha 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 ha. Putting the bag aside, Jiang Yu ran to the balcony, laughing loudly, and washed up in a flash. Then she reached into the bag and took out a meat bun. Seeing Jiang Yu start to eat, Zhang Tiniu and Xiao Kai also sped up. Within a dozen seconds, they followed suit and started to eat. Gufeng, what did you do yesterday when you were off work? Did you watch Su Shue's live broadcast last night? Su Shue's grandmother is actually Professor Hua. No wonder Su Shue is so pretty, it turns out she is Professor Hua's granddaughter. She is my idol. While eating the buns, Xiao Kai couldn't stop talking about what happened last night. If it wasn't so late, he would have called Gufeng after the live broadcast to share this important event. How do you know that Professor Hua is her grandmother? How do you know? After all, he is Su Shue's boyfriend, and you are not doing your job well. It's obvious that you didn't watch her live broadcast last night. She directly addressed her grandmother in the live broadcast room, and they were still living together at that late hour, so they must be family. But then again, I heard that Su Shue applied for a scholarship before, and judging from the environment of the live broadcast yesterday, it seems that her family is not short of money. Cough cough. Xiao Kai, what are you talking about? You talk too much. Feeling that there was something wrong with Xiao Kai's words, Zhang Yu quickly kicked him. How could you ask such a question in front of Gufeng? They believe in Su Shue's character, and definitely not the kind of person who would apply for a grant when they are rich. There must be some kind of misunderstanding. Gufeng, don't mind me, I was just talking nonsense. Look at my big mouth. Slapping himself in the face, Xiao Kai's eyes were embarrassed. It's okay, I'm not that petty. With his hands spread out, Gufeng chuckled lightly, pulled out a chair and sat down. He knew exactly what kind of person Su Liuli was. He had been working part-time before, so it was only normal for him to apply for a grant. On the contrary, what he was more curious about was that with Su Liuli's family background and academic performance, it was worth pondering why he had not applied for a grant. I told you so, ha ha ha. Have you eaten yet? If not, eat with us. After finishing the bun, Xiao Kai and the others remembered to ask Gufeng if he had eaten. I've already eaten. Hurry up and eat, clean up after you're done, and hurry to class. Okay. He nodded quickly, ate quickly, and finished the meal in no time. Full. I'll take the trash, let's go. Zhang Tiniu took the trash and the three of them walked towards the teaching building. On the way, there were students hurrying to class everywhere. Because they had eaten breakfast early, there were not many people in the classroom when the three arrived. They went straight to the back of the classroom and sat down. Within 10 minutes, students began to enter the classroom one after the other. 5 minutes before class started, Zhang Yu, who was staring at her phone reading the news, suddenly exclaimed. Holy shit! This is on the news. She was holding her phone in an excited manner when she suddenly exclaimed, and many of the surrounding students looked over. What's on the news? Who made the news? It was on the news last night, live broadcast, the financial news of the Magic City. Look! Gufeng and the others took turns looking at the phone, and the front page headline of the financial news was actually the live broadcast of Grandma last night. The headline was even more exaggerated. The famous domestic economist, Professor Hua Jun, gave a live lecture at Fuxing University, which was followed by hundreds of thousands of people. Gufeng's eyes narrowed slightly as he took the phone from Zhang Yu's hands. After double-checking, he handed the phone back to Zhang Yu. Unexpectedly, just a simple live broadcast would directly make it to the front page of the financial news in the Demon City. Phew! Grandma, you can't blame us for this, your parents will definitely find out. Gufeng muttered to himself. Something as big as making the front page of the financial news in the Demon City definitely couldn't hide from your parents' eyes. Shoo! The teacher is here. While a few people were still excited, Zhang Tiniu noticed the professor wearing reading glasses at the entrance of the classroom and hurriedly spoke up to remind him. The first class had hurriedly passed, and before the second class had even begun, my mother had already called. I knew exactly why my mother had called, so while there was still some time left in the class, Gufeng got up and went to a corner to answer the call. Hello? Mom. Xiaofeng, what's wrong with your grandmother? She gave a live lecture last night? Why did she give a live lecture, and who arranged it? In the office of the chairman of the Kyushu group, Song Huilan rested her hands on the desk and stared at the news on the tablet in front of her, her face slightly unsightly. Mom, don't worry, let me explain. No one arranged it. Last night, Liuli did a live broadcast on anti-fraud, and Grandma, being bored, volunteered to give a lecture. I saw that she was quite happy, so I didn't stop her. She leaned closer to the window and whispered into her phone. Song Huilan on the other end of the line hesitated for a couple of seconds before speaking again. Liuli is pregnant, and your grandmother isn't in good health. You need to take better care of them in Shanghai. In the future, try not to let your grandmother give live lectures. She is very serious about teaching and can't afford to miss even a minute in a 2-hour class. She doesn't even drink water during class. At her age, I'm really worried about her health. Gu Feng didn't know much about this, but as her daughter-in-law, she knew that her mother-in-law was usually one way, but when teaching students, she was a different person. Okay, Mom, I got it. I'll tell my grandmother what you mean. He would tell his mother exactly what she meant, but whether his grandmother would listen, he really couldn't decide. After hanging up with his mother, before he could return to his seat, his father Guzheng's phone call came in. Chapter 158, External Professor. Far away in Yundu, Guzheng's intention for calling was exactly the same as his mother Song Huilan's. They were both asking about her grandmother's live broadcast of the class. Leaning against the classroom window with one hand, she took the phone and explained it again to her father. After a minute or two of patient explanation, his father finally hung up the phone. After putting the phone down, she returned to her seat just in time for the second class to begin. Sitting among Jiang Yu and the others, she patiently completed the second class. As it neared noon, she said goodbye to Jiang Yu and the others and headed straight back towards the villa. In the living room of the villa, as soon as she stepped into the doorway, she saw Su Luli and her grandmother sitting on the sofa. The two of them, sitting together, had almost the same smile on their faces, as if they were talking about something particularly happy. Ahem. Grandma, Suli, I'm home. Gu Feng covered his mouth and coughed lightly as he approached the living room sofa. The two people who heard the sound subconsciously looked over here. I'm back. Come and do it. Grandma's eyes revealed happiness as she casually waved at Gu Feng and then once again spoke softly to Suli. Suli, in my opinion, this matter is decided for now. Grandma's already gone to negotiate with the school, so there definitely won't be any problems on my end. But Grandma, Mom just called me, and she mentioned Song Huilan. A hint of confusion appeared on Su Luli's quiet little face. Your mom wants you to persuade Grandma, doesn't she? Don't worry, Grandma will call her herself later. Grandma's words were very firm, and she didn't give Su Luli the chance to continue persuading. Sitting in front of the sofa, Gu Feng was confused. Looking curiously at Grandma and Su Luli, he couldn't help but ask in a low voice, Grandma, what are you two talking about? What did Sun Mama go to the school to negotiate and what did my mother tell Liuli to persuade you? What do you want? This morning, the leader of the Shanghai Education Bureau sent someone to contact them, wanting Grandma to be an external professor at Fuxing University and give classes twice a week to the students of the School of Finance. What? The Municipal Education Bureau of the Demon City? Although she had guessed that someone might come to ask her to teach, she never expected it to be the Municipal Education Bureau of the Demon City. Gu Feng was puzzled, but Niu Bo, who had been standing behind the sofa, explained very aptly, Young master, the old lady used to be a professor at Imperial Capital University. At that time, it was Gui Shou, the director of the Imperial Capital Education Bureau, who personally came to ask. Although it wasn't exactly 3 visits to the thatched cottage, it was also a very difficult process. After Mr. Niu finished speaking, Gu Feng gradually understood. The current Devil Metropolis wanted to emulate the imperial capital of those years. That being said, even if Grandma was willing, her parents, who lived far away in the imperial capital in Cloud Metropolis, would not agree. Grandma, you really can't make this decision alone. You know how stubborn my parents are. It's possible that they will have to fly to Devil Metropolis. Before you say yes, you'd better find a way to convince them. Grandma, Gu Feng is right. After all, you are the wife of the family, and in persuading Grandma, Su Luli and Gu Feng are in complete agreement. Since both the grandson and granddaughter say so, even if Grandma is stubborn, she can't say anything more. Okay, you two wait here, I'll go back and call your mother. Sit here quietly. She gestured for Gu Feng and Su Luli to sit on the sofa and wait, and with the help of an aunt, she turned and walked towards her room, her cell phone in hand. I don't know what she wants to tell my mom, and she doesn't want us to listen. If you want to listen, you can go eavesdrop in the corner. I promise I won't tell on you. Su Liuli's flawless, white hands were raised, and she gave a small smile, her eyes full of spirit. Forget it, I don't have that kind of fetish. Oh yeah, there's something else I want to ask you. Have you told your roommates about your engagement? Gu Feng lifted his hand to touch his eyebrows, his eyes looking a little embarrassed. This morning, he had wanted to find an opportunity to tell Jiang Yu and the others about his impending engagement. He had thought about it very well, but as soon as he saw them, the words on the tip of his tongue just wouldn't come out. When it came to engagement, Su Liuli's face flushed a little. I haven't told them either. I want to wait until this afternoon, or tomorrow when I go to school to tell them. It's hard to explain over the phone, and she knows her roommates best, so once they find out she's getting engaged, they'll be gossiping about it. It's better to explain everything face to face than to mumble on the phone. Phew. Okay, I'll tell them tomorrow morning. Zhang Tainyo let out a breath. Zhang Tainyo was fine, but Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai would be so excited to find out that he was getting engaged right away, and that his partner was Su Lily. Are we eating lunch together? Yes, the ants are cooking in the kitchen, and it will be ready in about 10 minutes. Suli and Feng sat together, chatting away, while Grandma made the call in her bedroom. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Still not finished? Uncle Nyo, do you want to go and see why my grandma hasn't come out yet? Nyo looked up at Suli, who was standing not far behind her, and shook his head seriously when he heard this. Young master, please be patient. It's only natural that it will take a while to convince the old lady and the young lady. Okay, then I'll. Before he could finish, the bedroom door slowly opened, and Grandma came out with a brisk gait. Grandma, what's the verdict? Did my mom agree? She agreed. With that word, Grandma's face lit up like a blooming flower, and every wrinkle was filled with boundless joy and satisfaction. You're really something. You even convinced my mother. I give Grandma a thumbs up. In this world, the only two people who can convince their mothers are Grandma and Su Luli. Actually, it wasn't convincing, just a negotiation of conditions. Grandma agreed to only take one lesson a week, and the lesson couldn't last more than an hour and a half, and only then did your mother agree. Luli, Grandma is going to start taking classes at Fuxing University soon, and she is in need of an assistant. Do you want to take on the hard work and be Grandma's assistant? Me? Grandma, I majored in music and didn't study finance, so I probably can't. What's wrong with not studying finance? Don't you still want to apply for graduate school at Capital University? Study with Grandma, and I guarantee that within a year, you'll be able to apply for graduate school at Capital University. Taking Su Luli's hand, Grandma looked calm. Others might not be able to do it, but for Grandma, tutoring a child to graduate school at Capital University is a piece of cake. Chapter 159, Personal Assistant. Su Lily sat next to her grandmother, and she believed in what the old lady said. Being her grandmother's assistant would allow her to take care of her grandmother and learn a lot about finance at the same time. After a short moment of thought, Su Lily finally nodded and agreed. Yes, Grandma, I'll be your assistant. Good. I knew you wouldn't want to leave me alone, my girl. Nyobo, call Grandma's son and tell her that the family has agreed. Yes, madam. Nyobo, who had been standing silently behind the sofa, immediately picked up the phone and dialed Sun Ma's number after receiving the order from madam. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Fuxing University, Sun Ma stood by her desk, with three people standing not far in front of her. If Gu Feng and Su Liuli were here, they would definitely recognize her at first glance. Standing on the left was the president Lin Guifeng. The phone rang, and Sun Ma answered it. After a few brief words, she hung up. Director Yang, the family has agreed, and my wife's work can be arranged. But I have to remind you, you need to pay attention to the working hours and workload. Grandma's son's tone was calm, and the middle-aged man in the middle of the three hurriedly smiled. Don't worry, I discussed this matter with Principal Lin personally, and I will definitely pay attention to it. Okay, then I won't bother you anymore, goodbye. After the last sentence was finished, Grandma's son left the office without looking back. Living room of the villa. Okay, to celebrate Grandma having a new job, there will be 2 more dishes for lunch. Xiaofeng, go to the kitchen and tell the maids to prepare 2 more dishes. Got it. As Grandma instructed, Gu Feng got up and went to the kitchen to tell the maids to prepare 2 more dishes, then he took Grandma and Su Luli to the dining room to wait. In no time, a table full of sumptuous food was served. Nyobo, when will Auntie Sun be back? Back to the old lady, just now on the phone already on the way back, according to the time, should be here soon. Let's wait a little. You all sit down, we'll eat together this noon. Grandma's kind smile is like a ray of sunshine. When she raised her hand, the aunts looked at each other, afraid to be the first to sit down. In the end, Uncle Neil pulled out the chair first, and the other aunts followed suit. In less than 5 minutes, Grandma's son hurried back from outside. There was no one in the living room, so she turned to look in the dining room. After seeing everyone sitting down, her expression first froze, and then she quickly came to Grandma Gufeng's side. Grandma, the Fuxing University side. Wait, let's sit down and eat first, and we can talk while we eat. If we delay any longer, the food will get cold. Oh, good. Grandma, I'll go wash my hands, I'll be right back. She turned around, washed her hands, quickly returned to the dining room, and began eating while reporting to Grandma. After learning that the teaching plan had already been formulated, the smile on the old lady's face grew even wider, and her inner joy was already uncontrollable. Grandma, I haven't seen you this happy in a long time. Grandma Sun smiled happily. In her memory, since retiring, the old lady had hardly been happy at all. Yes, it's been a long time since I was this happy. All my life, I've never been able to sit still. The thing I worry about most is not having anything to do. Now that I've finally found such a good job, teaching university students every day, even an old fossil like me feels instantly a few years younger. Grandma's kind eyes are full of stories and wisdom. It is obvious that the elderly person really enjoys this job. Gufeng sat quietly next to Su Lioli. Faced with the happy state of his grandmother, he couldn't help but sneak out his phone and take 2 photos. He sent them to his father right away. Gu Jinghua, who was far away in Yundu attending a meeting, picked up his phone to check his messages. After taking a closer look at the photos his son had sent, his eyes widened, and then a wry smile appeared on his face. Mr. Gu, what do you think of the results of our discussion? An elegant voice rang in his ears. Hearing this, Gu Jinghua casually put the phone back on the table. Vice Minister Wang, the focus of your discussion just now was generally very good, but I would like to add a few points. Shanghai, Villa Living Room. After lunch, Gufeng and Su Lioli sat with their grandmother in the living room chatting. Grandma, are you going to continue with the live broadcast tonight? Su Lioli's bright eyes blinked lightly, a sweet smile on the corners of her mouth, as she looked at her grandmother playfully. She had already said everything she needed to say in her anti-fraud livestream. If Grandma didn't continue with the lecture tonight, she didn't really know what she should livestream to everyone about for a while. If that didn't work, she would just have to repeat the previous case. Will it affect you if Grandma continues the livestream? Of course not. To be honest with you, the school only gave me so many anti-fraud courses, and I finished them all before last night. If you don't lecture tonight, I'll have to repeat the previous courses. Su Lioli whispered, her big, bright eyes full of spirit. Upon hearing this, Grandma nodded immediately. In that case, Grandma will continue streaming tonight. I'll just prepare this afternoon. I went on at the last minute last night and rambled on, but I won't do that tonight. Grandma-san, after lunch, go buy me a few copies of lesson plans. Yes, and bring 2 pens. Love what you do. When it comes to teaching, Grandma is always meticulous. Knowing her character, Sunma put down her rice bowl and quickly agreed, okay, I'll go buy them later. They chatted quietly while eating lunch. 20 minutes later, after eating lunch, Su Lioli and the others came to the living room sofa to rest, while the aunts quickly cleaned up the dining room. There were no classes in the afternoon, so Gufeng accompanied Su Lioli and sat next to Grandma, writing the lesson plan together. Grandma, I'm not flattering you, but your handwriting is absolutely masterful if you were in ancient times. He looked down at the lesson plan in front of Grandma. The strokes were sharp, the penmanship like drifting clouds and smoke, the entire lesson plan written down in a flowing manner, and at a glance, it gave a very comfortable feeling. The grandson exaggerated next to him, and the old lady only symbolically pushed the reading glasses on her nose. Our current educational methods are different. When we were young, practicing calligraphy was a major part of the curriculum. We practiced cursive, running script, and regular script, not just with pens, but also with brushes. You two have to agree that when my little great-grandson is born, let Grandma teach him to practice calligraphy. Really, Grandma? Su Lioli's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Of course it's true. Grandma would be happy to teach my little great-grandson. Mentioning his great-grandson, the old lady couldn't help but smile. Upon hearing this, Gufeng and Su Lioli exchanged glances, both smiling without saying a word. The child in the womb was not only a precious treasure to Grandma, but also to the entire Gu family. Everyone was looking forward to the little one's birth. Grandma's pen hardly stopped for the entire afternoon. Grandma's mother came over to remind her a couple of times, but the stubborn old lady didn't pay much attention. Grandma, I now understand why my parents don't let you work. It's almost 5 o'clock, and you've been writing for more than 4 hours. Can you take a break? Gufeng couldn't help but speak up, standing awkwardly in the same place and staring at his grandmother, who was writing furiously. She had written 2/3 of a lesson plan in the afternoon. Judging from her posture, she might finish the whole thing if she wasn't reminded. "I'll be done soon." Without looking up, she answered, and continued for another 10 minutes before finally slowly putting down the pen in her hand. Phew! The teaching plan for the next month is complete. It's been a long time since I wrote, so I'm a bit rusty. Sitting is also quite tiring. Liuli, Xiaofeng, you two accompany Grandma for a walk. Feeling a bit stiff after sitting for a long time, the old lady slowly got up with the help of Su Liuli and Gu Feng, putting away the teaching plan on the table. Chapter 160, One Search, One Result. Just as she was helping her grandmother get up to leave the living room and go for a walk, her cell phone suddenly rang on the coffee table. "It's for you." She lifted her hand to pick up the phone and handed it to Gu Feng. After taking the phone from Su Liuli, she looked at the caller ID. "Liuli, you and Grandma's son go out for a walk with Grandma first, I need to take this call." "Okay. Grandma, let me help you out first." Gu Feng wanted to answer the phone, so Su Liuli didn't ask too many questions, but instead followed Sun Ma and helped Grandma leave. "Hello? What is it?" The phone call was from Chen Zhengyang. At this time of day, it must be a work report. "Mr. Gu, sorry to disturb you. Do you have time now?" "Go ahead." Taking the phone, he sat back down on the sofa. Chen Zhengyang on the other end of the line didn't waste any time, and immediately began to report on the work situation for the whole day. To be honest, following the process given by Gu Feng to conduct the investigation, it was almost like a guarantee that everything would turn out well. The entourage of the Kyushu group was dumbfounded, and they even began to doubt whether Chen Zhengyang and the others were possessed by Sherlock Holmes. During the investigation, it was as if a god's perspective had been turned on. Sitting in front of the sofa, listening to Chen Zhengyang's report for nearly 20 minutes, and after 20 minutes of silence, Gu Feng only said one sentence. "Submit the investigation report to the Kyushu group tomorrow morning." "Yes, President Gu." After a brief response, Chen Zhengyang hung up the phone. Hearing no movement from the other end of the phone, Gu Feng's body, which had been sitting upright, slowly leaned back against the sofa, his mind wondering what was going on. After about 5 or 6 minutes, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he put away his phone and got up. He walked out of the living room of the villa and looked left and right, but did not see the figures of his grandmother and Su Liuli. They went out? Just as Gu Feng was puzzled, an aunt holding a shower head walked towards him. "Auntie, do you know where Grandma and the others went?" "The old lady and the others have gone out." "Gone out? Okay, I understand. I thought the elderly just wanted to take a stroll inside the villa, but I didn't expect them to run outside." He strode towards the villa entrance. With Sun Mama and a few bodyguards there, he wasn't too worried about the safety of his grandmother and Su Liuli. He walked out of the villa and along the road for 10 minutes at a fast pace, finally seeing the several people walking a few dozen meters away. While Gu Feng walked quickly forward, Su Liuli, who had turned around inadvertently, also noticed him. Standing still for a moment, holding her grandmother's arm, a few seconds later Gu Feng came up to the group. "Grandma, why are you out here? I thought you were taking a walk inside the villa." Panting, he stood on the elderly woman's side and took her arm from Sun Mama. "You rascal, after making the phone call you still knew to come out and look for Grandma. There's nothing interesting about walking around the villa. It's all the same walk anyway, so might as well go for a walk. It's still early, let's walk a bit further." "Okay." Obeying her grandma's orders, he helped the elderly person continue walking along the road for another 500-600 meters. Because this is a villa area, there are not many cars on the road. After walking for 500-600 meters, the elderly person stopped. It's not that she didn't want to go on, but considering her granddaughter-in-law's physical condition, she chose to turn around and go back in order to avoid her getting too tired. After walking along the road back to the villa, it was soon time for dinner at 8 p.m. When it was time to go live, Su Liuli took the tablet and prepared to start the broadcast. Grandma also opened the lesson plan and put on her reading glasses to make it easier to read. "Grandma, are you ready?" The tablet was placed in front of Grandma, and her delicate hands were ready to start the broadcast. "Okay, go ahead." As Grandma spoke, Su Liuli quickly turned on the live broadcast. Within just 3 minutes, before the class even started, the number of people in the live broadcast room had already climbed to 15,000. "Hello, Grandma Hua." "Good evening, Professor Hua." "Hello, Professor Hua." I was once a student at the graduate school of Imperial Capital University and was fortunate enough to be taught by you. I never thought that after more than 10 years, I would be able to listen to your class again. I wish you good health and a long life. In addition to current university students, there were also many elites in the financial sector in the live broadcast room. The old man's eyes were full of a smile, and he didn't say a word. The entire live broadcast room had already begun to go crazy with screen updates. Classmates, let's wait a little while, the lecture will officially begin in 5 minutes. When he was working at Imperial Capital University, he liked to wait before class, and this live broadcast lecture still couldn't change his previous habit. Grandma sat in her chair full of energy, while Gu Feng and Su Lioli stood silently to the side. Lioli, Grandma is about to start lecturing soon. You must listen carefully, it will be very helpful for you to get into the graduate school of Capital University. Yes, I know. Even if Gu Feng didn't say it, she knew she had to listen carefully. While everyone else was listening to the lecture on their phones or computer screens, she was listening to the live lecture. She had quietly prepared her laptop before turning on the live broadcast for her grandmother. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Okay, class, time's up. Let's start the lecture. The number of people in the live broadcast room climbed to over 100,000, and Grandma put the lesson plan in front of her aside and began to explain eloquently. Grandma was very knowledgeable, but what she said was very easy to understand, and Su Luoli, a student who knew nothing about finance, was able to understand it completely. Halfway through the lesson, Grandma's son and a few aunts came over with 2 plates of fruit. Young mistress, please have some fruit. Thank you, Grandma's son. You're welcome, young mistress. Enjoy your meal. She gently placed the fruit plate in front of Su Lioli, and Sun Ma's gaze turned to the old lady not far away. After hesitating for a long time, she finally waved her hand and let the 2 aunts leave together. Usually, she doesn't even drink a glass of water during lectures, let alone eat fruit. Su Lioli listened attentively, and her grandmother, the old lady, was also engrossed in what she was saying. Gu Feng sat next to Su Lioli and couldn't help but follow along. An hour and a half later. Classmates, next we will continue to explore the question of. Watching as Grandma continued, Gu Feng raised his palm and gently placed it on Su Luli's shoulder. Luli, go tell Grandma that it's time. 1 second she was listening attentively, the next, Su Luli put down the carbon pen in her hand and slowly walked over to her grandmother. Her lips parted slightly, her pair of bright eyes, like 2 bright stars, looked at the tablet in front of her grandmother. Grandma, it's time for class to break. Huh? Is it time? The uncertain old lady raised her hand to check the time, then turned her head to look at Su Luli next to her. Really? Okay, let's consider the discussion below as extracurricular homework, and we'll end the class here. Class is over. Grandma finished speaking, and Su Luli picked up the tablet and turned off the live broadcast. It wasn't until the old lady's class was over that Sun's mother and the other maids hurriedly brought the prepared fruit to the table. Old lady, you're thirsty, eat some fruit to moisten your throat. Yes, put it here. Sun's mother, do I have class tomorrow? Having just placed the fruit platter down, Sun's mother immediately smiled wryly at the old lady's words. Chapter 161, Little girl, how dare you flirt with me? Old lady, Fuxing University has just prepared to assign you a teaching task today, so it can't be that soon. My preliminary estimate is that it should be as early as next Monday. What? Next Monday? Upon hearing that the teaching course would not begin until next Monday, Grandma was instantly displeased. It was only Tuesday today, and it would be 6 or 7 days until next Monday. She couldn't wait that long. Next Monday is too late. It doesn't take this long to arrange a course. These officials just like to dawdle. You go contact them. The courses need to be arranged by tomorrow at the latest. It's an open elective course anyway, so it won't delay the school's normal teaching. After working at Daidi University for so many years, she knows almost everything about the university's course arrangements. The courses arranged for her are only open elective courses. On the one hand, students are not required to attend the classes, and on the other hand, it will not affect the normal teaching progress. It only requires a little adjustment in terms of time. With careful planning, it can be arranged within half an hour. Grandma, let's do as Grandma says. You call her and start the lessons tomorrow. Yes, master. I'll call her right away. Since Gu Feng had said so, Grandma's son had no choice but to comply. They chatted in the living room until 10 o'clock. Sensing that it was getting late, Grandma, with the help of Grandma's son, returned to her room to rest. After the old lady returned to her room, Gu Feng and Su Liuli stayed in the living room for a few minutes before following her back to her room. The next morning, after a peaceful night, Gu Feng, who was still asleep, heard a rustling sound and opened his eyes dazedly. Su Liuli had already gotten up at some point. With her slender waist and graceful figure, she was facing away from him, seemingly getting dressed. Liuli, what time is it? Su Li's heart skipped a beat when she heard Gu Feng's voice behind her. She was wearing a cute bra and holding a white sweater in her arms. Her face turned red as she turned to look at Gu Feng. You're awake. It's almost 6 o'clock. She got up at 5:30 and tried on a few outfits here, so she guessed it was almost 6 o'clock. It's almost 6 o'clock. Liuli, what are you doing up so early? With her hands supporting her as she got up, Su Liuli, who was standing by the bed, was wearing a long cotton skirt on the bottom half of her body, and a white undershirt on the top half of her body that she had not yet had time to change. Her face was pitiful, and her appearance was simply extremely attractive. Today, I want to accompany Grandma to school, so I want to try on a few outfits. If you're sleepy, go back to sleep for a while. Usually, she doesn't get up until almost 7 o'clock, but now it's only 6 o'clock, so she can still sleep for another hour. His mind gradually cleared, and his gaze fell on the beautiful back of Su Liuli's neck. A smile flashed in Gu Feng's eyes. Just as Su Liuli was about to turn around and continue changing, a large hand suddenly struck, and then her body softened, and she collapsed into Gu Feng's arms. What are you doing? Hugged in Gu Feng's arms, Su Liuli symbolically struggled a little, and then a blush spread across her little face. Compared to before, she was obviously more at ease now that she was being attacked by Gu Feng's salty pork again. You can't do anything, but you can hug your wife, right? Humph, but you didn't even ask your wife if you could hug her. Rounded eyes and delicate lips came close to Gu Feng's ear. Just as Su Liuli was about to continue speaking, she suddenly felt something wrong under her. You aren't being honest, are you? Staring at the face that had turned a deep red, Su Liuli quickly got up from Gu Feng's embrace. She glanced at the bed without meaning to, and when she saw the small tent, she opened her mouth but didn't know what to say, so she could only turn around awkwardly while holding her clothes. She never expected that just by hugging her, Gu Feng's reaction would be so big. Su Liuli was so nervous, and Gu Feng blushed. Cough cough. Liuli, don't get me wrong, this is a normal reaction, after all, I just woke up. I'm going to the bathroom, you continue trying on clothes. After saying this to Su Liuli, Gu Feng quickly rolled over, got out of bed, and rushed to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, when he came out of the bathroom, Su Liuli in the bedroom had already changed into a whole new outfit. She was wearing a white t-shirt on top, a khaki-colored long skirt on bottom, and white short boots on her feet. The simple outfit, which was matched well, was worn by Su Liuli in a way that gave off a distinct sense of luxury. Not to mention, in terms of temperament, she was much more advanced than those models in the shopping mall. Are you done? Her lips were so delicate and luscious, and she looked at Gu Feng, who had just come out, as if she were a little surprised. I'm done. That fast? This is fast? In the past, I could finish in a minute. Gu Feng felt something was wrong when Su Liuli covered her mouth and laughed lightly in the middle of a sentence. Wait, Liuli, what do you mean by you're done? Just what it means. I'll go out first. With a meaningful glance at Gu Feng, Su Liuli swayed out of the bedroom. Gu Feng stood awkwardly in the same place. This little girl, she actually flirted with me. In the past, it was always him flirting with Su Liuli, but today, he was the one being flirted with. Feeling helpless, he went over to the bed, made the bed, washed his face and teeth, tidied up everything, and walked out of the bedroom. Outside in the living room, his grandmother was already up, and Su Liuli was sitting next to her, with a pot of succulents in front of them. Good morning, Grandma. Where did you get this? She pointed at the pink succulent on the coffee table and sat down opposite the two of them. Grandma bought it from the morning market. It's for me. She gave a sweet smile and placed her hands affectionately on her grandmother's arm. Ha ha ha. You girl, you're still showing off to him? She poked Su Lily's head with great affection, and Grandma continued, I went to the morning market with Grandma's son and didn't buy anything. I saw this pink thing and thought it looked nice, so I brought it back for Lily. They say this plant doesn't like water, and it'll be fine if you don't water it for a month. Grandma, how much is this succulent? 5 yuan. 5 yuan? That's really not expensive. This plant has such a nice color, I thought it would cost a few tens of yuan, but I didn't expect it to only cost 5 yuan. The things at the morning market are economical and affordable. When you have time, Grandma will take you too for a stroll. But you have to get up early. Okay, Grandma, we'll go shopping tomorrow morning. Ha ha ha, okay. The old woman and the young man chatted with each other, paying no attention to Gufeng sitting across from them. After waiting a long time for breakfast, Sun Mama came over to greet the group and asked them to go to the dining hall. After breakfast, before Grandma could ask, Sun Mama came forward and reported. Madam, Principal Lin has arranged an afternoon public class for you. It's from 2 to 4. Okay, I understand. Liuli, you're going to school this morning, right? Yes. Grandma, I haven't told some of my roommates about the engagement yet, but I have time this morning, so I want to tell them. Oh, it's true that you should have invited them a long time ago. Grandma nodded imperceptibly, and then looked at Gu Feng again. Feng, what about you? Have you invited all your friends from school? Chapter 162, Who are you engaged to? Senior Su? Not yet. I discussed it with Liuli and we're going to invite them this morning. There's only one class today, which ends at 10 a.m. It'll be fine to tell Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai after that. Well, as long as you two remember to invite them. Don't be rude. Don't worry, Grandma. It's getting late, we too have to go to school. Go! After saying this to Grandma, Gu Feng and Su Liuli walked out of the living room together, and Wang Chang had been waiting outside for a long time. When he saw Gu Feng and Su Liuli come out, he immediately helped open the car door. Sitting shoulder to shoulder with Su Liuli in the back of the Rolls-Royce, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile wryly at the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? What are you smiling at? Su Liuli looked at Gu Feng with a curious gaze, full of confusion. I was thinking, being able to go to school in this car is really thanks to you and the little one in my belly. Back then, when I first reported to school, he came all the way on a green train, carrying a plastic bag in his hand. It was so miserable. Hey, then you were really pitiful. With a sweet smile, Su Lili fastened her seatbelt, gave the command to Wang Chang, and the latter immediately started the car and set off for Fuxing University. Just as the car started and left, the two Rolls-Royces behind it started up at the same time, following closely behind and heading for the university. The distance was very close, and they arrived at the university gate in 3 or 5 minutes. The security guard noticed the slowly approaching luxury cars and hurriedly ran out to inquire about the situation. We too will go to the university, you guys go back first. The two men opened the door and got out of the car, and Wang Chang in the driver's seat and the bodyguards in the car behind them followed. They looked at Gu Feng with uncertain eyes. The school is very safe, go back. Gu Feng casually said a sentence, and Wang Chang heard it, so he turned around and left with the few people behind him. In just a moment, it attracted the attention of many students around them. Curious glances came one after the other, and Su Liuli was a little uncomfortable, subconsciously grabbing Gu Feng's arm. Let's go in quickly. The two men swaggered into the school, and the security guard standing outside the security booth petrified in place. Just now, he was ready to call the school leaders to report, but he never expected Gu Feng and Su Liuli to get out of the car and walk into the school. The two of them gradually grew further and further away. After hesitating for a moment, the security guard returned to the security booth. They followed the familiar path to the bottom of the girls' dormitory. I'll go back first, you go to class quickly. Okay, I'll leave as soon as you go in. With a gentle nod, Su Liuli let go of Gu Feng's arm and slowly entered the girls' dormitory with small steps. Gu Feng waited until the other person's figure had completely disappeared before turning and heading to the teaching building for class. When he arrived in the classroom, he didn't see the figures of Xiao Kai and Jiang Yu, but instead noticed Zhang Tini is sitting in the back row. There was still some time before class started, and there weren't many people in the classroom. He walked through the first few rows of seats and soon arrived next to Zhang Tiniu. You're here early too? Gu Feng came up to him, and Zhang Tiniu's expression was dull. I came right after breakfast. Why are you here alone? Where are the other two? The other two? Whom? He looked down at his watch and continued, they should still be asleep at this hour. I went with Junying to breakfast this morning, and they were still fast asleep when we left. But don't worry, Xiao Kai set several alarms. While he was talking, Gu Feng had already come and sat down next to Zhang Tiniu. There weren't many people in the classroom, and there was only Zhang Tiniu next to him, so he planned to tell Tiniu the news of the engagement first. The other person is honest and straightforward, so even if he is surprised, he will keep it to himself. After a short moment of thought, he gritted his teeth, turned his body with a determined look on his face, and said, Tainyo, I want to tell you something. Gu Feng had never looked so serious before, and Zhang Tainyo nodded subconsciously as he stared at him with wide eyes for a long time. Go ahead. Well, that is, actually, I want to say. Wait, is Gu Feng trying to borrow money? He interrupted Gu Feng with a raised hand, and before Gu Feng could respond, Zhang Tainyo took out his wallet from his trouser pocket. Just in time, my father gave me 1,000 yuan for living expenses, which I haven't had a chance to spend yet. You can have it first. Without another word, he thrust a stack of red bills into Gu Feng's hands in front of him. Gu Feng was at a loss for words as he took the money that Zhang Tainyo had forced into his hands. He didn't know how to organize his words in the first place, and with Zhang Tainyo's antics, his mind was even more confused. Ahem. No, Tainyo, I'm not short of money. You can keep this money for now. What I want to tell you is that I'm getting engaged. On the 17th of this month, come with me to the imperial capital for the engagement banquet. He leaned close to Zhang Tainyo's ear and told the other person in a very low voice that he was getting engaged. After a second or two, Zhang Tainyo didn't react much, and just as Gu Feng thought the other person already knew, he suddenly jumped up from his chair. What? You're getting engaged? His face was full of shock, and his voice was so loud that it almost blew the roof off the classroom. No, sit down quickly, Tainyo, what are you so excited about? He took Zhang Tainyo's hand and made him sit down. Everyone in the classroom turned their attention to them. He patted his head and looked helpless. He really wished he could find a crack to hide in. He had thought about telling Zhang Tainyo in advance because he considered the other person to be calm and collected, but he had not expected this scene. Gu Feng covered his head and lowered his head, and Zhang Tainyo also realized that he had been too excited just now. Suppressing the shock in his heart, he raised a finger and gently poked Gu Feng on the shoulder. Gu Feng, are you okay? I was so excited just now. Are you really getting engaged? You're not teasing me, are you? Who are you getting engaged to? Miss Su? The shock inside gradually turned into curiosity. Listening to Zhang Tainyo's words, Gu Feng took a deep breath and secretly looked up to see the surroundings. Seeing that no one was staring at him anymore, he sat up straight. I'll tell you, but you can't yell. Got it? A word of warning in advance, in case this guy gets excited again, it'll be really embarrassing. Okay. Don't worry, I promise I won't yell. Lifting up 3 fingers, he pretended to swear in front of him. Okay, I believe you. Hurry up and stop him, and then carefully tell the other person that he and Su Luli are about to get engaged in the imperial capital. Zhang Tainyo was prepared internally, but still couldn't help but open his mouth wide when he heard Gu Feng's words. Amazing. So amazing. Gu Feng, how did you manage to do that? Junying and I are still just in the dating stage, and you're already getting engaged. Gee, when Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai find out about this, he. Smiling complacently, while talking, he began to fantasize internally about Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai's reactions when they found out that Gu Feng and Miss Su were about to get engaged. Alas, I can already see their 2 faces in you. Anyway, you can't mention it in class later, let's talk about it after class. Don't worry, I understand. Chapter 163, Choked by Spit. Lower your voice and make an OK sign. Gu Feng, can I ask you a few questions? Go ahead. You and Miss Su are engaged now, and her family just simply agreed? What kind of gift did you bring when you first went to your girlfriend's house? Were you nervous when you went to meet her? Are there many relatives in the family? What did you say in the first sentence? Are the parents strict? Zhang Tainyo asked a whole bunch of questions, and he couldn't figure out which question to answer first. Wait. Tainyo, the next second you're not going to ask me which foot I put in the door first, are you? Zhang Tainyo looked strange, and when he heard this, he seemed to know that he had just asked too many questions. He smiled awkwardly, scratched his head, and said, No, just the thought of meeting the parents makes me scared. Since you're getting engaged, I want to learn from your experience first. He spoke very sincerely, but he couldn't help the other person at all. Not to mention that there was only one grandfather in Su Luli's family, just talking about the pregnancy alone, the situation was completely different. Tainyo, it's not that I don't want to impart my experience. It's really a different situation, I don't know how to tell you. There was only one grandfather in Luli's family, and the old man had a generous personality. He saw that I was a talented person and agreed without thinking. Gu Feng was talking nonsense seriously here, and Zhang Tainyo, who was sitting next to him, rolled his eyes directly. You're just blowing hot air. You're not even good looking. You're shameless. He couldn't get any useful advice from Gu Feng, so he didn't think about it anymore. He lowered his head and continued to whisper to Gu Feng about the engagement banquet. They got so caught up in their conversation that when the two of them came to their senses, the teacher carrying a laptop appeared on the podium. Oh my god! The teacher's here! What time is it? Seeing the teacher on the podium opening the multimedia, Zhang Tinio and Gu Feng hurriedly checked the time. They were shocked when they saw the time. 8:29. There's only 1 minute left before class starts. There was only 1 minute left before class started, and Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai had not yet arrived. It's over, these two guys must have overslept. Hurry up and call. Tinio, you call Xiao Kai, I'll call Jiang Yu. Being late for major classes is no small matter. He picked up the phone and dialed Jiang Yu's number. After a dozen busy signals, no one answered. He had no choice but to hang up and look up at Zhang Tinio. After a brief 3 seconds. It's answered. Xiao Kai, class is about to start, where are you? Hey, class? A drowsy voice came from the other end, obviously still half asleep. There's only a minute left before class starts, hurry up and get up and come over. Wake up Jiang Yu, you two are on your own. After speaking in a low voice, Zhang Tinio quickly hung up the phone. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue reminding them, but the teacher at the podium had already turned on the multimedia, and the entire classroom was quiet, so he didn't dare say any more. Inside the boys' dormitory. After Zhang Tinio hung up the phone, Xiao Kai, who had been groggy, instantly woke up. Shit! Class is in session. Jiang Yu, get up quickly, you're late. The voice was loud, and in 10 seconds he got dressed and jumped straight off the top bunk. Startled by Xiao Kai's voice, Jiang Yu also hurriedly got dressed. In less than 2 minutes, the two of them had already dashed out of the dormitory. In the classroom, Gu Feng and Zhang Tinio, who had finished making their phone call, were sitting there, watching as the teacher took out the attendance book. Tinio, answer for Xiao Kai later, and I'll answer for Jiang Yu. Open the back door a little. Okay. Following Gu Feng's instructions, Zhang Tinio crouched down and slowly opened the back door a crack. After a lot of fuss, he took out the roll call book and started calling the roll in order. It was Zhang Tinio's first time helping with roll call, and he couldn't help but feel nervous inside. In contrast, Gu Feng looked calm, occasionally glancing back at the back door. If Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai had come earlier, they wouldn't have had to help. The roll call was quick, and it looked like Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were about to be called. Just as Zhang Tinio and Gu Feng were about to stand up to answer, two figures suddenly burst through the back door. Taking advantage of the teacher's inattention, they sat down in the chairs, both of them red in the face. Jiang Yu. Present. Xiao Kai. Present. Ahem. Classmate, what's wrong? After answering the roll call, Xiao Kai coughed and gasped, looking as if he was about to collapse. No, it's nothing, teacher. I was so excited that I choked on my saliva. Ha 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 ha. His loud explanation drew a loud laugh from the class, and even the teacher holding the attendance book couldn't help but laugh along. Too much saliva, I'll remember that, I'll let you answer a few more questions later. That way you won't choke again next time. Let's continue the roll call. The teacher stood at the podium joking around, but Xiao Kai had an expression like he'd eaten shit. Xiao Kai, I thought you set the alarm. What's going on? Is your phone broken? The teacher continued to call the roll, and Zhang Tinio asked in a small voice full of confusion. Phew. It's not Jiang Yu's fault. The alarm went off, and he turned it off again so he could sleep a little longer. Who knew, he slept right through until now. He didn't brush his teeth, wash his face, and ran all the way in his clothes. Xiao Kai explained angrily, while Jiang Yu, sitting on the other side of Zhang Tinio, giggled heartlessly. Without thinking too much, the teacher began the class after calling the roll. In the middle, he deliberately called on Xiao Kai to ask him a few questions. Fortunately, he had been listening carefully, and his answers were generally quite good. Class, that's it for this morning's lesson. I remember you don't have class this afternoon. This afternoon, there's a public class by Professor Hua, so if you're interested, you can go and listen. I can tell you, Professor Hua's public classes aren't for everyone. Teacher, who is better, you or Professor Hua? The two girls in the front row asked in a joking manner while the teacher was tidying up her computer. The teacher, who was naturally witty and humorous, pretended to think about it for a while after hearing this. Well, I definitely won't admit that I'm weak. But I'll tell you one thing, I'll be listening to the lecture this afternoon too. If we're both in the same room, we'll see you there. Class dismissed. After happily finishing, he carried his computer and walked out of the classroom. Seeing the teacher leave, the students also got up one after the other. What do you say? Shall we go back to the dormitory together? It's just 10 o'clock, it's still early for lunch. Let's go back first, we need to wash up and change clothes. Let's go back together. Gu Feng gave a smile to Gu Feng and Zhang Tiniu walked out of the classroom from the back door with great enthusiasm. What's wrong with Tiniu? Why does he feel like he's won 5 million yuan just by having breakfast with his girlfriend this morning? Chapter 164, No One Bullies Me. What? Haha, it's not like I won 5 million. Following the large group of students leaving the classroom after class, Zhang Tiniu turned his head and fixed his gaze on Gu Feng. Unsure of what was going on, Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai took a step back and came together to stand next to Gu Feng. Gu Feng? What do you mean, Tiniu? You didn't win the 5 million lottery, did you? One hand rested on Gu Feng's left shoulder, while the other supported his chin, giving him a thoughtful appearance. More or less? More or less? Gu Feng, what do you mean? You didn't really win the lottery, did you? Zhang Yu's eyes were full of expectation, and she subconsciously stopped in her tracks. She had planned to tell the two of them when they got to the dormitory, but in the current situation, it seemed that she had to tell them now. I have something to tell you. But before I tell you, there's a premise, so don't get too excited. He gave them a heads up in advance, so that they wouldn't get too excited and start shouting, attracting the attention of too many people. Why make it so mysterious? We're not excited, just tell us. Two pairs of suspicious eyes stared at Gu Feng, and in the anticipation of Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai, Gu Feng slowly spoke. I'm getting engaged, on the 17th of this month. It's in the imperial capital, so I'm telling you in advance. When the words fell, the scene in their fantasies did not happen. Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai both laughed, and then they shook their heads together. I thought you were going to say something. Gu Feng, we are not 3-year-olds, do you really think we believe you? One after the other, their smiles showed their disbelief. I'm not lying to you, this month on the 16th, come with me to the imperial capital early. After saying this, he ignored whether Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai believed him or not, and went straight to the boys' dormitory. Although she didn't believe it at all, Zhang Yu, who couldn't make up her mind and couldn't help but believe what Gu Feng said, took big strides to Zhang Tiniu's side. Tiniu, is it true that Gu Feng wants to get engaged? Of course it's true. He wouldn't joke about something like that if he wasn't bored. The person he's getting engaged to is Miss Su. Ha ha ha. He laughed a few times, patted Zhang Yu's back hard, and Zhang Tiniu left with Gu Feng. Oh my god. Gu Feng is really going to get engaged. Xiao Kai, are you sure I'm not dreaming? After subconsciously pinching his own cheeks and feeling a clear pain, Zhang Yu realized that he wasn't dreaming. Damn it. What are you still doing here? Hurry up and go after him and ask him what's going on. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet, and this kid Gu Feng is already getting engaged. And he's getting engaged to Miss Su, where is the justice in the world? He pounded his chest, wailed, and quickly left, followed closely by Zhang Yu. Just as Gu Feng told Xiao Kai and the others about the engagement, in the girls' dormitory, Su Liuli sat upright in front of the computer desk, with a laptop in front of her. It's no wonder she's amazing. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't know what to do. Dong Jiajia leaned over behind Su Liuli. She was wearing sexy lace pajamas, and after she got down on all fours, her front was even more revealing. It's not like you can't do it, you're just lazy. She lifted her hand and closed the laptop, and Su Liuli turned around. Hey! Jiajia, can you wear normal clothes? This is too exaggerated. She slowly got up, and Su Liuli tried to lean against her bed. Dong Jiajia's attire was simply too eye-catching. Haha, Liuli, you still don't know Jiajia, she's doing it on purpose. Knowing that you were coming back, she specifically changed into these pajamas. Sitting on her bed, Wang Mani explained happily, with her long, slender legs spread out. Lu Xiaoyu, on the other side, sat on the bed and laughed all over after hearing these words. Mani! Didn't we agree not to tell? If I can't bully Luli, then I'll have to bully you. She gave Wang Mani a seductive wink and held up 5 fingers in front of her face. Seeing that things were not looking good, Wang Mani quickly admitted her mistake. Jejia, I was wrong. Spare my life. She folded her hands together and adopted the most sincere attitude possible. Jejia, what are you thinking about all the time? Hey, I'm just joking. But then again, if I were a guy, Lioli would be my dream goddess. Not only is her face beautiful, but she is also full of wisdom and gentleness, which makes people yearn for her. Leaning back 45 degrees, while speaking, she deliberately showed an expression of enjoyment, which made Su Lioli can't help but shiver. Hey! Jejia, this is in our dormitory. If someone outside hears you say this, they might even suspect your sexual orientation. Lioli, for safety's sake, you'd better stay away from this little girl. Mani, get out of here. You're the one with a problem. She just likes to joke around. Okay, let's get serious. Luli, you suddenly came back to the dorm, did you miss us? Pull up a chair and sit down, Dong Jejia asked with a happy face. Facing her roommate's inquiry, Su Luli immediately nodded. Of course I miss you guys. But the main reason I came back this time is to tell you something. Su Lili said she had something to tell them, and Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu, who were sitting in the upper bunk bed, both turned their attention to her. Dong Jejia couldn't wait to ask, what is it? I want to tell you. She clasped her hands together, nervously placed them in front of her, avoided eye contact, and her face flushed. This scene made Wang Mani and the others anxious. Lily, why are you so nervous? Did someone bully you? Did Gu Feng bully you? Seeing Su Lioli so nervous and apprehensive, Wang Mani subconsciously thought that Su Lioli had been bullied, and the first person she thought of was Gu Feng. What? Gu Feng bullied Lioli? She suddenly sat up in alarm, and Dong Jejia came to Su Lioli's side, her fists clenched. No, no one has bullied me. She quickly waved her hands to explain, and Su Lioli looked up blankly, her petite and delicate face like a piece of exquisite porcelain. Actually, I want to say that I'm getting engaged, and the date is the 17th of this month. With a resolute heart, she closed her eyes and told Wang Mani and the others the news of her engagement. Hearing Su Lioli's words, Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu got out of bed in perfect unison, while Dong Jejia had long since turned to stone. Lioli, are you serious? Are you really getting engaged? I can't believe it. Wang Mani mustered up the courage to ask for confirmation once again. Is it with Gu Feng? Yes. Su Lioli nodded slightly. Oh my god. Congratulations, Lioli. Wait, it's the 17th of this month, doesn't that mean there aren't many days left? Lioli, you're actually getting engaged, how do I feel like I'm dreaming? Dong Jejia muttered to herself, while Lu Xiaoyu and Wang Mani's faces were filled with happy smiles. Having lived in the same dormitory for 4 years, they never expected that the first one to get engaged would be Su Lioli. Chapter 165, Great Auntie, how long have you been pregnant? Lioli, have you both met the parents? Nonsense, of course they have, otherwise how could they be engaged? But then again, why are they in such a hurry to get engaged? The three of them spoke one after the other, and as they talked, they couldn't help but look at Su Lioli's stomach at the same time. The plot of the TV series kept flashing through her mind, and Dong Jejia swallowed hard and raised her hand, trembling. Su Lioli, you're not pregnant, are you? When she mentioned pregnancy, the three of them couldn't help but widen their eyes. Su Lioli blushed when she was asked by Dong Jejia, and tried hard to explain, but there was no way to hide the fact that she was pregnant. After a long pause, she couldn't come up with an answer. Ruri, this can't be true, can it? You're really pregnant. The three of them knew exactly what kind of person Ruri was after living together for so many years. If she wasn't pregnant, she definitely wouldn't have reacted like that. Mani, Jejia, Xiaoyu, I didn't want to hide it from you, I just didn't know how to tell you. So she is really pregnant. Oh my god, Ruri, why didn't you tell us earlier? Auntie, how long have you been pregnant? How are you feeling? I'll go get you a glass of water. Too busy to know what to do, Dong Jejia could only turn around and grab the kettle to pour a cup of hot water for Su Lioli. It hasn't been long, and I feel fine, not a problem at all. That's good. Hey, so are we going to be aunties? Aunties, hey, Jejia, Xiaoyu, are you happy? You're going to be aunties soon. Wang Mani stood there giggling, and Lu Xiaoyu and Dong Jejia, who was carrying the glass of water, quickly agreed. It was all thanks to Lioli. If it wasn't for Lioli's hard work, none of us would have become aunts. Lioli, do you want to have dinner with us tonight? I'll treat, okay? It was hard to come back once, and with her impending engagement and pregnancy, these were two very celebratory events. I think I can make it. But I need to make a phone call first. Yes, call, and invite Gufeng along. The more the merrier. Su Luli wanted to make a phone call, and Wang Mani immediately said that she would ask Gufeng to go with them. Without immediately responding, she took out her phone and dialed Gufeng's number. At this time, Gufeng had already returned to the dormitory and was facing the endless curiosity of Xiao Kai and Zhang Yu. I said, guys, you've asked so many questions, why are your mouths dry? Why don't you drink some water first? It's even more terrifying than a census. Gufeng covered his face with his hands. He had returned quite refreshed, but after being questioned by several people in a row, his head was now full of mush and he had no idea how to answer. Not to mention, can you tell us how Su Shue's grandfather agreed? He abducted someone's granddaughter while she was still in school, and the old man didn't even beat you up. Zhang Yu looked like she wasn't going to let up, and Gufeng didn't bother to respond. Just then, the phone rang. When he picked up the phone, he saw that it was Su Luoli calling, so Gufeng pressed the answer button immediately. Hello? Are you busy? The phone came a clear, melodious voice like a bronze bell. No, I'm not busy. Oh, Man and I said that we should go out for dinner tonight, to have some fun together. Dinner? Sure, no problem, I'll get ready, you bring your roommates, I'll bring mine, we'll all go out for dinner together. I was thinking of taking Zhang Yu and a few others out to dinner tonight, but now that we're all going to be together, it'll be even more fun. Upon hearing this, Su Lioli didn't immediately agree, but instead turned to ask Wang Mani and the others for their opinions. Lioli, I have no problem with everyone eating together, but I'm just not sure if it's a good idea to let Gufeng treat us. It's okay, it's just dinner. Wang Mani and the others have no problem with it, so Su Lioli quickly responded to Gufeng, agreeing on a time over the phone to meet at the school gate at 5 p.m. After hanging up, Gufeng put the phone aside. We're going out for dinner tonight, and there are also a few of Su Luli's roommates. Is that okay with you guys? Of course it's okay. By the way, treating people to dinner costs a lot of money. Do you want us to chip in? Zhang Yu was joking on the surface, but what she said was actually the truth. Stop. I really don't need to. I still have the money to treat people to dinner. I'll find a restaurant for lunch and dinner. Gufeng said with a wave of his hand. Gufeng had already said that, so Zhang Yu and the others didn't think much about it and quickly agreed. After having lunch in the school cafeteria, at 2 p.m., it was time for the open class. Gufeng and Xiao Kai and the others went straight to the classroom where their grandmother was teaching. As students of the School of Finance, they had to come no matter what. They had to cherish such a good learning opportunity. At 1:50 p.m., they slowly arrived outside the lecture theater where the class was being held. What's going on? What are they doing? There are only 10 minutes left before class starts, why aren't they going in? There were only 10 minutes left before class started, and the hallway was packed with people, as far as the eye could see. Excuse me, classmate, what's going on up ahead? I asked a random finance school student, and after some investigation, I learned that these people were all here for class. The entire finance school of Fuxing University, with the exception of the major classes, had gathered here. What's more, there were also students from other schools in the classroom, and it was full even before lunch. Damn it! It seems that this class is not going to happen. There was nothing they could do. Under the current circumstances, unless they knew the secret art of teleportation, there was no way they could get past. Even if they could, they still wouldn't be able to get into the classroom. Let's go back first. For a lecture of this scale, the administrator of the lecture hall should have recorded it, so we'll have to ask for a playback. That's all there is to it. They came to class in high spirits, but in the end they didn't even get in the classroom door. Helpless, the four of them had to return to the dormitory. Back in the dormitory, Gufeng took out his phone. I'm going to the bathroom. When he arrived in the bathroom, he immediately dialed Annie's phone number. The Narada Grand Hotel, where he took his staff last time, was not bad, so he happened to take Zhang Yu and the others there again this time. The call was quickly connected, and he asked Annie to help book a private room at the Narada Grand Hotel and contact the hotel as soon as the number of people was confirmed. In no time at all, the number of the reserved private room was sent to the phone. Chapter 166 Young Master and Young Mistress? Folding up the phone, they returned to the dormitory. Since they had not attended the afternoon's open class, the few of them could only chat in the dormitory, chatting from elementary school to junior high school, and from junior high school to high school. As they watched, they were about to chat about graduating from university when Gu Feng's phone rang with an extremely untimely text message tone. The text message from Su Luli roughly meant that the course had ended and she had already accompanied her grandmother home. Oh, yes, I forgot one thing. Tainyo, you should also invite your girlfriend. I was so engrossed in chatting that I forgot about this. No, Juning is having dinner with her roommates, so it's better not to invite her. He laughed sheepishly and shook his head. After all, it was Gu Feng who was treating, and it was indeed not very nice of him to ask his girlfriend to come along. Just invite her, everyone knows each other, you're not embarrassed, are you? Ha 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 ha. Since he asked, it was a sincere invitation. For Zhang Tinyu and the others, they had only been friends for a few months, but for Gu Feng, it had been for several years. Tinyu, since Gu Feng has already said so, just invite her. We haven't been formally introduced yet, this is a good opportunity. Ha, Tinyu, hurry up and make the call. Zhang Yu and Xiao Kai persuaded him with their words, and Gu Feng followed suit. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Tinyu finally took out his phone. Gu Feng, I'll make a call and ask. I can't guarantee whether she'll come or not. Wait. Tinyu, is there paste in your brain? How can she come if you ask so bluntly? You have to invite her, sincerely invite her, and say that if she doesn't come, we won't let you go either. Xiao Kai made a fist and vowed, and Zhang Yu and Gu Feng couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Not to mention, just in terms of brain speed, Xiao Kai is really quite something. Okay, I'll invite her. According to Xiao Kai, Zhang Tainyo took his phone to the balcony, and from dialing to hanging up, the whole process took just 2 or 3 minutes. What do you think? Is it okay? Sitting in a chair, Gu Feng twisted his upper body to look at Zhang Tainyo. Well, it's agreed. Ha, what do you think? Just as I said, they have to agree. Gu Feng, what time is it? It's almost 4:30. Let's clean up, it's time for us to get ready to go. Gu Feng and the others walked out of the dormitory with their heads held high after making a phone call to Su Luli to tell her to meet them in front of the school. As they passed by the playground, they happened to see Lu Junying, wearing a short top and jeans, exuding a youthful aura. Junying, these are my roommates. Zhang Tinyu stood in front of her and introduced them, and Lu Junying nodded slightly, a little embarrassed. I know. Hello everyone. Ha ha ha. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Hello sister-in-law. Including Gu Feng, everyone said hello to her, and Zhang Tinyu's originally honest expression instantly froze. Gu Feng, Zhang Yu, Xiao Kai, you guys are taking advantage of me, aren't you? Lifting his huge palm, he pretended to teach a lesson to Gu Feng and the others. Seeing the situation was not good, the 3 of them ran away. Lu Junying was originally quite nervous when she saw Gu Feng and the others, but looking at the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wait, Tainyo, we were wrong. Yes, we won't call you younger siblings anymore. Everyone just call me Junying. Okay, Junying, I'm Zhang Yu, he's Xiao Kai, and he's Gu Feng. We've all met before. Zhang Yu cheerfully introduced himself, and didn't forget to bring along Gu Feng and Xiao Kai. Okay, it's getting late, let's hurry to the school gate. I think Liuli and the others should be here soon. Okay. Xiao Kai, Zhang Yu, and Gu Feng walked in front, followed by Zhang Tinyu and Lu Junying. In about 10 minutes, they arrived at the school gate. It is worth noting that they did not see Su Liuli and the others here. Wait a minute. Okay. They agreed on the phone to meet here, and if there are no unexpected circumstances, Su Liuli and the others are rushing over here. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, 4 beautiful figures appeared in the distance. The girl walking in the middle was wearing a light blue top and sports shoes. Her 2 slender legs, combined with her stunning face, attracted the attention of many people around her as she walked along. She walked slowly up to Gu Feng and the others, and Su Liuli's face turned slightly red. Have you changed your clothes? You weren't wearing this when you left this morning. Well, I changed my clothes because we were going out for dinner. Hey, Junying, how are you? Her beautiful eyes scanned over Gu Feng and the others, and finally settled on Lu Junying, who was standing next to Zhang Tinyu. Facing Su again, Lu Junying was still a little nervous inside, and her hands clasped together. Hello, Su Xuejie. Right, let me introduce you. This is Junying, my friend, Junying, these are my 3 roommates. ignoring Gu Feng and the others, so first introduced her roommates and Lu Junying. Hello, seniors. Junying, you don't need to call us seniors, it's not at all cordial. My name is Wang Mani, you can just call me Mani. Yes, my name is Dong Jeja, just call me Jeja. I'm Lu Xiaoyu, just call me Xiaoyu, you and I both have the surname Lu. It's been said that 3 women make a play, but now there are 5 women, including Su Liuli. After the introductions were over, they started chatting. The more they talked, the more heated things got, and in the end, only Gu Feng could step forward to interrupt them. Let's go, we'll go out and take a taxi. Wang Mani and Dong Jeja stayed by Su Liuli's side, while Lu Xiaoyu followed the 3 closely behind them. Judging from the way they were standing, they looked like female bodyguards. As they walked out of the school gate, Jiang Yu and Xiao Kai were about to hail a taxi on the roadside when suddenly 3 men in suits came walking towards them. They were well dressed, wearing white gloves, and one walked in front of the other 2, giving off an imposing air. What is this? Young master, young mistress, please get in the car. Wang Chang, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, nodded lightly at Gu Feng and Su Liuli, then raised his hand to indicate the 3 brand new Rolls Royces in the distance. Following Wang Chang's gesture, everyone looked to the side and, upon seeing the little golden people standing on the vehicles, everyone was dumbfounded. Rolls Royces. Young master and young mistress? Fearful eyes shifted from Gu Feng to Su Liuli, and Jiang Yu was already mesmerized. A few months ago, Gu Feng came to school with a plastic bag. He thought the other person's family was in a difficult situation, but he never imagined that they were so rich. Liuli, you're kidding, right? I feel like I've entered a movie set. Wang Mani's words left Su Liuli a little unsure of how to respond. She had prepared quite a bit that afternoon, but she had forgotten about Wang Chang's bodyguards. That Mani, I can't explain it clearly for a while. It's not easy to get a taxi at this time of day. Why don't we get in the car first? Instead of standing here like an idiot, it's better to get in the car first. We can talk about what exactly you want to ask and who you want to ask about it in the car. Young madam, please wait a moment, we'll bring the car around. Wang Chang turned around and led the 2 chauffeurs to drive the car in front of the group of people. A Rolls-Royce can seat 3 people, so it's just right for 9 people. Chapter 167, is this too much? You don't usually see luxury cars of this class, and now they're suddenly going to let them ride in one. Jiang Yu and Zhang Tiniu were stunned and didn't dare to move. Tiniu, what are you doing? Get your girlfriend in the car first. Jiang Yu, you sit in the passenger seat. Jiang Yu was instructed to sit in the passenger seat, and Zhang Tiniu and Lu Junying were told to sit in the back. Su Liuli arranged Lu Xiaoyu and Dong Jeja in the back of the first car, and she took Wang Mani and got into the middle car. We'll each take the passenger seat. She patted Xiao Kai on the back, but he looked confused and obviously still in shock. Gu Feng's words were followed, and under Wang Chang's guidance, they took their seats in the front passenger seats of the cars in front. Once everyone was in place, Gu Feng gave the address of the Narada Grand Hotel, and Wang Chang started the cars and slowly set off towards their destination. On the way, Su Liuli, sitting in the back, felt at peace, while Wang Mani, on the other hand, was bursting with curiosity. She looked left and right in the car, staring at the starry ceiling, her eyes full of excitement. Half an hour later, the cars pulled up steadily outside the Narada Grand Hotel. When the car was parked, the 4 greeters standing at the door, seeing that 3 Rolls Royces had come together in perfect order, hurriedly walked up to greet them. Hello, welcome. How many are you, sir? The greeters, dressed in red cheongsams, provided warm service, which made Jiang Yu and the others feel embarrassed. When we were at school, we ate at school, and even when we went out to eat, we went to some small roadside restaurants, so where have we been to a place like this before? Hello, we are a total of 9. We have a reservation. Oh, yes, sir, how many are you? This way please. Gu Feng spoke, and the others instantly understood who was the protagonist. After hearing that there was a reservation, they took Gu Feng and the others into the restaurant at the first opportunity. Wow! Liuli, this place is so luxurious. Is this a place to eat? I've only seen this kind of dining environment on TV. Wang Mani and Lu Xiaoyu took Su Liuli's arm. The shock of the Rolls-Royce had not yet worn off, and now they had arrived at such an upscale restaurant. Liuli, a meal here must cost a lot of money, right? There are so many of us, will it be too much of a waste? In Wang Mani's impression, a meal at a restaurant of this caliber would cost at least more than 1,000. Moreover, there are so many of them, and they would have to spend a few thousand just casually eating. It's okay, we're here already, just enjoy our meal. Wang Mani gave her a reassuring look. At this time, Gu Feng had already arrived at the front desk. After telling the reservation and phone number, the waiter led a few people to the inside of the restaurant. 1 minute later, they arrived at the private room, picked up a few menus, and asked the waiter to bring some pots of tea. Feel free to order whatever you like. Flipping through the menu and looking at the various cuisines inside, Jiang Yu and the others couldn't help but open their mouths wide. A set of roast duck, more than 800? Garlic choy sum, 99. Gu Feng, you order. After looking through the menu a few times, he discovered that the cheapest dishes cost tens or hundreds of dollars, and the prices of slightly more expensive dishes are also in the hundreds. At the end of the menu is a seafood sashimi dish that costs more than 3,000 yuan. It's just so expensive. I'll order a few dishes first, and you guys order the rest. Taking the menu from in front of Jiang Yu and the others, he estimated that if he didn't order, the others wouldn't feel comfortable either. Let's have some seafood sashimi. I've never had it before, so I'd like to try it. But, Lioli, you can't eat it. While ordering, he whispered in Su Lioli's ear. Even if he didn't say it, Su Lioli knew that at this stage, she should be cautious about touching seafood, let alone seafood sashimi. 1 more order of roast duck, 1 order of squab, and, 9 orders of Buddha jumps over the wall. A few simple dishes, and the price directly broke the 10,000 yuan mark. 1 Buddha jumps over the wall was 600 yuan, and a total of 9 were ordered, plus more than 3,000 yuan worth of sashimi, as well as roast duck and squab. This way of ordering food left Jiang Yu and the others speechless. Even Wang Mani and Dong Jia couldn't help but swallow. With Gu Feng taking the lead, Xiao Kai and the others naturally knew what to order next. They picked up the menu, each ordered 1 dish, and then, at Gu Feng's signal, Wang Man and I and the others ordered a few more dishes before handing the menu back to the waiter. Lioli, you're pregnant now, what about the internship? The instructor said that you need an internship certificate to get your diploma. Dong Jiajia's tone was gentle, slightly worried. Pregnant? Lioli, you told them? Gu Feng was slightly surprised. He thought that Su Lioli had only told a few people about the engagement banquet, but he didn't expect her to even mention the pregnancy. I didn't say it on my own initiative, they guessed it themselves. A faint glow appeared on her cheeks, and her eyes were full of helplessness. Dong Jiajia and the others have never had enough brains, but I didn't expect them to be clever this time. Hey, idol dramas are not chased in vain. Lioli said that you are about to get engaged, and we immediately suspected that she was pregnant. Isn't that right, Man and I? Aojiao spoke, looking at Wang Man and I in passing. Yes. But then again, Luli, what about the internship certificate? Don't worry about the internship certificate, I've already talked to Principal Lin, it's not a big deal. Luli is doing this anti-fraud live broadcast to deal with the internship. Wait. Gu Feng, what are you guys talking about? Pregnancy? What pregnancy? Su Xuejie is pregnant? While Gu Feng and the others were discussing the internship certificate, Jiang Yu and the others were focusing on the pregnancy. Su Luli has already told Wang Mani, but Gu Feng has not told Jiang Yu and the others about it. Ahem. I'll tell you more about it when I get back, let's eat first. Embarrassed, he waved his hand, embarrassed to explain to Jiang Yu and the others in front of so many people. He would explain everything when they got back to the dormitory. Gu Feng had already said that, so Jiang Yu and the others didn't pursue the matter. Soon, the waiter brought the finished dishes to the table. At Gu Feng's signal, everyone began to eat with their chopsticks. Gu Feng, when you marry Senior Su, do you have a choice for the best man? Can we 3 be considered? Chapter 168 You're the one who doesn't breathe. Groomsman? I really can't make that decision, so why don't we ask your senior sister Su? He picked up a piece of choy sum and put it in Su Luoli's plate, and the latter's pretty face suddenly became flustered. Ask me? I, with big, watery eyes, looked at Gu Feng and saw that he was eating his food with a smile on his face. Senior sister, the 3 of us have strength, and if we're made groomsmen, we can definitely help a lot. Yes, we can be of great help. Xiao Kai patted Zhang Tiniu's broad shoulders. Senior, you look fit, you can carry buckets of water up 5 floors without even breathing heavily. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Kai's remark about not even breathing heavily instantly made everyone break their guard, and even Lu Junying, who was sitting next to Zhang Tiniu, couldn't help but turn her head to the side. Get out of here, Xiao Kai, you're the one who doesn't breathe heavily. I was just exaggerating a bit. With her features as picturesque as a painting, dignified and beautiful, Su Luli heard this and casually put down the chopsticks in her hand. Okay, then the best man is settled, you three. As for the bridesmaids. She looked at Wang Mani and the others, and even if Su Luli didn't say anything, they would have volunteered. We'll take care of the bridesmaids. How many do you need? If there aren't enough, I'll get Xia Yan and the others, there are more than 10 of us. Junying, you'll be a bridesmaid with us too. Great. Wang Mani gave her word, and Lu Junying, who was by Zhang Tinia's side, nodded without hesitation. Normally, there should be an even number of bridesmaids, 2 when there are few, and 8 or 10 when there are many. I don't really know how many bridesmaids are needed. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I've found the bridesmaids, but there aren't enough groomsmen. I'm sorry to trouble you, but could you find a few more? Her tone was gentle, her mouth slightly upturned, and there was a hint of mischief in her eyes. Well. His expression was strange. When it came to the best man, apart from Xiao Kai and a few others, he really didn't know who else to ask. I'll try my best. Let's eat first, the food will get cold. Changing the subject, he signaled Su Luli and the others to hurry up and eat. While Gu Feng and the others were eating, in the office of the chairman of the Daidu Kyushu group, staring at the 2 investigation reports in front of him, Song Huilan's face was ugly and her expression was very solemn. Xiaoyu, are you sure these are the results of the investigation carried out over the past 2 days? The first investigation report was already enough to make her pay attention, and after reading the second investigation report just delivered, Song Huilan was completely shaken. If the investigation reports are true, it will definitely be a super earthquake for the Kyushu group's overseas market. Chairman, before President Bai was in office, he raised many questions. We also sent someone to discreetly investigate a while ago. Judging from the evidence submitted, there should be no problems with either of these 2 investigation reports. Wang Xiaoya said should be with her lips, but Song Huilang knew very well that she would never have said that if she wasn't 100% sure. Phew. When will the investigation team be back? We don't know yet. What? You don't know when they'll be back? If they haven't told you when they'll be back, that means they still have more investigation to do. If they've already got results like this after a day or 2, if they continue investigating, the whole overseas market will have to be reshuffled. For Kyushu Group, that would be a huge loss. Song Huilan sat in a chair, holding a pen in her hand, weighing up the pros and cons. Wang Xiaoye stood not far from the desk. Seeing this, she hesitated for a moment before speaking carefully. Chairman, there's something I'm not sure whether to say or not. Huh? If it's something you should say, what's there to be afraid of? Just say it. I have been by your side for many years, and since you took over the group, there have been frequent problems with overseas business. President Bai has repeatedly reminded you that you need to cut the Gordian knot. If you don't completely remove the tentacles of certain senior group members overseas, dealing with more small fry will not solve the problem. I think you should consider it. Her voice was very quiet, but the meaning of her words was very clear. Song Huilan was silent for a long time after hearing this. Xiaoye Wang was right. Ever since she took charge of the Kyushu group, there have been all kinds of problems with overseas business. Even if she sent Bai Yufeng overseas to manage it, it still couldn't solve the problem. In the end, it even got her suspended. Chairman, this time the investigation team was sent by Xiaofeng, so if I want them to come back, I have to call Xiaofeng first. Wait. Don't call yet. Xiaoya, you're right, there are some things that really can't be turned a blind eye to. Send the documents and let the investigation team continue the investigation. I'd like to see what shocking secrets they can uncover in the end. Song Huilan made up her mind as she slammed her pen down on the desk. Yes, Chairman, I'll get right on it. After she gave her reply, Wang Xiaoye quickly walked out of the office. Chen Zhengyang, who was far away in the Middle East, called Gu Feng to report the first thing after receiving the documents sent by Kyushu Group. Dinner was about to end when Gu Feng received a call from Chen Zhengyang. After learning about the documents sent by Kyushu Group, Gu Feng couldn't help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The fact that such a document could be issued clearly showed that his mother was prepared to pursue this matter to the end. President Chen, follow the plan I gave you and collect all the evidence as soon as possible. Understood, President Gu. Hearing this, Chen Zhengyang suddenly let his heart drop into his stomach. After hanging up the phone, dinner was almost over. He got up, took his bank card to the front desk to settle the bill, and then everyone got into the car and returned to the school together. After seeing Wang Mani, Jiang Yu, and the others back to school, and watching them walk into the school gates, Gu Feng and Su Luli turned around and got into the car. Back at the villa, her venerable grandmother was sitting in the living room, lost in thought. Behind the sofa, Sun Mama and Uncle Neil were standing together, and the atmosphere in the living room was slightly tense. Grandma? What's happened? Why are you suddenly so serious? He laughed dryly twice, and led Su Luli to sit in front of her grandmother. When she saw Gu Feng and Su Luli, the old lady's displeased expression eased a little. Nothing. Nothing? I don't believe it. Auntie Sun, what do you think is wrong with her? Gu Feng looked up at Auntie Sun, who was standing behind the sofa. Hearing what the young master said, Auntie Sun glanced at the old lady and, after making sure that she didn't react, explained in a low voice. The school hasn't arranged any classes for tomorrow, and the old lady is unhappy about it. What? Grandma, is that what this is about? Not letting you go to class is also for your health. You can't go to class every day. If that were the case, my parents would never have agreed. That's what you say. But Grandma already promised everyone. You can't go back on your word, can you? At the end of class today, she personally promised everyone that she would continue the lessons tomorrow. At her age, if she goes back on her word, how will she ever be able to face the children at school? Gu Feng shook his head helplessly upon hearing this, and Su Lili, who had risen at the critical moment, came very intimately to her grandmother. Grandma, I have a way to make you keep your word. Why don't we just have another live lesson tomorrow? Chapter 169, Unreasonable. Live broadcast? Yes, why didn't Grandma think of that? Grandma's kind face was full of smiles at the prospect of continuing the class tomorrow, like a blooming flower, happily taking her granddaughter's hand. Lioli is still clever. Grandma's son, go and notify Fuxing University that they don't need to prepare anything. We'll broadcast the lecture tomorrow afternoon. Madam, is that not a good idea? Madam. Granny Sun was torn between her conflicting emotions. She had promised Madam 2 classes a week, and they had only just started the first one today, and tomorrow would be the live broadcast. If the imperial capital knew about this, they would really have no way to explain themselves. I told Huilan that we would have 2 offline classes a week, but this is a live broadcast, which is different. Just do as I say. Grandma was so resolute, and Granny Sun didn't dare to continue persuading her, so she could only obediently agree. Lioli, Xiaofeng, have you 2 told your friends about your engagement? Suddenly changing her stern manner, Grandma asked the 2 softly. We told them. We couldn't help but tell them, and they even said they want to be the best man and maid of honor at the wedding. Recalling the looks on Jiang Yu and the others' faces, Gu Feng couldn't help but bitterly smile. That's normal, it shows how much your friends value you. You mustn't be ungrateful. That's right, don't be ungrateful. Sitting gracefully next to her grandmother, Su Liuli's voice was soft and gentle, her demeanor charming, and her bright eyes and white teeth exuding an enchanting aura. Grandma, it's still early tonight, don't you want to teach me how to make tiger head shoes? Holding onto her grandmother's arm, Su Liuli's lips curved up in a soft smile. Oops. Right, I was so angry that I forgot about that. Well, Sun Mama, go and get my things for me. Luli, how about I teach you to make tiger head shoes tonight and tiger head pillows tomorrow? Yes. The enthusiasm of her grandmother was like a warm current, making Su Luli's heart feel incredibly soft and warm. Sun Mama was quick and in no time at all had everything on the coffee table. There was quite a lot of stuff. Grandma, let me help you. Sitting on the sofa was boring, so I might as well help. He was very motivated to make tiger head shoes for the baby in his wife's belly. After cutting the fabric, measuring the size, and slowly sewing the thread according to Grandma's instructions, after more than an hour of hard work, a tiger head shoe finally began to take shape. Next, all that was left to do was to sew it up. Xiaofeng, you do it. Luli and I will make the next one. Sure, I'll do it. With a smile, he took hold of the upper and lower parts of the shoe with both hands, closed his legs and began to stitch the shoe together. He had to admit that this was really hard work and without some strength, it would be difficult to complete. Phew! After he had finished stitching the shoe, Grandma and Su Lili had just finished the other one, so he waited for them to continue stitching. Xiaofeng, you stitched this one too. Our Lily is really clever, she picked up the tiger head shoes really quickly. When Grandma learned how to make them, she had to be taught several times by a tutor. She praised Su Liuli without reservation, and not only did she blush a little, even Gu Feng, who was sitting opposite her sewing away, felt a little embarrassed. After the two tiger head shoes had been completely sewn together, they were held up for a close comparison. The elderly lady nodded with satisfaction as she saw that they were the same size. Okay, let's pack up. It's getting late, so you should all go home and get some rest. Oh. Young master, young mistress, you go home and rest, we'll pack up. Nyobo, who had been silent until now, came forward and helped Sun Ma and the other maids clear the coffee table. In a short while, the entire coffee table was cleaned up. After seeing off Grandma, Gu Feng returned to the room with Su Lioli. Time passed quickly, and it was Saturday. The business forum would begin at 3 p.m. Early in the morning, Gu Feng received a call from Annie, roughly meaning for him to go to Yunding Technology. Lioli, do you want to go out with me? After breakfast, before leaving the house, Gu Feng leaned close to Su Lioli's ear and whispered. Today is Saturday, and he was worried that Su Lioli would be bored at home with her grandmother, so he took the initiative to ask if the other person wanted to go out with him. Dressed in a bright yellow, elegant long dress, with her black hair draped over one side like a waterfall, and a white, short-sleeved top on the upper half of her body, her eyes were like twin pools of water, looking at Gu Feng. What's wrong? You want to go? Su Lioli didn't say anything, but from her hesitant expression, it was clear that she really wanted to go. Will it affect your work if I go? No. Then, Grandma. Girl, if you want to go with Xiaofeng, just go. But I'll tell you what, you have to bring a few people with you, or Grandma won't feel at ease. Grandma, who was sitting on the sofa drinking tea, suddenly spoke, and Su Lioli and Gu Feng were both taken aback. They were at least 7 or 8 meters away from Grandma, and yet she could hear them clearly even though they were whispering. Grandma, you have really good hearing, you can hear that. He gave the old lady a thumbs up. At such a distance, even he himself might not be able to hear clearly. Rascal, are you praising Grandma? If you have to go, hurry up and go, take care of Lioli, if she gets hurt in any way, I'll make your butt blossom. Gu Feng heard this and quickly smiled apologetically, don't worry, I promise not to let a single hair on her head get hurt. Lioli, let's go. Well, bye, Grandma. She waved to her grandmother, who smiled kindly and waved back. When they got outside, Wang Chang and the others had been waiting for a while. Gu Feng and Su Lioli got into the car, and Wang Chang took the driver's seat in each of the 3 cars with his 2 bodyguards. Going to Yunding Technology. Are you busy today? Not really. Not really? I heard from Annie that you're going to a business gathering this afternoon? It's not a business gathering, it's a business forum. What's the difference? His skin is pale and smooth, and his eyes are sincere. Oh. Right, what is this business forum about? Solid-state batteries. On the way to Yunding Technology, Su Lioli was like a curious child, asking dozens of questions in a row. After asking so many questions, Gu Feng himself didn't know what to say. It was finally time to go to the Cloud Top Technology building. They wanted to tell Wang Chang and the others to wait downstairs, but they refused. Young master, the orders of the old lady and the young lady are to stay by the young mistress's side. Please don't make things difficult for us. The 3 of them stood in a row, their hands placed in front of them in a manner that showed they would not be swayed. Chapter 170, I look down on people too much. Fine, fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Go ahead, let's go in together. Goodness, they call me young master, but they don't listen to themselves at all. I know in my heart that it's a waste of breath to continue discussing things with them, so I might as well let them follow. Heading into the building with Su Lioli, Wang Chang and the others followed silently behind, always maintaining a distance of 2 meters from the 2. They took the elevator to the upper floors and learned that Gu Feng was coming. Annie and Yuilan were waiting at the door early in the morning. When they stepped out of the elevator and arrived outside Yunding Technology, they saw Annie and Ilan standing not far away. Gu Feng noticed the 2 of them, and they also saw him. They quickly walked up to Gu Feng with their secretary behind them. Mr. Gu, Miss Lioli. Miss Lioli. Greeted Gu Feng, and then quickly greeted Su Lioli. Ha! Annie, Mr. Yu, what's wrong with you two? Why aren't you calling her boss anymore? There was a playful gleam in her eyes. Last time, when they had dinner at the Narada Hotel, everyone called her boss, and it was so affectionate. Now, when they met, the 2 of them were much more respectful, and they both started calling her Miss Su. Gu Feng, are you at a loss for words? Her pretty face was flushed with indignation, and she was about to raise her hand to teach him a lesson. Seeing that Su Liuli looked a little angry, Gu Feng immediately changed his words. Ah, I was just joking, just joking. Okay, let's go in. Quickly changing the subject, Gu Feng strode into the company, bypassing Annie and the others. Seeing this, Su Liuli, Annie, and Yuilan exchanged glances, and the next second they couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Even the secretary standing behind the two of them looked like she couldn't hold back her laughter. After entering the company, they didn't go to the conference room, but instead went directly to Yuilan's office. Yuilan's secretary poured water for everyone, and Annie and Yuilan sat down, their eyes unconsciously looking at the three men standing behind Su Luli, Wang Chang. After a moment of hesitation, Yuilan finally couldn't hold back and spoke. President Gu, this. Oh, I'm sorry. Wang Chang, you go outside and have a seat for now, we'll discuss something here. Although the three men were not outsiders, he was a little uncomfortable having people standing behind him while they talked about work. After Gu Feng finished speaking, the three of them hesitated slightly, but none of them moved. Seeing that Gu Feng's words were not working, Su Luli turned slightly. Why don't you go outside and wait for a while, go have a cup of coffee. Okay, young mistress. At Su Luli's words, the three of them immediately got up and left. This scene not only made Annie and Yuilan look dumbfounded, but also left Gu Feng's heart unsettled for a long time. I look down on people too much. It's true that their family status is not very good, but they can't show it so obviously. He doesn't care about face. Okay, we're here to discuss work. Yes, let's discuss work. Annie, President Yu, the business forum starts in the afternoon. You asked me to come over now, so there must be something. Tell me, what is it? He chose to be straightforward without beating about the bush. Gu Feng was so happy, and Annie and Yu didn't delay, immediately instructing the secretary to bring over some documents. Mr. Gu, as we discussed before, this business forum is quite large. For this reason, I had someone look it up. These are the profiles of the heavyweight companies that will be attending the forum. After Annie finished speaking, Gu Feng casually picked up the file in the middle, took a quick look at it, and then picked up the one next to it. His face was calm as he flipped through the files in his hands, but his brows unconsciously furrowed. These are all? Yes. So many? Gu Zong, the companies marked on the documents are just the majority, and the organizer of this forum has not disclosed all the information. There may be other groups attending. But one thing is certain, the number of companies participating in the forum is only slightly higher than the number of companies on the documents. Yuilan's voice was firm. She put down the document in her hand, leaned back firmly on the sofa, and touched the tip of her nose with one hand. Gu Feng did not say a word, and Annie and the two of them sat together, also not speaking. After 10 seconds had passed, Gu Feng suddenly sat up straight. Go and get Lu Qi for me. Okay, Mr. Gu. Annie got up herself, and in a moment, Lu Qi, dressed very casually, came in. He was unkempt, his face was pale, he had no energy at all, and his clothes were crumpled, showing that he had not changed them for several days. Mr. Gu. Hello, boss. He greeted Gu Feng with a bow and a smile, but when he saw Su Liuli, Lu Qi immediately stood at attention. His comical appearance made Su Liuli laugh, and Gu Feng nearly choked on his own saliva. Lu Qi. What happened to you? You went to work fine, and someone robbed you? He got up and went over to Lu Qi, taking a close look at him. If they hadn't met at the company, he really would have believed that Lu Qi had been robbed. Mr. Gu, you're exaggerating. In this day and age, there are no more robberies. Mr. Gu, Manager Lu has been living at the company for a while now, maintaining the pinnacle of competition while developing the world of the sub-universe. Yuilan spoke softly, not deliberately taking credit for Lu Qi, because there was no need to. With the boss's intelligence, after she said so, how could he not think of the reason why Lu Qi was in such a sorry state was all for the company? You. Let me say what a good job you've done. It's not like you can develop such a big game overnight. Sit down first. Accompany me out later, I'll get you some new clothes, and we'll go to the forum together in the afternoon. She led Lu Qi back to the sofa, told him to come over, and in addition to finding out some information, she also wanted to go to the forum with him in the afternoon. This afternoon, Annie and Lu Qi will accompany me. President Yu, you manage the company. Okay, President Gu. Yuilan decisively agreed, completely following Gu Feng's arrangements. Mr. Gu, you asked me to come here, is there anything else? Lu Qi said apologetically, scratching his unkempt hair. Yes. I've already decided that we're going to develop solid-state batteries. This is a new industry, and we don't have much experience in it. Now that we've decided to develop it, we have to prepare in advance. I think we should take some people from your technical department and form a team. This team will work exclusively with the solid-state battery development department. Do you have any objections? Gu Feng, what do you think I can say? I'll do whatever you say. Good. Annie, let's have a meeting right away. They can't discuss it here, they need to coordinate with other departments. I'll have my secretary notify everyone, the meeting will start in 10 minutes. Okay, let's go to the meeting room. While they were talking, Gu Feng stood up. Liuli, wait here for a while. I'll be right back after the meeting. Okay, go ahead. Chapter 171, You brat, shut up. Within 10 minutes, all the middle level and above leaders had gathered in the conference room of Yunding Technology. Sitting in the main seat, he swept the crowd and his gaze fell on the head of finance, Du Jingjing. How much liquid capital does the company have now? Recalling the total, excluding the funds occupied by other projects of the company's liquid capital is about 110 million. 120 million? That's too little. Developing solid batteries is a bottomless pit and a money guzzler for Yunding Technology. With an investment of 120 million, I don't think we'll even see a splash. President Gu, I have an idea. Lu Qi sat next to Annie and suddenly spoke up. Go ahead. Director Du just said that there is 120 million in liquid capital, which I think is enough as the startup capital for the development of solid batteries. The revenue from the upcoming Pinnacle competition, combined with the imminent launch of the subworld, should be enough to fund the research and development of solid batteries. Lu Qi's words had barely finished when someone immediately stood up to object. President Gu, I don't think what Manager Lu said is feasible. It's true that the Pinnacle competition is profitable, but using future revenue to offset current research and development funding is too risky. Not to mention, the launch of the subworld is still nowhere in sight. If we really invest all our funds in the research and development of solid batteries, it may well cause the company's capital chain to break. At that time, the impact will not be on battery research and development, but on all the company's projects. Wang Gang, head of the publicity department, was the first to stand up and object, and everyone in the meeting room looked at each other. Gu Zong, what Director Wang said is indeed reasonable. If we force research and development with insufficient funds, the risk is too high. Du Jingjing, as the head of finance, must stand with Wang Xiang considering the company's capital chain. Mr. Gu, how about this? Solid-state batteries are such a big cake that we at Yunding Technology can't eat it all at once. Why not cooperate with other powerful groups? In this way, not only will the investment be small, but we can also enjoy the profits brought about by successful research and development. Mr. Yu is right. But there is still a problem. Where do we find companies that are interested in cooperating and also have the strength? Powerful groups can completely develop independently, and the risk of cooperating with groups that don't have the strength is not much different from developing independently. When Annie said this, everyone in the meeting room fell silent. Even Gu Feng couldn't help but ponder. Judging from this, the difficulty of developing a solid-state battery is really not small. There was collective silence for about a minute. After a minute, Gu Feng broke the ice by speaking up. Let's go and see the situation this afternoon and make a decision after attending the forum. The meeting is adjourned. Since no good solution can be proposed, let's put this matter aside for now and talk about it after attending the business forum this afternoon. The boss got up and left, and Annie, Yuilan, and Lu Qi followed him out of the meeting room. When they returned to Yuilan's office, Su Luoli saw that Gu Feng looked a little unhappy, and a sense of worry flashed through her heart. What's wrong? Was the meeting not successful? It's nothing, just a little problem. Lu Qi, go back and arrange the work, and come down with me later to pick out a decent outfit for you. We're going to the forum together this afternoon, and we can't go in these clothes. If the other group's executives see you like this, they'll die of laughter. Mr. Gu, I have a lot of clothes at home. I can just go home and change later. In order to make it easier to commute to work, I moved out of the dormitory at the University of Shanghai for Science and Technology a long time ago and rented a small apartment near the company. It's about a 10-minute bike ride. Come on, it's a lot of trouble to go home and change. I'll take you directly to buy a set. Lu Qi, since President Gu has already said so, why are you being so polite? Our boss doesn't care about the money for your clothes. Annie chimed in, and Lu Qi hesitated for a long time before reluctantly agreeing. Annie, you sit and rest in President Yu's office, and I will accompany him to buy clothes. If you are bored, you can just walk around the company. The main reason for not letting Su Lili go with them was not only because he was worried about her health, but also because of the 3 bodyguards following them. If Su Lili followed them, Wang Chang and the other 2 would inevitably follow. He just wanted to buy some clothes, and didn't want to be the focus of attention. Perhaps realizing Gu Feng's meaning, Su Lili didn't say much, just nodded obediently on the sofa. In this way, he accompanied Lu Qi back to the technical department to arrange work. After 10 minutes, the 2 had already arrived downstairs. Gu Feng, with my appearance, just find a small shop and get changed. I can't wear it well anyway. Lu Qi laughed, keeping close to Gu Feng. In terms of age, the 2 were similar, with a difference of no more than 3 years, but in terms of mentality, Gu Feng appeared extremely mature. Apart from the reason for his rebirth, it also had a lot to do with his personality. Lu Qi's characteristic was that when he met strangers, he would act very coldly. Once he met someone he knew, the whole person would become extremely lively, talking non-stop, just like now. Since I'm the one buying your clothes, I'll decide what kind of clothes you wear. You, my boy, keep your mouth shut. Not General Gu, although you're buying the clothes, it's me who'll be wearing them, so you should at least listen to my opinion. I'm at the office almost every day, so buying nice clothes would be a waste. How about this? How about we rent a suit? If that doesn't work, do you have any old clothes I can make do with? Following Gu Feng around, Lu Qi kept talking non-stop, and at this time, Gu Feng could only feel his ears buzzing. Shut up! Lu Qi, I didn't realize before how talkative you are. Get in the car. Too lazy to argue with the other person, they walked to the curb, raised their hands to hail a taxi, and headed straight for the heart of the city. After half an hour or so, the figures of Gu Feng and Lu Qi appeared in an upscale commercial building. Well, they are still smartly dressed, so they go to buy 2 suits. Go! There are special signs in the mall, and following the directions, the 2 quickly arrived at the men's clothing area. There were 5 or 6 high-end suit shops side by side, so they found a relatively large one and entered at the same time. Hello sir, how can I help you? From the way they were dressed, the female salesperson immediately knew that the person who was actually buying clothes was Gu Feng. Chapter 172, The New Receptionist. We need to buy 2 suits. Do you have any recommendations? While scanning the surroundings, Gu Feng did not forget to ask the salesperson. Excuse me, sir, are you wearing it or is this gentleman wearing it? Him. Okay, sir, since you are both very young, we do have a few suitable ones here. Follow me. With one hand in front of him, he made a gesture of invitation to Gu Feng and Lu Qi. Following the pace of the salesperson, they soon arrived in front of a row of neatly arranged suits. The suits were neatly arranged and orderly, and in terms of color and style alone, they could indeed be considered good-looking. If you are attending a particularly formal occasion, you can take a look at this gray one. If it's a cocktail party or a performance, this white and red one is very good. The style in the center is this black one, which can basically be worn with anything. The salesperson introduced it in great detail, and Gu Feng did not make a decision right away, but instead turned around and fixed his gaze on Lu Qi. Which one do you like? When buying clothes for someone else, you should at least listen to their opinion. Gu Feng stared at the clothes in front of him carefully, and then helplessly scratched his head. Mr. Gu, you don't know, I have a fear of choice. You are well informed, so if you pick one for me. I pick for you? With a slight raise of his eyebrows, Gu Feng raised his hand as if to point to the burgundy suit directly in front of him. Hey, wait. Gu Feng hadn't even opened his mouth when Lu Qi, who saw the situation was not good, hurriedly stopped him. Goodness, he doesn't like to show off in the first place, and if he has to choose a suit with such a bright color for him, he'd rather go to the forum naked. What's wrong? You want to choose? Gu Feng's eyes widened in surprise as his right hand stopped in midair. You choose, I just have a small suggestion. After all, this forum is a formal occasion, and this burgundy suit is too bright and not appropriate. Okay, how about this white one? Moving away from the burgundy suit, he pointed to the white one next to it. Staring at the white suit for a long time, Lu Qi was torn between 2 options. After a long hesitation, he whispered, Mr. Gu, white it's not quite right either. Good grief! Red is not suitable, white is not suitable, and you won't pick one yourself even though you're being asked to. What do you want? No, don't be angry, I'll pick it myself. Hello, let's go with black. The style this one in the middle is fine. Yes, sir. After Lu Qi finished speaking, the salesperson immediately took the suit off the rack. Wait, could you also find him a pair of leather shoes, a belt, and a tie? Lu Qi had been working overtime at the company, and his outfit needed to be changed from head to toe. Hearing this, the salesperson went to fetch a trolley from a distance and quickly put together a suit for Lu Qi according to Gu Feng's requirements. He took the suit and went inside to change. When Lu Qi came out again, he looked much more energetic. Not bad. They say that people rely on their clothes and horses rely on their saddles. With this suit, his temperament has obviously changed. Your hair, when you go to lunch later, go and tidy it up. Your clothes are tidy, but your hair is still as messy as a chicken coop. To look more energetic, you should at least get a haircut. Okay, I'll get a haircut during lunch. Manager Gu, how much is this outfit? Why don't you just deduct it from my salary? I'm really embarrassed to let you pay for me. Gu Feng is the boss, and I'm just an employee. It's fine to treat me to meals during the week, but where would I get the nerve to let him buy me clothes? Come on. With your salary, you'd better save up to buy a flat in the city. It's getting late, let's go back to the office and settle the bill. Yes, you can keep the clothes you're wearing. Put the new clothes on and put the old ones down for the salesperson to put in the bag. Bring Lu Qi to the front desk to settle the bill. Hello sir, that's 67,000 yuan in total. Wait. How much? Say that again, this suit costs over 60,000 yuan? His eyes bulged like a pair of copper bells, and Lu Qi's mouth hung wide open. Hearing the price, he momentarily doubted if there was something wrong with his ears. Sir, that'll be 54,800 yuan. The suit is a high-end design, and the set including the pants is 48,000 yuan. The leather shoes are 3,800 yuan, the belt, tie and shirt are 3,000 yuan, and the socks are a gift. Staring at the data on the computer, the cashier carefully informed Lu Qi of the cost of each item. After verifying each cost, Lu Qi still could not calm down for a long time. He had not yet graduated, and his monthly living expenses were only 2,000 or 3,000. My goodness, this outfit has directly cost him 2 years' worth of living expenses. Swipe the card. With a happy heart, he took out his bank card, and in Lu Qi's full of surprise and doubt eyes, Gu Feng took the shopping receipt from the cashier. Let's go, back to the company. Su Luli is still waiting at the company, so they need to hurry back. With a wooden expression, he followed Gu Feng out of the mall. He was wearing clothes worth nearly 60,000 yuan, so he had to be careful even when lifting a door curtain. He was afraid of making a mistake and getting the 60,000 yuan worth of clothes dirty. President Gu, this is the first time I've worn such expensive clothes in my whole life. One piece of clothing costs more than 2 months of my salary. Standing on the side of the road, Gu Feng turned his head and said indifferently, "Are you saying that I pay you too little?" "Huh? No, Mr. Gu, that's not what I meant. I meant that the clothes are too expensive. Well-made clothes are expensive for a reason. Let's go, get in the car." They hailed a taxi and soon returned to the company. When they entered the reception area, Gu Feng suddenly stopped and looked to his side in surprise. "What's wrong? What's the matter?" A familiar voice and a sweet smile. Su Luli stood at the reception desk, smiling, her skin as white as snow, her eyes like a pool of clear water, staring at Gu Feng playfully. "Luli, why are you here?" His expression was strange, and his eyes were full of surprise. He had expected the other person to be waiting quietly in Yuilan's office, but he had never imagined that she would be at the company entrance, acting as the receptionist. "What's wrong? Can't I be here?" "No, where is the receptionist?" "The receptionist went to lunch, so I'm helping out for a little while." "You guys go back to the office first, I'll come over when she gets back. I promised the receptionist I'd stay here, so I have to keep my word." "You're quite dedicated." "I'll go to the office first, I'll eat at the company lunch today, I'll order something nice and have it delivered." Waving at Su Liuli, Gu Feng led Lu Qi towards the meeting room. It's almost noon, and there shouldn't be anyone in the meeting room, so it's just right for a quick lunch. "President Gu, you're back. I just need to talk to you about something." From a distance, a figure came quickly to Gu Feng and Lu Qi, and Lu Qi was slightly startled when he saw the slightly anxious Annie. "Secretarian, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" "President Gu, President Chen just called, he's going back to the imperial capital this afternoon." Chapter 173 And by, you're here too? Returning to the imperial capital this afternoon? Gu Feng's eyes narrowed slightly, And he said coldly, "Why didn't you tell me in advance?" Shen Zhengyang is going to investigate the Kyushu group, but he is the one who sent him there. He should have notified him first of any actions. Don't be angry, Mr. Chen said on the phone that he just received the news as well. He called you, but your phone was unanswered. While Annie was talking, Gu Feng took out his phone from his trouser pocket. Sure enough, there were 2 missed calls on it. He must have been in the car earlier and didn't hear the phone in his clothes. It takes a few hours to fly back from abroad, even by plane. Tell you what, Annie, book me a flight for 7 p.m. to the capital. Shen Zhengyang suddenly returned, so something must have happened. He must hurry back. Okay, how many tickets? 1. No, wait. Book 4. The engagement banquet will start soon, and he needs to return to the capital city. Su Luli will definitely have to go with him. Once Su Luli returns to the capital city, Grandma and Sun Ma will definitely have to go back with him. Okay. Send me the information. After sending the information about Grandma, Su Luli, and the others to Annie, the latter immediately turned around to book the tickets. Guzong, I'm going to have a look in the technical department, and I'll go get a haircut later. Go ahead. Lucci and Annie left, and Gu Feng went to the conference room alone, using his phone to find a nice restaurant. When the ordered food was delivered, Su Lioli just happened to push the door in. After a brief lunch, Gu Feng rested alone in the conference room, while Su Lioli continued chatting with the receptionist. It wasn't until 2 p.m. that Annie came over with a few invitations, and Lucci was brought along, and everyone went to the forum together. Wang Chang and the others followed Su Lioli behind them all the way to the company's entrance. When they saw the 3 neat Rolls Royces, Lucci and Annie were taken aback. Mr. Gu, is this your car? A Rolls Royce. They had seen pigs running even if they had never eaten pork before, and the glittering flying goddess of Rolls Royce was not uncommon on TV. On weekdays, they could occasionally see one in the Magic City, but it was really rare to see 3 of them together in such good order. Wait, don't get me wrong, this is not mine. It belongs to your boss's wife. As soon as Gu Feng said this, Lucci and Annie's gazes turned to Su Lioli. 1 second she was obediently by Gu Feng's side, and the next second, her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and she raised her hand and pinched the soft flesh at Gu Feng's waist. Without warning, her movements were not at all sluggish. The sudden sharp pain made Gu Feng unable to help but let out a wail. Ah. Humph. Are you going to talk? If you bully me like this, do you believe I will go back and tell Grandma? With a small expression of arrogance, her tone was full of threats. Upon hearing Su Lioli's words, Gu Feng suddenly felt like a deflated balloon. The granddaughter-in-law is Grandma's treasured possession, and even her own mother doesn't dare bully her, let alone him. Don't be angry, I was just joking. Time is pressing, don't just stand there, hurry up and get in the car. He gave Lucci and Annie a wink, and the 2 of them understood almost instantly, getting in the car one after the other with a nod and a laugh. Su Lioli, let's get in the car too. The location of the business forum was not very close by, and in the absence of traffic, it would be almost a 20-minute drive. 25 minutes later, the car in front stopped. Gu Feng and Su Lioli got out of the car and subconsciously looked up into the distance, where people were coming and going and luxury cars were everywhere. It was quite lively. President Gu, let's go in. Let's go. Annie and Lucci came up to Gu Feng, and the 4 of them walked together towards the entrance of the hall. As for Wang Chang and the others, they followed behind as soon as they had parked the car. There were 2 doormen standing at the entrance, who were there to check the invitations. Annie took out 3 invitations and handed them to one of the doormen. I'm sorry, according to the rules, only 2 people can enter with 1 invitation. There are 3 invitations in total, and there are 7 people in Gu Feng's group, so there is obviously 1 extra person. Can you make an exception? These people are the technical backbones of our company and have come specifically to exchange experiences. Technical backbones? I'm sorry, please wait a moment, I'll go ask. The 2 of them also did not have the authority to make the decision, so they could only ask Gu Feng and the others to wait for a while they ran in to ask the leader. I didn't expect that the management was quite strict. It's normal. This forum is quite large, and the organizers should be stricter with the management considering the actual situation. Lucci and Annie murmured. In a short while, the doorman who had gone to ask for instructions returned. Hello, you may go in. Thank you. Guzong, let's go. Annie and Lucci led the way, followed by Gu Feng and Su Lioli in the middle, and finally Wang Chang and the 3 bodyguards. Entering the gate, what came into view was a huge open space, surrounded by all kinds of snacks and drinks, a setting straight out of a commercial party. Mr. Gu, let's go straight to the second floor. Okay. They went up the stairs to the second floor, which was actually a huge lecture hall. The front row of seats was already full, and there were a few hostesses standing on the podium. There was no choice but for the group to sit in the empty seats in the middle. Mr. Gu, the people in front of us are all well-known group CEOs in the business community of Shanghai. The one over there is the president of Maybang Group, and the one next to her is the CEO of Magic City Times. In the second row sat the chairman of the Guofeng Group. Annie introduced them one by one in a low voice. Looking at the other people's faces, she really saw many familiar faces. Take the chairman of the Guofeng Group for example, with his white hair. She had seen him before he was reborn, and there had been almost no change at all. In addition to the leaders of several large groups in the Demon City, there were also several companies in the first row that Annie didn't know, so she didn't introduce them. Just when everyone was getting bored. Suddenly, a very fashionable middle-aged woman dressed in very fashionable clothes came in from the distance. The moment the woman entered, the presidents and chairmen of the various groups in front of her all stood up. Gu Feng and Su Liuli also showed a surprised expression when they saw the woman. Bye Aunt Bye. Why is she here too? A million thoughts raced through his mind, and Gu Feng never expected Bai Yufeng to come to this forum. The company she represented was undoubtedly the Kyushu Group. Chapter 174. Isn't this an auction? President Bai, I didn't expect you to come in person. Is the Kyushu Group also interested in the battery industry? I heard that you were just suspended, and Chairman Song reinstated you so quickly? The slightly stooped middle-aged man slowly got up, and compared to the respect that several people around him showed to Bai Yufeng, his attitude was undoubtedly much more flippant. Giggle, giggle, giggle. He glanced at Shang Guofu with an arrogant look in his eyes, and Bai Yufeng laughed lightly while covering her mouth in a very exaggerated manner. President Shang is usually in poor health, but I didn't expect him to be so concerned about the affairs of my Kyushu Group. What's going on? Are you unable to stay at Shangshur Group and want to jump ship to our Kyushu Group? Well, I'm a blunt person, and given your physical condition, I suggest that you just retire directly. In case you keel over, I can still get you an occupational injury. The more he talked, the more outrageous his words became. The business tycoons standing around him had no idea what to do next. Shangshur Group, Daito Super Group, and Kyushu Group, whose status is even higher than Shangshur Group. When the executives of these two giants clash, these small companies dare not say a word. Humph. President Bai, you really haven't changed at all, and you still speak so rudely. Cough, cough, cough. With great difficulty, he suppressed the anger in his heart, his face turning red, and he coughed a few times. Seeing this, the assistant behind him hurriedly handed him a handkerchief. You know better. With your weak health like this, I don't know if your old man has lost his mind, but he still sent you to the demon capital. With a light smile, she left a remark, and Bai Yufeng led her secretary directly to the seat in the middle of the first row. Before sitting down, she glanced behind her and, after seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli, an unconscious arc formed at the corner of her mouth. Without saying hello to the two, she sat down directly. Not long after Bai Yufeng arrived, several heavyweights entered from the door again, and the entire venue became more and more lively. President Gu, you see those people over there? They were interviewed on the financial channel before. They are the top local group in the Magic City and have very strong financial resources. Just a business forum, but it has attracted so many people. Ha ha. A slight smile rose at the corner of his mouth. These business tycoons in the venue are no pushovers. Businessmen value profit over parting, and they won't get up early without profit. The fact that they can gather here shows how bright the prospects for the solid-state battery industry are. After observing from his seat for 10 minutes, during which time more and more people appeared in the venue, in the end, even several people sat down beside Gu Feng. Knock, knock, knock. With the busy signals from several microphones, everyone's attention was focused on the central podium. A middle-aged man in a tuxedo with a kind face slowly walked up to the podium. It is worth noting that this man is extremely tall. The hostesses, who are more than 1.7 meters tall, only reach his shoulders in front of him. A preliminary estimate suggests that he is at least 1.9 meters tall. Hello everyone. Welcome to the new Battery Research Forum. The audience bursts into thunderous applause at the cliched opening speech. The applause lasts for 5 or 6 seconds, and as the room falls silent again, the man raises the microphone in his hand once more. Everyone, you are all industry elites and business giants, and time is very precious. I won't waste your time either, so please welcome our technical director, who will explain the research and development principles of solid batteries. After the man finished speaking, he was led up by two hostesses in red cheongsams, and another man came up. He was in his 30s, not tall, and thin. At first glance, he gave the impression of being weak and feeble. Hello everyone. I am Wu Long. I have been working in the field of new energy abroad, and recently returned to China to develop solid batteries. His voice trembled slightly, and it was obvious that Wu Long was quite insecure in front of so many people. Next, I'll introduce the advantages and research directions of solid batteries. Compared with traditional batteries, solid batteries have obvious advantages in terms of safety, energy density, charging speed, cycle life, and market potential. With the remote control in his hand, he controls the large screen behind him to pop up a series of research and development process charts on solid batteries. These include the initial research direction and several technical difficulties that are difficult to overcome. Everyone present is staring intently at the large screen directly in front of them. After a long explanation, it took more than 40 minutes. At the end of the 40 minutes, everyone present clearly understood the importance of solid batteries and also understood the difficulty of research and development. Everyone, Professor Wu Long has returned with some very good colleagues. They have formed a solid battery research and development team. There is no doubt that everyone here is definitely interested in solid batteries. Today's forum, in addition to sharing with you, also wants to seek help. Help? Mr. Gao, I'm very interested in Professor Wu Long's research team. How about this, let them come work for my company, and I'll pay his team the highest salaries in the city. A young man with a pale complexion in the first seat on the left in the second row spoke out of the blue. Mr. Gu, that's the vice president of 7-Star Group, the son of the chairman of the board. 7-Star Group? Isn't that the company that manufactures wind turbines? Yes, their main business is also energy. Everyone, please calm down. To be honest, developing a solid-state battery is like crossing a river by feeling for the stones along the way. No one knows exactly what difficulties will be encountered. Of course, we have no idea how much money will be involved. What Professor Wu Long means is that his team will join whichever group is willing to invest the most. It's as simple as that. After Gao concluded, there was a sudden murmur of voices throughout the meeting room. Isn't this an auction? The highest bidder gets it? Who says it isn't? Without going into the details, it's not hard to understand this way of thinking. Developing a solid battery is a real money pit. If there's not enough funding in the early stages, the mid and late stages will suffer, and all the hard work will be for nothing. Phew, after all that, I guess only the first few groups will be able to do it. In terms of financial resources alone, the companies sitting in the first 3 rows have absolute say. If nothing goes wrong, one of them will end up taking Wu Long's team. President Gu, what should we do? Annie's face didn't look good. She didn't expect it to end up like this. Wait a minute. She spat out 3 words, looked calmly at the first row in the direction of Bai Yufeng, and then turned to the president. The murmuring in the meeting room gradually stopped, and Gao, the president on the podium, continued with the microphone. Everyone, there are numbered cards on the table. If you wish, you can raise your card to indicate. I, Benyang Industrial Holdings, am willing to provide 3 billion in research and development expenses. It will be supplied in 3 installments, 1 billion each. Chapter 175, 30 billion. In the first row on the left, a young man stood up. Next to him sat a silent middle-aged man. It was obvious that he was just an assistant. Ha 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 ha. Benyang Industrial, you are really stingy. To research and develop such a large project, 3 billion? And you want to give it to us in 3 installments? How can you say that without feeling ashamed? I, Xingfeng Technology Group, am willing to provide 6 billion in funding, in 2 installments, 4 billion in the early stage and 2 billion in the later stage. If that's not enough, we can continue to add more. This last sentence is meant to provoke the people from Benyang Industry. Xingfeng Technology Group and Benyang Industry Holdings are both local groups in the Magic City. The 2 companies compete with each other on many projects, so their relationship has always been bad. 2 companies have already expressed their opinions, but the CEO Gao on the podium has not spoken, and Wu Long next to him is also at a loss. While they were abroad, some companies had already expressed an interest in investing. The total investment would be close to 10 billion yuan if it were made in China. However, he and his team did not want to serve foreigners, and returned to China to seek investment despite the pressure. Just a few billion in funding is really not enough. Our country's phone group is also very interested. The 8 billion investment will be used exclusively for research and development of the solid battery project. Professor Wu Long will be the department director. Professor Wu Long, would you consider it? The gray-haired old man from the Guofeng group spoke hoarsely. With an investment of 8 billion, Wu Long was obviously tempted. Although it is not comparable to the tens of billions of investment from abroad, it is still much more than the previous 3 billion. Wait a minute. Shengshe Group is willing to invest 10 billion, which will be used exclusively for the research and development of solid batteries. Seeing that Wu Long was tempted, the secretary next to Shang Guofu suddenly stood up and spoke of 10 billion, which made everyone present gasp in shock. A 10 billion investment is really beyond the means of an ordinary group. The Meibang Group is also willing to invest 10 billion, and is willing to set up a branch company, with Professor Wu Long owning 99% of the shares, which will be dedicated to the research and development of solid batteries. Not far from Bai Yufeng, a woman wearing a red coat spoke softly. The Meibang Group is headquartered neither in the Demon City nor in the Imperial City, but in the economically less prosperous Cloud City. Wu Long Holdings owns 99% of the shares, and Meibang Group Holdings owns 1%, but the real decision-making power is still in the hands of Meibang Group. After Meibang Group, one company after another came forward. However, the investment amount all stopped at 10 billion, and it was clear that 10 billion was the bottom line. The Wu Long team is awesome, but an investment of more than 10 billion is, for these group CEOs, beyond their own value. Professor Wu Long, you see? So many groups have contributed 10 billion, and the remaining small benefits, although different for each, are basically all similar overall. The final decision-making power is still in Wu Long's hands. Wait. Just as Wu Long was about to make a decision, a cold and arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Bai Yufeng tilted her Erlang figure and casually gave her assistant a glance, who immediately understood. President Gao, Professor Wu Long, the Kyushu Group, is also interested in solid batteries. Our chairman is willing to contribute 30 billion, to be provided in 3 installments, and at the same time provide all the resources of the Kyushu Group internationally to fully greenlight Professor Wu Long's team. My goodness! Did I hear that right? The Kyushu Group is willing to invest 30 billion. It is the Kyushu Group after all, and they really are rich. As Bai Yufeng's assistant opened her mouth and proposed 30 billion, there was a constant buzz of discussion in the meeting room, but no one came forward to continue investing. 30 billion. Sitting next to Gu Feng, Su Luoli looked at him in disbelief, her temperament noble and elegant, and she muttered to herself. President Gu, the Kyushu Group is investing 30 billion to develop solid batteries. Annie paused, and from Chen Xingyang's investigation abroad this time, it was enough to see that President Gu must have a relationship with the Kyushu Group. This time, he has come up with 30 billion to develop solid batteries. Did the boss not get advance news? I really didn't know in advance. 30 billion. Ha ha. With a helpless shake of the head, with Yunding Technologies' meager funds, they don't even have the qualifications to hire Professor Wu Long's team. President Bai, are you serious? Professor Wu Long and President Gao, both of them looked deeply suspicious. The Kyushu Group is very strong, but investing 30 billion to develop solid batteries exclusively is still a bit too exaggerated. Really? I'm here on behalf of our chairman Song. Someone can contact the Kyushu Group later to verify whether 30 billion is true. Bai Yufeng didn't bother to answer Gao's words, and it was always her assistant who responded. If the Kyushu Group is really willing to invest 30 billion, we are willing to join. We are not very confident about the 10 billion yuan research and development costs, but with 30 billion yuan, he is 100% confident that he can succeed. Good. The Kyushu Group will send someone to contact you next. Professor Wu Long, welcome to the Kyushu Group. Bai Yufeng got up, and the first people to walk down from the podium were Wu Long and Gao Zong. They shook hands with Bai Yufeng, front and back. A reception has been prepared on the first floor for everyone, so you can go as you please. As the staff on the stage spoke, the bigwigs in the venue got up one after the other. Most of them did not leave, but gathered in groups of 2 or 3 on the first floor to chat in low voices. Wu Long's team had joined the Kyushu Group, but the development of solid batteries did not depend on them, so many people still wanted to try their luck and contact some partners to lay out the solid battery together. There were also some companies that directly discussed other project collaborations on the first floor. Let's go downstairs too. The forum was over, and Gu Feng got up and prepared to take Su Liuli and a few others to the first floor. Just as he got up, a familiar figure had already arrived not far away. Bai Yufeng was holding one arm, and was looking at the approaching Gu Feng and Su Liuli with a faint smile on her face. Feng, Liuli. What's up? You don't even know to say hello when you see Auntie Bai? Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her tone carried a very strong sense of resentment. Auntie Bai. Auntie Bai, I really didn't expect to see you here. Humph, I didn't expect to see you here either. What's the matter with your little company? You're still planning to research and develop this? Chapter 176, A Fruitful Trip. What do you mean by a small company? Aunt Bai, you're looking down on people. Big companies all started out as small companies, and don't look down on me just because my company is small. Even sparrows have big ambitions. Gu Feng spoke eloquently, but when Bai Yufeng heard it, it sounded so funny. Come on, I don't want to hear about your ambitions here. I heard from your mother that the investigation team you sent abroad is about to return. Was it fruitful? Bai Yufeng became interested as soon as the overseas business of the Kyushu group was mentioned. Was it fruitful? Aunt Bai, where did you hear that? She pretended to be ignorant. What? You don't know? You're not pretending to be ignorant with me, are you? The people you sent will definitely inform you first if they have news, so how could you not know? Seeing through Bai Yufeng's eyes, Gu Feng had to smile awkwardly. Well, I just found out that they were coming back. She gave Gu Feng a stern look, and if it weren't for the crowd, she would have gone up to give him a lecture. Do you still remember when your mother and I promised that once the overseas affairs of the Kyushu group were settled, we would give you a big project? Of course I remember. Ha, you're interested in mentioning a big project? No more pretending to be stupid? Aunt Bai, you still don't know me. I may not have great wisdom, but I'm not completely stupid. And with just this little bit of cleverness, I've already been seen through by you. At times like this, I have to be obedient and say nice things. The big project proposed by Kyushu Group is enough to make cloud top technology overflow with oil even if it only gets a sip of the soup. Cough cough, Xiaofeng, you really have a thick skin. Liuli, when he was with you, did he have a thick skin too? Well, Aunt Bai, you're absolutely right, his face is indeed very thick. Xiaoming nodded firmly with a determined look in his eyes, and Su Luli agreed with Bai Yufeng's words from the bottom of her heart. Look, even Luli agrees with you. Let's go downstairs and take a look, and we can talk as we walk. Most of the people on the second floor have already gone downstairs to attend the reception. It's boring for them to keep standing here, so they might as well go down and take a look together. Aunt Bai, after all this time, you and Mom still haven't told me what big project you're going to reward me with? Kiki, guess. Guess? Gu Feng smiled wryly. I'm not a fortune teller, this is all I can guess. A major project, it can't be this 30 billion yuan investment in solid-state battery research and development. He was just talking casually, but Bai Yufeng, who heard this, suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned around, looking at him in disbelief. Aunt Bai, why are you looking at me like that? Don't joke with me, is it true that Mom is going to give me this major project that is about to invest 30 billion? His mouth twitched twice. Gu Feng's heart was already unsettled at this time. A major project of 30 billion, this is too generous. Give it to you? If you give such a major project to you, the old-timers at the Kyushu Group will be up in arms. Although it can't be given to you, there is still room for cooperation. As for how to cooperate, after you return to the imperial capital, you and your mother can talk about it in detail. As they talked, they gradually made their way to the first-floor lobby. The entire lobby was filled with lights and revelry, as people gathered in groups of 2 or 3 and chatted merrily. With nothing to do, Gu Feng took Su Liuli and the others and sat down in a corner. President Gu, President Bai of Kyushu Group, is your relative. Bai Yufeng walked with his secretary in the distance, and Lu Qi took the opportunity to quickly look at Gu Feng and couldn't help but ask curiously. Ahem. Lu Qi, have you gone stupid at work? Gu Feng didn't answer, and Annie awkwardly coughed twice. Gone stupid at work? What kind of words are these, Secretarian? Stared at by Lu Qi's innocent expression, Annie didn't know how to explain for a moment. The conversation between Bai Yufeng and Gu Feng just now was mainly something that anyone with a good brain could hear the clues, but Lu Qi acted like he didn't understand anything. Gu Feng didn't say anything, so she didn't dare to take the initiative to explain. The Bai you are referring to is my aunt. My mother is the chairman of Kyushu Group. She picked up a piece of dim sum and casually put it in her mouth. Sitting opposite Gu Feng, Lu Qi felt terrible when he heard this explanation. His mouth hung open, his eyes wide, and Gu Feng's words kept echoing in his mind. The chairman of Kyushu Group is Gu's mother. Oh my god. Wait, Secretarian, why aren't you surprised? You knew about this already? With such a wonderful expression, someone who didn't know might really think that Lu Qi was feigning shock. Lu Qi, didn't you hear Aunt Bai and Gu Feng's conversation just now? Gu Feng's mother is the chairman of Kyushu Group. Otherwise, how would a major project worth 30 billion cooperate with a small company like Yunding Technology? Su Liuli couldn't bear to watch anymore, her eyes firm and clear as she explained with a smile. So that's how it is. I really didn't notice. Well, I don't think there's anything else to do here, so let's go back. After spending almost an hour upstairs, it was now 4 p.m. They went back to pick up Grandma and hurry to the airport in the Magic City. They didn't see Bai Yufeng's figure, and they didn't say goodbye before leaving. They came out from the first floor and sent Annie and Lu Qi back to the bottom of the building where Yunding Technology was located. After exchanging a few words, Gu Feng and Su Liuli got into the car together and headed back towards the villa. We're going back to the imperial capital tonight? Yes. I'll send someone to pick up Wang Mani and Zhang Yu. If that doesn't work, I'll come back to pick them up. There are only 2 days left until the engagement. Go to the Kyushu Group tomorrow morning to deal with the problem, and if you have time in the afternoon, you can come back to pick up Zhang Yu and the others. Okay. They soon returned to the villa. Upon learning that they would be returning to the imperial capital that night, Grandma looked reluctant. Grandma, the day after tomorrow is the big day of the engagement. You can't expect us to go back on the day of our engagement, can you? Gu Feng said with a smile. The reason why Grandma didn't want to leave was mainly because of the class at Fuxing University. Yes, Grandma, I wonder how the venue for the engagement banquet is decorated. I'll go with you tomorrow to take a look. Engagement banquet. Well, girl, you're right, it is indeed time to go back. After all, the engagement banquet for the grandson and granddaughter-in-law is important. After the old lady figured it out, not only was she not reluctant at all, she even started packing. In no time at all, everything that needed to be packed was done. My dear, the tiger head shoes and clothes for the child are here. After the engagement banquet is over, Grandma will come back with you. Okay. Su Liuli took her grandmother's arm and obediently agreed. Old lady, everything has been packed. After Sun Mama put the packed things in the car outside, she returned to the living room. Grandma, the car is ready outside, let's go. The flight departs at 7 p.m., it's almost 5 p.m. now, and it will take some time to get from here to the airport in the Magic City, so overall, we really are in a hurry. Let's go. Young mistress, let me help the old lady. When Sun's maid came up to her, she took the initiative to take over the responsibility of helping Grandma from Su Liuli. Before everyone got into the car in front of the villa and set off, Gu Feng lowered the window. Nyobo, you stay here for now. I will send someone to pick you up in the demon capital tomorrow at the latest, and we will go back to the imperial capital together. As an elderly member of the Gu family, I definitely cannot leave Nyobo alone in the demon capital when such an important event as my engagement banquet is taking place. Okay. Old madam, and young master, have a safe journey. Chapter 177, Give some people a break. Nyobo stood respectfully by the car, waving with his trademark smile on his weathered face. Nyobo, you're still calling the young master young. Then when the young mistress gives birth, you won't be calling the baby little young, ha 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 ha. Sun Mama was sitting in the passenger seat, joking with Nyobo. Nyobo, who was already relatively introverted, became confused at this remark. If Gu Feng is called Little Master, as Grandma Sun said, the child in the young lady's belly is about to be born, so what should the baby be called? Should it really be called Little Master? Ha 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 ha. Grandma Sun, you old lady, don't bully Uncle Nyo. Let him call it whatever he's used to. Uncle Nyo, we really have to go, or we'll miss the plane. Okay, young master. Young master, you take care. Gu Feng spoke, and Wang Chang, who was sitting in the driver's seat, started the car. The convoy slowly drove out of the villa and set off towards the Shanghai airport. Because of the tight schedule, at the sign of Gu Feng, the convoy sped off. The original journey of half an hour took less than 20 minutes to arrive at the destination. With the identification information in hand, they went to check in. It was 7 o'clock, and the plane took off on time. By the time the plane landed, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Old lady, it's cold outside, you should wear more. When I walked out of the airport, it was completely dark outside, and the surrounding lights were dazzling. I'm not cold, Grandma's son, bring out a cloak for Lioli. It's cool, don't let her catch a cold. Grandma, I'm not cold. Su Lioli shook her head. She was wearing plenty of clothes, and it wasn't that cold, so there was no need for a cloak. It's not cold now, but it will be when we go for a walk. Listen to your grandmother and put the cloak on first. Without giving Suli the chance to refuse, the old lady firmly put the prepared cloak on Suli herself. Xiaofeng, where is the car that is picking us up? Why can't I see it? After walking out of the airport, they looked around but didn't see the car that was picking them up. Instead, their grandson, who was standing next to them, looked strange, as if he was embarrassed to say something. Embarrassed, he stood there. During the day, he had been so busy getting Annie to book the plane ticket that he had forgotten to tell his mother about their return. Now, as luck would have it, no one had come to pick them up after the plane had landed. Gu Feng, you didn't forget to call your mother, did you? Su Luli looked at Gu Feng carefully, her pretty face full of surprise. In front of Su Luli, he took a small step back, raised his hand and scratched his head. Grandma, I'm sorry, I really forgot to tell my mother. Forgot? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and call your mom. I'll tell you, your wife is pregnant, and if you let her catch a cold here, your mom will make you pay when you get back. The old lady's tone was full of threats. Gu Feng, upon hearing this, did not dare to delay, and immediately took out his phone to dial his mother's number. Fortunately, Song Huilan on the other end answered the phone in time. Upon learning that Gu Feng and his entourage had already returned to the imperial capital, Song Huilan was shocked. After hanging up, Gu Feng went to his grandmother and Su Lioli. Grandma, Lioli, the car sent by Mom will be here in a while, let's go sit over there for a while. It's tiring to keep standing. Okay. Girl, go sit over there with Grandma. With Sun Mama holding her arm, Grandma didn't forget to invite Su Lioli to go sit with them as she turned around. After waiting outside the airport for more than 20 minutes, just when Gu Feng was gradually losing patience, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. It's here. It's definitely here, it's my mom calling. While answering the phone, he helped Su Luli get up. After walking a few dozen steps forward, they saw a convoy of cars with flashing lights in the distance directly in front of them. When Gu Feng and the others arrived, Gu Jinghua and Song Huilan came to the front of the group to greet their grandmother and Su Luli. Mom, why did you come back in the middle of the night? You're not feeling well, and Su Lioli is pregnant. You didn't even say hello before coming back. If something happened, Huilan and I would be worried sick. Gu Jinghua spoke with a tone of complaint. He subconsciously thought it was his mother's idea to come back so late. His mother-in-law just smiled and shook her head for taking the blame for her grandson for no reason. She didn't even respond to Gu Jinghua's words, and skillfully changed the subject. When did you come back? You came back from Yundu and didn't even think to call your old mother? This was a counterattack, and it left Gu Jinghua a little at a loss. Mom, I just got back today too, I haven't had a chance to talk to you yet. Okay, Mom, it's cold outside, you and Lioli should get in the car first. Before you go out, I asked Wang Ma to cook wonton for you, you can each have a warm bowl when you get home. This isn't the place to talk, let's talk about it when we get home. The group got into the car. After everyone was seated, Song Huilan looked up at Gu Feng. Feng, it was your idea to come back in the middle of the night, wasn't it? Did you hear that the investigation team had returned to the imperial capital and wanted to come back to find out what was going on? Sitting next to Gu Jinghua, Song Huilan's face was slightly smiling, and she asked Gu Feng very calmly. Mom, nothing can hide from your eyes. Since my mother had already guessed, he simply admitted it. Stop being so cheeky. I can tell you, I'll be having a meeting at the office tomorrow morning, so if you're not busy, just stay at home and don't go anywhere. Don't go to the office and cause trouble, got it? 1 second he was smiling, the next he was all serious, such a quick change of expression that Gu Jinghua sitting next to him was momentarily lost for words. Air. Mom, you're not thinking of letting someone off the hook, are you? Chapter 178, it will definitely come back. I have to remind you that investigating the overseas business of the Kyushu Group is like performing an oncology operation. If you leave any remnants behind, it will definitely come back. Gu Feng's expression changed from his previous giggly state, and his tone became firm. Song Huilan was taken aback when she saw her son in this state for the first time, but Gu Jinggua's mouth curled up into a smile. Huilan, you often say that you want Xiaofeng to understand the company early. This is an opportunity. In my opinion, regarding the Kyushu group, why don't you let Feng handle it? Xingui, you. Song Huilan was surprised to hear her husband say such a thing. After staring at Gu Jinggue for a while, she finally chose to compromise. Feng, are you sure you want to go to the company with me tomorrow? Yes. He didn't hesitate at all, and seeing how determined her son was, Song Huilan, as his mother, didn't say anything more. The convoy drove quickly and returned to the Gu Manor in no time. Old lady, young master, everyone is back. Wonton is cooking, I will serve it to everyone in a moment. Seeing Gu Feng and Su Liuli enter, Wang Ma and the two aunts quickly walked up to them, helped put the things aside, and hurriedly asked Su Liuli and the old lady to sit down. There's no rush, we're not very hungry. Old lady, then I'll pour you some water first. After helping Grandma Gu Feng sit down, Wang Ma and the two aunts walked to one side of the living room. A minute later, they returned to the living room with several glasses of water. Huilan, Jinghua, you two sit down too. I have something to discuss with you. She motioned for Song Huilan and Gu Jinghua to sit down together. Grandma looked at Gu Feng and Su Liuli first, and then said directly, the day after tomorrow is the engagement banquet for the two children. Have you prepared everything that needs to be prepared? Those guests who need special invitations must be received by a dedicated person. They came with joy to attend our engagement banquet, and we must not neglect them. Mom, don't worry. I have already assigned a dedicated person to prepare for the engagement banquet for the two children, and all the guests who should be notified have already been notified. While Song Huilan was speaking, she raised her hand and took Su Luli's slender jade hand next to her. Luli, your grandfather will come over tomorrow morning, so remember to wait for him at home. When your grandfather arrives, you can rest at home for a while, and in the afternoon we will go to the hotel together to look at the engagement venue. After hearing that her grandfather would be coming over tomorrow morning, Su Luli was full of excitement. Her obedient and sensible face was full of happiness. Mom, how is my grandfather coming over? When will he arrive exactly? With a smile of affection, she lifted her hand and gently poked Su Luli's head. Silly girl, of course Mom will send someone to pick him up. While calculating the time, he should be here before 10 a.m. Mom and daughter-in-law sat together chatting, and Gu Feng hesitated for a moment before he couldn't help but speak up. Mom, tomorrow afternoon, I may not have time. Liuli's roommates and my roommates, they are all coming over, and I have to pick them up. Jiang Yu and the others only knew that he was holding an engagement banquet in the imperial capital, but they didn't know exactly where in the imperial capital. At the time, when they were told, they had already said that they would bring them along when they came over, and they could not go back on their word. You're going back to the demon capital? Will you make it in time? Why don't you have your father send someone to pick you up? If they go in the morning, they'll be there by noon. Gu Jinghua sat next to Song Huilan, listening to his wife. He nodded in time. Xiaofeng, your friends in the demon capital, let me send someone to pick them up. This. Dad, I'm worried that it's not very convenient, it's better if I go back myself. He insisted on going back, and Gu Jinghua did not continue to insist. Okay, then you need to hurry tomorrow and ask your mother to arrange a place for the guests to stay in advance. Okay. The decision to return to the city was temporarily confirmed. Grandma and the others continued chatting in the living room for another 10 minutes or so, and 10 minutes later, Wang Ma and Sun Ma came out with several bowls of steaming wonton. Madam, the wonton is ready. Su Liuli, come, let's go have a bowl of wonton. Grandma supported herself as she got up and led Su Liuli to the dining room, and naturally Gu Feng followed the two of them and sat down with them. Mom and Dad, aren't you eating? We already ate. You guys eat quickly, finish eating and go to bed early, we have a lot to do tomorrow. It really wasn't early today, and listening to his own mother's words, Gu Feng didn't hesitate, sat down next to Su Liuli and began to tuck in. He finished a bowl of ravioli in 10 minutes. Mom and Dad, we're going back to rest. Go back, take care of Luli, and go to bed early. After having a late supper, there was no choice but to continue chatting in the living room, so Gu Feng took Su Luli back to the bedroom. Early the next morning. It was just 5 a.m., and Su Luli couldn't wait to get up. Luli, you're up so early? Su Luli was wearing a pair of white lace pajamas that showed off her graceful and charming figure. She was standing by the bed, having just picked up her phone from the nightstand. Grandpa is coming over today, so I want to give him a call. Call now? Isn't that a bit early? It's only 5 a.m., and it's just starting to get light outside. 99% of people aren't even awake at this hour. It's not early at all. Grandpa must have already woken up. Don't forget, he's coming to the Magic City today. Even if he doesn't have anything to do on weekdays, he'll get up before 5 o'clock, let alone this time when he has to pack and come to the Imperial City. After living with him for so many years, she knows this habit of his very well. Okay, you can give him a call. In the morning, I asked Wang Ma to clean out Grandpa Yu's room and prepare some necessities for him. Su Luli wanted to make the call, and he didn't think too much about it, so he simply got up with her. He didn't go to bed very early last night, and for some reason, he felt very energetic now. The moment his eyes opened, all sleepiness disappeared. Do. He found Su Zhenxian's phone number and Su Luli didn't hesitate to dial it. It was only after 2 or 3 seconds that Su Zhenxian's familiar, weathered voice came over the phone. Luli, why are you calling me so early? You're already up? The voice was a little hoarse, but the tone was happy. There was a rustling sound on the line, as if the old man was tidying something up. Grandpa, I knew you were up. Are you tidying something up? Let me tell you, just pack a few clothes. Everything you need is here in the capital, so don't pack any toiletries. Yes, and don't pack the quilt either. Just leave the bedding at home. Grandpa doesn't travel much, so it's understandable that he needs to bring some toiletries, but to bring bedding along is really ridiculous. Just a few clothes? And no need to bring Grandpa's wash basin and towel? The phone is placed by the bed, Su Jingxiang is holding the wash basin in his hands, and there is a large box in the distance, ready to be placed in the wash basin. No, we'll prepare the wash basin and towel for you. Just bring a few clothes. Mom said you'll arrive in Daidu around 10 o'clock. The person who'll pick you up should be arriving in the village soon. Remember to answer the phone. It'll take a while to get there, so prepare some water and motion sickness medicine in advance. If you really don't feel well, remember to tell the driver to go to a service area for a break. Chapter 179, I'm not going to the hospital. Ha. Silly girl, Grandpa's not a child, don't worry. Jian Lang chuckled a few times, heeding the words of his granddaughter. Su Jingxiang put the wash basin in his hand aside. Of course you're not a child, but I remember when I went to school before, you told me the same thing. I also told you at the time that I'm not a child. Do you remember what you said at the time? You said, in Grandpa's eyes, you'll always be a child. Standing by the bed with her mobile phone in her hand, Su Lili couldn't help a mist rising in her eyes as she chatted with her grandfather. Seemingly sensing that her granddaughter's emotions were a little off, Su Jingxiang on the other end of the line deliberately joked, "Girl, Grandpa's got something good for you. I'll surprise you when I get there." Okay, I'm hanging up now, or people won't be able to get through later. He hung up. After saying a few words to his granddaughter on the other end of the line, Su Jingxiang hung up the phone very happily. Grandpa suddenly hung up the phone, and Su Lili's tears in her eyes could no longer be held back, and they fell patteringly. Gu Feng, who was already dressed, looked at Su Luli's tearful appearance and suddenly became at a loss. Luli, what's wrong? Grandpa will come over this morning, and let him stay here for a few more days. If that doesn't work, he can go to the Magic City with us. You just got a phone call, why are you crying? She took a step forward and gently wiped the tears from Su Liuli's cheeks. After calming down for a minute or two, she stared at Su Liuli's tear-stained face and looked at Gu Feng tenderly. I don't know what's wrong with me. My emotions are a little out of control, and suddenly I feel like crying. I didn't tell you, but actually I've been like this for the past few days, always inexplicably wanting to cry. Her hands were placed in front of her, clasped tightly together, and the knuckles had turned pale, enough to show just how nervous Su Liuli was. Is it because I'm pregnant? Little girl, why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm not going anywhere in the morning, I'll take you to the hospital first. His tone revealed an inexplicable persistence, and in his eyes, nothing could compare to Su Luli's health. Since she became pregnant, Gu Feng had more or less learned about some common conditions of pregnancy. The mood is always low for no reason, and sometimes I even want to cry, which is not a good sign. No. I can't go to the hospital this morning. A peaceful aura emanated from her body, and she subconsciously grabbed Gu Feng's wrist. Why can't you go to the hospital? As soon as these words came out, Gu Feng thought of something else in the next second. Are you worried about letting Grandma and Mom and Dad know? Well, Grandma and Mom and Dad's attitude towards her is very clear to Su Liuli, and once they know that she is going to the hospital for a checkup, they will worry even more. Mom and Dad are busy at work most of the time, and Grandma is already very old, so I really don't want to make them worry. Su Luli's words were also seriously considered by Gu Feng. He stood in front of her in silence for a long time. Okay, I promise you, I won't let them know. But you must go to the hospital today. I'll go to the Kyushu group in the morning and try to come back 2 hours early. I'll come back to pick you up then and say that I want to go shopping, and then we'll go to the hospital together. His questioning eyes stared at Su Luli's face. This was the most feasible solution he could think of. In any case, she must go to the hospital today. Okay. I'll be good. Nodding silently, knowing Gu Feng's concerns, Su Luli agreed readily. Go wash up, it's still early, I'll take you out for a walk. Taking a few steps, she turned and walked towards the washroom. After tidying up, she came to the wardrobe and changed her clothes. In less than 20 minutes, Gu Feng and Su Luli appeared in the living room. It was less than 6 o'clock, and there was no one in the entire living room. Let's go out. It's already bright outside, with a slight coolness in the air. The sky is blue, and taking a deep breath gives you a feeling of freshness. Luli, take a big breath. Don't you feel like you've been lifted up? Holding Su Luli's hand, he stands in front of the villa gate, closes his eyes and takes a deep breath. Gu Feng's words ring in his ears, and Su Luli follows suit, closing her eyes and breathing. Indeed, the morning air is fresh and carries a hint of floral fragrance. Gu Feng took Su Li's hand and walked out of the manor. It was only a short walk of a few hundred meters, but the number of people on the street gradually increased. More than 90% of them were old men walking with their wives. The elderly people especially like the tranquility of the early morning. When the baby is born, we will take the baby out for a walk together. How about it? Su Li's tone was tinged with a little expectation as she followed Gu Feng closely. In the blink of an eye, she had been pregnant for such a long time, and her sense of anticipation for the baby in her belly was also growing stronger and stronger. Good. Let's walk and chat at the same time. After walking a few hundred meters forward, they turned around and walked a few hundred meters back and forth, and the time passed quickly. When it was 6:50 a.m., it was about to be 7 a.m., and Gu Feng and Su Luli returned to the Gu Manor together. Upon entering the manor, before the two returned to the villa, they happened to meet Wang Ma and several aunts who had just returned from shopping. Young master, young mistress? You two. Looked at the two behind them subconsciously. Why are you two back from outside? It took 10 minutes to tidy up the living room. I always thought that Gu Feng and Su Luli had not yet woken up. I never expected that they would come back from outside after I finished shopping. Good morning, Auntie Wang and the other ladies. We went out for a walk. Following Auntie Wang and the others, they returned to the villa together. In the living room, their father Gu Jingguo was carefully feeding the fish in the fish tank. The blood-red dragon was swimming around in the tank, very carefree. On the sofa in the living room, their mother Song Huilan and their grandmother were sitting facing each other. In front of them was a large red notebook, and they were chatting about something. Chapter 180, Daughter-in-law wants to eat fish. Song Huilan subconsciously looked up when she heard the familiar sound of footsteps. When she saw Gu Feng and Su Luli walking towards them, she was full of surprise and couldn't help but look back towards the bedroom. She and her mother-in-law had been sitting here the whole time, but they hadn't heard them come out. Moreover, judging by the way her son and daughter-in-law looked, they didn't seem to have just woken up, and were in a state of exhaustion, so it was obvious that they had just returned from somewhere. Feng? Lioli, where have you been this early in the morning? Ha? The daughter-in-law next to her suddenly spoke, and Grandma Gu Feng immediately raised her hand. Her confused eyes fell on Gu Feng and Su Lioli, revealing an expression almost identical to Song Huilan's. Xiao Feng, Lioli? When did you get up? They were just chatting, and they were going to let the two of them rest for a while and not disturb them. But no, they just sat there waiting, not knowing when the two of them had gotten up. Mom, Grandma, we got up a long time ago. Both Luli and I have been out for a walk for more than half an hour. You two must not think we just got up. Taking Su Luli's wrist, Gu Feng gave a hee-hee-hee laugh, and the two sat down in front of their grandmother and mother. That's right, your grandmother was just telling me not to let anyone disturb you and let you rest for a while. But then again, you two are so full of energy, is it because of the engagement banquet tomorrow? With a knowing expression in her eyes, Song Huilan gave a meaningful smile. It's normal to be excited, after all, an engagement banquet is no small matter. To others, this engagement banquet may just be a relatively big banquet. But to you two, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event. When your father and I got engaged, I couldn't sleep 2 days in advance. Ha 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 ha. In front of Gu Feng and Su Liuli, Song Huilan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she recalled the scene of her own engagement. This scene also successfully infected Su Liuli. Her face turned slightly red, her face full of happiness, and her eyes also filled with a strong sense of anticipation. Mom, you need to calm down first. I have one more thing. Why haven't I seen my dad this early in the morning? Where did he go? There were only Grandma and Mom in the living room, surrounded by busy aunts. In theory, Dad Gu Jinghua would never be a lazy bones, he would definitely get up with Mom. Go check the backyard, you'll definitely see him. Upon hearing these words from Song Huilan, Gu Feng subconsciously looked in the direction of the fish tank in the living room, where the lively blood-red dragon was no longer. Mom, Dad went to the fish pond in the back? Since the blood-red dragon was not in the living room, the only possibility was the fish pond behind the manor in the back. Yes, he said early this morning that he wanted to put the fish in that fish pond. Seeing that you guys weren't up, he did it secretly by himself. Sneakily? Mom, why did Dad sneakily move the fish to the fish pond? I was listening very carefully, but when I heard my mother-in-law say that my father sneakily moved the fish from the living room to the fish pond without them knowing, I was very puzzled. Why sneakily? Ha ha ha. Gu Feng, explain to Liuli why your father was so sneaky. Laughing twice, Song Huilan directly asked Gu Feng to explain. The confused little eyes looked at Gu Feng again. You explain. What do I explain? It's all because of you. Gu Feng shrugged his shoulders, acting as if it were none of his business. Because of me? How could it be because of me? Do you remember when I took you to the fish pond before and you caught a big red fish? I remember. We ate that fish, didn't we? Innocence shone in his eyes. Just as Gu Feng was about to continue speaking, Dad suddenly walked in the door, carrying a red bucket in one hand and a fishing net in the other. Hey! Feng, Liuli, good morning. Why didn't you rest for a while? What were you talking about with your mother and grandmother? He casually put the tools in the corner of the living room and came over to the group with a smile on his face. We didn't talk about much, Feng and Liuli were just talking about that big red fish we caught last time. Liuli, wasn't that big red fish pretty good? Song Huilan asked deliberately, and Su Lili nodded subconsciously. Well, it was delicious. He was still smiling, but after hearing what his wife and daughter-in-law said, Gu Jinghua's whole person felt bad. His face looked unpleasant, and his eyes couldn't stop twitching. Cough cough. What was that? There's nothing good about fish. Lily, at this stage, you should eat more vegetables, especially spinach, which is good for iron. Fish is cold in nature, and it's not good for the baby in your tummy. It took a lot of effort to nurse the bloody red dragon back to health, and I took the opportunity today to put the fish in the back pond while I had the time. I can't let my daughter-in-law eat it again. Jinghua, look at you as a father, are you stingy or not? You're going to be a grandfather soon, so you can't be stingy. Holding a string of prayer beads, Grandma Bai gave Gu Jinghua a cold look. If her granddaughter was willing, she could have the kitchen cook not just a blood-red dragon from outside, but all the fish in the whole fish pond. Mom, you're wrong. I'm not stingy. Liuli, do you want to eat fish? Wait here, Dad will go catch you one. Wait, Dad. Before Su Lili could refuse, Gu Jinghua rushed in and then rushed out again with the tools. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Phone, Lily, see, your father is so stingy. Do you know why he went to catch fish for you? Song Huilan was sitting nearby, laughing uncontrollably, holding her stomach. Gu Jinghua has a serious image outside, so he can only show this funny side when he comes home. What else could it be? He was worried that if he let me and Suli go fishing, we would catch the blood-red dragon that he had worked so hard to raise. If that happened, he would be heartbroken. Gu Feng could see it in his father's face like a mirror. Suli, who was sitting next to him, also reacted, staring at the door and taking a closer look. Was that big red fish expensive? If I had known that Dad liked it so much, I wouldn't have eaten it. Eat it. Silly girl, why wouldn't you eat it? In our family, apart from your grandmother, you are the most precious person. Song Huilan said seriously. She was always straightforward and outspoken, saying whatever came into her mind. Even if Su Luli wasn't pregnant, her status in the Gu family would not be low, at least not lower than her as the mother-in-law. Huilan, what you're saying makes it sound like I'm precious. Grandma very appropriately put down the prayer beads in her hands and muttered to herself. Xiaofeng, in front of your mother, Grandma will make her position clear. Naturally, there's no need to say how important it is that Liuli is pregnant. Even after the baby is born, this girl, Liuli, will remain Grandma's precious pearl. None of you can bully her. This is our family tradition. Huilan, you should know this.